Begin transmission.
This program is intended for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised.
Hey guys, I'm just typing into the computer here and letting folks know over at Ancient Order of Men that I'm open here. Party. Hey Bjorn and Masterversal Toy Hunter, glad to see you guys here. And anybody else that might show up, just let me know. I know my stream's probably really crappy. My connection's kind of unstable. It says so, but maybe it'll get better. I got six watching. So if you're out there in the chat, just say something there in the comments and let me know. Bjorn can't sleep. Hey there, what's going on, Masterversal Toy Hunter? My friend from Eternia, Eldor. Good to see you there in the chat. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out here with a little after party, kind of winding down after AOM. He ended a little earlier than he usually does. Hey, OBS, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, OBS. Yeah, a little blurry. I'm using this camera instead of the one over here, and my lighting's kind of down a little low right now, so yeah, I might up here a little blurry. And what you really sad about, baby? Just tell me what you sad about and let me know. By the way, I told JPR to send you my email address, OBS, and when he does, you can contact me through that. I'm not going to give that out live on the air, and I'm certainly not going to type it into a chat. I never know who's watching or who's out there, but I do have a contact email address on the channel. for business purposes, you can use that, but I don't check that very often, and I'm not on a computer that can check it right now, so that's not possible. But what you could do is if you have Instagram or you have Facebook, you can contact me through the instant messaging or direct messaging is what the kids call it nowadays. DM me on there. I'm Weird Fantastic Toy Adventures on Facebook, and I think I'm Weird Fantastic Toys over on Instagram, but just look for me there and you'll find me. Yeah, but I can't see so well, so okay. Says, yeah, I know, but you got my Addy, so you can send it to my email. Do I have your address? I don't know. Says, I don't have Facebook or Instagram. I don't have anything. Okay, hon, I understand. Hey, Steve. What's going on, man? Good to see you. Studio, am I in the right place? You certainly are, Studio. You're right here at Weird Fantastic Toy Adventures at the AOM After Show. I'll pop up a title card here and let y'all see it. There we go, Up All Night. It's time to unwind. It's the AOM After Show. I'll switch back over to this camera and get my lighting back up so you can see me a little better. Let me adjust my lights here. Da 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 da. Get the lighting back up again and adjust this just a little bit. There we go, and that up a little higher. There we go. And let's do this one up a little higher. That's more like what you guys might be used to. There we go. Yep, you're in the right place, Studio. You're in the right place. How's that accent treating you? Well, it treats me just fine because see, I'm used to it, and everybody around me talks kind of like this. So, yeah, treating me pretty good. I know you guys might not be used to a high Delta accent, but a lot of people either are put off by it or they like it. So, either way, it's pretty cool. OBS says, I'll send you all the posters I have. Let Rolo pick out what he wants. Then you can split them with the rest of the guys if they want them. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens, OBS. Like I said, if you email me at the email address that JPR does, and then sends, you'll be able to get those to me. Studio says, surprised that JPR into the show so soon. No, I'm not surprised. He used to not like to go over 2 hours, and he started the show early from now on at 8 p.m. Central, 9 Eastern, so that he could run a little late if he had to, and he wouldn't stay up past 12. So that's what he does. Sounds American. Oh, still BSing when grind hits. So y'all still doing that over there? Well, if y'all want to hop over here, it's fine. I'm going to stay up for a little while. And hey, by the way, Largo, I cut a video with that magic trick in it, and I'm going to show it here shortly, so you can see it without all the spits and pops in it like y'all did and the stutters, because I got it uploaded on StreamYard. And Bjorn says, anyone else can't sleep. Well, I'm pumped full of coffee, and I usually stay up late tonight anyway, so that'll be cool. Let's see, OBS says, yeah, but he's been doing 3.5. What's up with YouTube that you guys don't like going over 2 hours? It's not that. He's worked to the bone. Generally, I stay on as long as I got folks watching me or there's some interaction going on. But yeah, it's kind of it's kind of hard when you're not used to staying up late. But I'm sure JPR the holidays got him strung out, so I can deal with that. Yeah. We're gonna see a trick here shortly. Let's see who all's gonna show up. Said the print alongside of you is blurry. Yeah, that's probably because of my connection. According to StreamYard here, my connection is unstable. So that's the chat that you see over there beside me. This is the chat that's in the stream. When my connection stabilizes a little bit, you might be able to see it better. Close a few things down, and that might help clear things up. The longer I stay on, the better I get. Sometimes my connection will clear up. Says OBS says I don't sleep well, Bjorn, off and on. Yeah, I get that, and JPR does do that a lot. Bjorn says he's working on a super special top secret project for Grindhead Gym. Well, that's good. Can't wait to see that. Let me close some stuff up on this and get that off of there and see if that stabilizes things a little bit. Hell, we're all unstable. Yeah, I'm one of the most unstable of them all. I see I got 7 folks watching. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. So if y'all are ready, I'll go ahead and show that magic trick. And while it's playing, I'll run in there and grab me a little something, some coffee and everything. And so y'all ready for some magic? Here we go. We're going to show some magic. And of course, I got this cut so that I can actually show it on my channel. So later, because I'm going to upload the whole thing probably tomorrow or right after this ends. So here we go. Magic time. I want to do a little tribute to a great hero of mine, Di Vernon, today on Weird Fantastic Toy Adventures. Di Vernon, aka the Professor, was a Canadian magician. His sleight of hand technique and knowledge, particularly with card tricks and close-up magic, garnered him respect among magicians, and he was a mentor to other magicians. Okay, kids, we're going to do a little trick with the 4 aces. And what I want to do is I want to take the 4 aces and I want to start turning them face up like this right here, one by one. But I want to do it in a magical way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the cards a little twist like this right here. And what that does is that brings the ace of diamonds up. Now if I do that again, just a little twist like this right here, and you'll see that now, this time, it's the ace of clubs that comes up. Now, we'll turn that card back over and we'll do it again. Just a little twist, and just like that, this time, it's the ace of hearts. Now, let's bring all the cards back to that beginning again, and we'll try that one more time with the ace of spades. Give the cards just a little twist like this right here. And oh no, it didn't work. We'll try it one more time. A little twist like this right here. And still, it didn't work. Well, what happened? I have a feeling that's because the ace of spades has much more ink on it than the rest of the cards, which makes it weigh a whole lot heavier. So, if I give them a little twist like this, and then I give it just a little pop, like this right here, what happens? Then it comes face up. And there you go, folks. I gave those aces a little twist, and all of them came face up one by one. What do you think about that? I'd like to hear what y'all's thoughts are about that, how well it was performed. And everything. So y'all just give me a shout out, let me know, and just tell me how that looked. See what's going on in the chats. Yeah, I got some cool toys. Bought some new stuff today. You fire up the old toy cam here and see if we can look at those here in a sec. Go. All right. Get the toy cam going over here to OBS and check out my new toys. I picked up the Phantom there. I got Flash Gordon, Ming the Merciless on retro cards from NECA. And I also got Mandrake the Magician. And you can't see it, but behind Mandrake there, I've got the Villain's Lair, Todd McFarlane Toys Villain's Lair from Batman the 1966 show. So that's my new toys. I spent a little way too much money, but hey, I'm happy about that. Don't matter. And let's go back over here and check out what's going on in the chat. OBS says you should have got that retro Batmobile, even if you don't collect Matchbox. Yeah. Yeah, I started to get that Super Friends Batmobile. It's pretty sweet. I know where it's at. I could always go back and get it later. Let's see. Entertaining says Susudio. Thank you very much. I try to be when I'm doing magic. Looked good. Well versed says Steve. Oh, cool. Retro is the best. Yes, it is. I love me some retro toys. I like vintage superpowers toys. Superman, Batman. I've got a whole collection of them. I've the entire collection from back in the day, except for a couple of vehicles. But there are some new toys I've got on pre-order from the Big Bad Toy Store that are Flash Gordon, Ming the Merciless, and I believe Phantom, and they're made in the retro style that matches the way vintage superpowers look in articulation and everything. So I'm pretty much waiting on that to show up. I can't wait. But of course they're on pre-order, so no telling when those will ever come in. Now tomorrow at 12 noon, I'm going to have my normal Sunday hangout. It's Toy Talk. And I'm going to be opening the Road Ripper, Road Ripper, and Mecha Neck that recently came out for Masters of the Universe Origins. Check out the chat. Let's see what we're talking about. Susudio, I've spent way too much on albums. Okay. Steve says the same thing. And OBS says, all my albums are gone, Susudio, cassettes too, and my VHS. What happened to them, hon? Did you sell them or lose them, or they just didn't make a move that you made? Let me know in there in the chat. And if anybody wants to join me on the show, I'll be more than happy to pop up the invite link for StreamYard. Y'all just let me know if you want to come on the show. See what I've got. See what I got over here in the old video collection that might be worthwhile to watch. Some intros. Commercials, technical difficulties. Not too much there. Got the twist in the aces. Thought I might have put the Christmas message from Elvis up there, but I didn't do it. Yeah, if I start uploading that on there, it's going to take up some resources. OBS talking about those albums, gave them away, kept lugging them around, and nobody wanted them at the time. Okay. Steve's wanting to know what OBS had. And she goes, you know, when you move to a small place, you don't realize how much you had. Yeah. And she says she had some of everything. Wow. So it says, I have albums, cassettes, beta, VHS, and 45, as well as a few old 78s. Yeah, I remember all that stuff. My grandmother had one of those big pieces of furniture stereos with a a radio and a turntable in it, and a bunch of old 78s in there we used to listen to when I was a kid, some 45s. One of her favorite songs that she would let us listen to was Let It Be by the Beatles. Really liked that song. She sure did. That was her favorite song, was Let It Be by the Beatles. Yeah, this is kind of like a coffee shop, that we've all gone to after being out at the bar all night and watching the band. Kind of come in here to kind of unwind a little bit and just hang out and come down off of the high that we had while we were watching JPR over there, and just kind of chilling out here. OBS says that's cool. Steve says, I lost a lot too, but I kept my Zeppelins, Doors, Floyds, and Joe Walsh. Loves him some Beatles. When me and my wife got married and we struck out on our own and got our first house, which we're still living in, by the way, that was almost 30 years ago now. I didn't have a lot of albums and stuff when I was growing up. We didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up, and I didn't collect all that kind of stuff until I was grown. But I have a pretty extensive CD collection of some of the classic stuff. I have all the Zeppelin stuff, got Iron Maiden, Kiss, Pink Floyd, just a lot of different stuff in there. I could go on and on, but most of my stuff is on DVD. Not DVD, but CD, and I know that that's not the same as having vinyl, but I like it. And Bjorn, he loves the Beatles as well. Yeah, I do. I like the Beatles, and the Yellow Submarine. I love that album, and I love that little cartoon movie that they did. I even have some toys around here somewhere from that movie. It says, I think I've got about 3,500 albums with promos, colored vinyl, picture discs, and bootleg. Wow, that is cool as hell. One of the nice things about the vinyl records was the covers. CDs are so small, and you don't get all the liner notes and the stuff that was included with the vinyl albums. But that's just something that I think got lost when everything moved over to CD. Although vinyl has come back, you see them in Walmart now, and it's made a comeback. Rolando Flores is in the house. Hola, good sir. Good to see you on the show tonight. We're just kind of hanging out here. Nightbot's telling you how to tip me there, so if you want to tip, that's great. And OBS is impressed there, Studio. I still got the Lennon and Ringo toy from the movie in package. That's nice. Keep them in the package if you can. I'm an out of package collector. I love to get my toys out of the package, and 52 years old, I still play with my toys. Yep. And Rolando saying hey to everybody there in the chat. And OBS says, I just got Nick Let's Go's vinyl. I don't have a player. I just like that kid, so I donated. Cool deal. Yeah, and so how did you guys like some of the newer tunes that JPR added to the repertoire? I kind of like that one by that band that he used the Clint Eastwood footage with. That was really nice sounding tune. I'm going to have to check that band out. I can't remember their name right now, but I'll watch the restream and figure it out. See, Bjorn is saying, I have a few Yellow Submarines Hot Wheels. Yeah, that was a pretty cool movie. And of course, I think the Beatles did a White Album. I've got that around here somewhere. That was pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yes, it's like them. The Clint vid in the song was good. It was, wasn't it? Have Leonard Skinner Street Survivor and original cover with all the liner notes and tour dates. That is cool as hell, man. I love me some Leonard Skinner, man. Leonard Skinner is cool. See, wasn't the Timmy Tuber new? Yes, it was. That'd be the Twitchy TikTok. Yeah, Twitchy TikTok. He did a new one with Twitchy TikTok. I like me some Twitchy TikTok, man. New Worlds, man. Okay. Yeah. Just kind of chilling out here. 8 folks in the house. I don't know how late I'm going to stay up. It's about 17 minutes after 11 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone. Blue Meanies. Twitchy was new. That was funny. Yeah, Twitchy TikTok's always cool, isn't he? I love me some Twitchy TikTok. I gotta learn how to put all the sparkles on the show, and I gotta do some bootlicking, and gotta get me some jabs, and I gotta get in on all that Twitchy TikTok stuff so I can make all the money. It's just like Twitchy TikTok do. Speaking of money, if y'all look up at the top, pinned at the top of the chat, you should see a link that will allow you to tip me on Streamlabs. Any tips that I get from Streamlabs help me keep the show going. I appreciate that if anybody wants to do that. Susudio says it's 12:18 here. Okay, so you're on the Eastern Time Zone. And so is OBS in Pennsylvania. So OBS, are you going to let JPR show your picture on there and pick you out a man on the next show? He's threatening to do it whether you want him to or not. Turn your hat to the side. Don't smash into the door. Yeah. Twitchy teaching everybody how to go outdoors and feel some grass. I Like Salt is in the house. Hey, what's going on, sir? I Like Salt. Well, man, I still play with my toys. We never outgrow it. 63, and I have collected a lot. Yep. I'd love to see what your collection looks like. I Like Salt. By the way, I Like Salt. If you'd like to come on the show with me, if you've got a computer or a laptop with a camera and mic, or if you've got a telephone, it's fine. You can use it through your phone as well. I could always post the StreamYard link up here, and you can come in like we did on JPR's show earlier this week. And we got going on here. OBS says, I said okay, but I guess he didn't see it. Yeah, well, he goes back through the chat later. I can understand now. His chat's way more busier than mine, and I have a hell of a time keeping up with mine. I don't see how he does it. Of course, he can look at the chat a little bit while he's playing his songs and stuff. And Bjorn says, toys are meant to be played with. They certainly are, Bjorn. And I've always said that too. They don't like to be packaged up. They suffocate inside those packages, and they want you to open them up. And toys want children to play with them as well. So, I always advocate buying toys for any children in your lives. And it's getting close to Christmas time, so it's time for that. Because I have some of the WWE dolls and Yellow Submarine stuff and Beatles dolls. I've got a lot of WWE action figures. Back here on the back, I've got a Raw set with action figures on it. A couple of Raw sets back there with action figures hanging out in them. Yep. NECA toys shouldn't be played with. Well, Bjorn's got a point. NECA toys can be kind of brittle, let's just say. Although Largo says that if you heat them up a little bit before you try moving the joints around, it helps a lot. OES says, I'm in a lot of chats and they're pretty fast. It's kind of hard. I guess I'm just used to it. I'm a pretty fast reader. Yeah. But when you got your mind on the show, it's kind of hard to keep up with the chat. Yeah. And of course, my connection never has stabilized, so I don't know how well you guys are catching me, how well I'm coming through. I know I'm going kind of slow right now. Let's see. Bjorn says, "Do you have the big wrestling ring with the cloth apron?" I do. I have one. It's one. It's an older one. I know they keep re-releasing it, but it's the same one. This one I think has the Raw ring skirts with it. It may have SmackDown as well. I can't remember, but yeah, I do have a full size ring. It's not the one that you buy at Walmart. This thing is actual size of what the ring would be for the size of the figures, and it is huge. It is huge. Let's see. Steve saying hey. And OBS says Tim Pools is really hard to pass so fast. Yeah, I can only imagine. I have an Atari 2600 with several games, including Journey Escape game and the iMagic games. That's cool. Yeah, I can imagine Salty's hard to read because he's got, I don't know how many people in his, just a bunch of folks. See, Salty on Rumble is fast, but it's such a different feel. The Odyssey chat is a bit slower. The feel is better. I'm used to them from, okay. I'm also on Twitch. I don't interact on Twitch much. I might have a viewer or two. If you're viewing me on Twitch, let me know in the chat. But I'm dual streaming with Twitch. JPR's tried the Twitch stuff, but he's having some trouble. You know, he had an account over there a long time ago, and he can't get back into it. And the Twitch people are not being very helpful, helping him do that. Says we all got banned on D Live. One of his mods banned me on D Live. Didn't matter. They nuked the whole chat. Oh, that's wild, huh? Yeah. The internet's a wild place. It's calmed down a whole lot, but it used to be the wild, wild west. But it's not anymore. It's too damn moderated. Of course, I don't know if you guys watched when I was on JPR's show earlier this week, but I talked about Gift. Gift is the greater internet fuckwad theory. And the theory states that you take a normal person, you add anonymity and an audience, and you get a total fuckwad. And that's the internet in a nutshell. Normal people with people watching them, and they have anonymity, which means nobody knows who they really are. They get to act a fool. See, Salty on Odyssey is easier to read than Tim Pool. Bjorn says there's still some pockets that are wild. Yeah, he's going to do that Tuesday again. He is, but I have a feeling what he really wants to do is he wants to have, instead of just open guests on his show like I do sometimes here, he wants to have certain guests on. And right now he's focused on Bad Adam 12 from the Helgramites and Gnomester. Yeah, Battle Gnome. So I'm going to pop the StreamYard link in here so that if anybody wants to join me on StreamYard, they certainly are welcome. So there we go. We got that popped in there. Like Frank does, no music, just chat. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I was trying to explain that to you on the earlier this week when we were on with JPR through StreamYard. StreamYard has a bit of compression to it that really ruins the music. And if you want to see that in action, that day that JPR came on my show, I think it was on not this past Friday, but Friday before that. It's open mic Friday afternoon. JPR popped in unexpectedly and brought the show with him. and we stayed on a good long while and chatted with JPR. And he did he played a few tunes on the show, and they sounded pretty awful because StreamYard butchered it with that compression. So the only way that he can have guests on the show with him is by using StreamYard right now. So that kind of mixes the music and stuff. Although there is a way for him to play music, he has to upload it to StreamYard and let StreamYard play it for him. But he's got to play with it a little more before he can figure out how to do that. That's how I played the magic video earlier tonight. Was I let StreamYard play it for me, but I had to upload it. Oh, we have somebody over here from Twitch. Hey, how's it going? Mom of 2013 USA Best. Hello. Howdy. Good to see you. Glad you popped over on Twitch. And says, hi, what's up? Oh, we're just kind of unwinding. We're mostly YouTubers over here because I'm dual streaming. We were hanging out with the Ancient Order of Men's AOM TV live stream earlier today with lots of music and comedy and John Paul Revere. And it's kind of like going out to the bar, listening to the cover bands, hanging out with your buddies and friends. But when closing time comes, you got to find somewhere to go, usually to a coffee shop, or down here we always used to head off to Crystal, which is kind of like a White Castle if you don't know what Crystal is, and kind of hanging out together and unwinding after the party's over. And that's what this show is tonight. Basically the AOM TV after party where we're all enjoying a cup of coffee together and kind of hanging out one more time before we're all heading to the house. And who else do we have on Twitch? We have Yes Ha Koba and Rapper. Okay. Hey man, what's up? Not too much, man. We're just hanging out, chilling, having a cup of coffee together and kind of unwinding after a big show. And Bjorn, no, we got the OBS says he was just on Bjorn. He does music, comedy, skits, bad tattoos, and shows a bunch of hot chicks. Yeah, he does. Says Bjorn Jorgensen, JPR AOM is all original. It sure is. And of course, Bjorn's never seen him before. Bjorn, you're missing out, man. It's pretty cool. Largo sometimes goes over there, and so does Wilhelm Toy and Hobby. They both like to hang out over there. OBS says he didn't do the closing time this time. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't play closing time. Usually closing time is my my cue to queue up the show, but he didn't do that this time. He just kind of took off. That's cool. All right, man. And OBS says, yeah, I got to do my couple hours sleep and most hours tossing and turning. Got to work late tomorrow. I hate that, girl. I hate that. You tell me though, did you ever get your hot water heater fixed? I might have missed that in the chat over at AOM TV because I was kind of busy cutting that magic video through a good deal of the show. I hated to hear about that hot water heater. Said, oh yes, he petered out. Yeah, he was tired. I think JPR's probably getting ready to do it one of those weeks where he doesn't do a show. And I know December's coming and he's getting ready to do a big Christmas show. So we'll see. And Susudio says he didn't play. Yeah, he didn't play Fresh Roast to Order either. And OBS says, I'll probably never have hot water again. Now, don't say that. Don't say that. What we need to do is we need to band together as a community and help you get a hot water heater. Did they tell you how much you were going to have to cost to get you a hot water heater? I assume that you live in your own home, which is why you're the one having to pay for it. Like I said, JPR is going to send you my email, and I want you to email me there, Denise, and let me know a little bit about what's going on there so I can help you. I'll try. And Sir I Like Salt says we are here. And I know that Sir I Like Salt seems to have access to a little bit of that long green. Maybe he can help you a little bit too, because I hate you got to take cold showers. That's not any fun. And the plumber guy said the tank alone is $6,800, not including the install and the cleanup. That's pretty high. That's pretty high. I don't know. That just sounds a little high to me. I think we could find something in a better price range than that. It just don't sound right. Oh, yes, says I'm going to try to get a loan and see what happens if they deny me. I'll say I'm part of the alphabet mafia. Yeah, that might help. I don't know. Bjorn says he took a cold shower earlier. Yeah. And I Like Salt says flag up here. Okay. Well, I'll say this. Okay. I'll say this. Anybody that uses my Streamlab tip to tip tonight on this show, any monies that I receive for that, I will forward to Denise. That is my promise. So, pinned to the top, you'll see that I have a StreamYard tip link. If anybody sends me a tip, even if it's just a small amount of money, whatever that money is, I will collect it up and make sure that anything tipped tonight goes straight to OBS. Yes, absolutely. That's if he furnishes the hot water heater. Yes. If I get any tips tonight through StreamYards, whatever monies that I receive from that tonight will go to you, OBS. Now, that means that you look up at the top of the chat and you see my StreamYard link. Then, boom. And there it is right there. Streamlabs.com/Weird Fantastic Toy Adventure/tip. If you send a tip to the show through the StreamYards tonight, any monies that come through that are going to go straight to Denise. That's OBS to help with her hot water heater fund. And that is my commitment to you, OBS. And OBS says, I'll figure it out. People have been without hot water for thousands of years. Well, of course. I mean, if you've got a bathtub there in the house, you can fill that bathtub up with a little bit of cold water, and you can go in the kitchen and you can boil you a little bit of hot water and pour it in that cold water and get you some warm water and take a bath. When I was a kid, we didn't have a shower in the house I grew up in, so everybody had to take a bath. Said, nope, I'll give it back. Oh, come on, girl. I'm telling you, man, I want to help, and I'd be more than happy. I'm sure ain't nobody tipping anyway, but if they were to tip and I were to get a little bit of money off of that, I'd find some way of giving it to you. The hot water heater must be gold-plated. Is it a regular or tankless heater? I agree with that. That hot water heater, the amount that he's charging you for that sounds off the walls. I would get a second opinion. So that time of year, hot water heaters always go bad. Yeah. I think the amount that he's wanting to charge you for that hot water heater is bull crap. One of the things you could do is go to Home Depot or Lowe's and do a price check on hot water heaters there and see if you qualify for their card, a Lowe's card or a Home Depot card. Buy it with that, and then you can pay it off over time. That's one idea. And then you can hire you a plumber to install what you've already bought. You can do some of the cleanup yourself, gas or electric. Yeah, I don't like electric. I've got natural gas here in my house, and one of the nice things about a natural gas heater is hot water heater is when the electricity goes out, you can still take a hot shower. So, but I don't know what things are like in Pennsylvania, but I know it's cold up there, so I can only imagine what it's like not having some hot water. Pretty rotten. I asked JPR what he was using for. I got the chat going up and down here. I don't know how well you guys can see it with my unstable connection tonight, but he had a different chat overlay on there, and I didn't know how he was doing that, but he never did answer me and tell me what he was doing to make that chat overlay hop up there. Streamlabs is doing mine here, and it tends to skip, and he hated that, so he quit using it. And she says, yeah, I've been out of the loop for a long time. I don't have credit card, no car payments, no mortgage. I live paycheck to paycheck like most people. Yeah, me too. Me too. One of the things that you can do if you don't have a mortgage is you can go to your bank and you can open up a home equity line of credit. Okay, using your house as collateral. It's called a home equity line of credit, which gives you a certain amount of money that you can draw from, basically, and take out a loan or get some money if it's an emergency like this from that. I know one of the products that's offered with the home equity line of credit through my bank is what's called a loan in a line. And the last time I did a debt consolidation, I used my home equity line of credit with a loan in a line. So I paid off a car, a motorcycle, and a credit card. And basically, they took my home equity line of credit and gave me the loan from that. And then they did a fixed interest rate loan, so that with the home equity line of credit, you have a floating interest rate, which means that based upon whatever the interest rate is at the time, it changes. So if you get a loan in a line, if you use that product, you can get a fixed interest rate so that it doesn't fluctuate like that. Electric is the easiest to replace. What size? Gallon? Now that's yeah, it says that's why I don't have credit. I don't owe anything. It's a trailer, which is worth nothing. Okay. She says, I'm white trailer trash. I don't count for anything. Oh, baby, you do count. And man, I live in an area called the Mississippi Delta, and I know all about trailer houses. My dad lived in a trailer back when I was a little kid before he died. Yeah, so nothing wrong with a trailer house. And some of us, I don't live in a trailer house now. I actually have a house, but some of us get the double wide trailer. That's almost like a house right there. That's not a conventional trailer house. And I like salt. Says, mine is too. Trailer trash hang together. And she's got a 40-gallon hot water heater going on in the house there. You don't have to replace that with a 40-gallon hot water heater, OBS. If all you need, if it's just you there in the house and all you need is a little hot water to take a shower with, or a little hot water to wash your clothes with in your washing machine, a small hot water heater is a lot cheaper and might be an option. And Bjorn, not Nightbot, but Bjorn, there we go. Bjorn lives in a double wide. Yeah, okay. OBS says, I like it. No attic, no basement, no serial killer rooms. The studio says electric hot water heaters, I think, are sometimes more expensive. I lived in Texas and had electric heat, and it was more expensive than gas to heat. Yeah, electric hot water heaters and electric heat is way more expensive than natural gas. Now, I don't know about propane. Propane costs a lot of money, and you got to buy a tank and have it installed outside. And OBS is excuse thinking about a smaller one. Yeah, look into that, and we'll find out. Says ocean breeze, salty, any room can be a serial killer room. That's right. That's right, Bjorn. You're right. Any room can be a serial killer room. Don't shatter my illusions of safety, Bjorn. Yeah, don't shatter her illusions of safety there, Bjorn. Yeah, don't shatter her illusions of safety. Basements are the worst. Now, we don't have basements here in the Mississippi Delta. It's flat land here. The water table is way high. So that means that if you dig more than 6 feet down, you're going to hit water. And nobody really has much of a basement here in the Mississippi Delta. This all used to be, as Rolo would say, the swamp back when the Mississippi River used to flood across here. OBS says, I'm Closto, so. And Pope, hey, what's going on, Pope? Looks like I missed AOM. We talking hot water heaters here. Yeah, Pope. Listen up, Pope. OBS's hot water heater's going out. She's having to take cold showers. Some plumber's trying to charge her $6,800 just for a new hot water heater, which I think is BS. But I have already made a pledge to her. Any tips that I get through Streamlabs tonight on this show, I'm going to forward it to OBS some kind of a way. So if anybody tips me on StreamYard tonight, all the monies that I receive tonight's show will go to OBS to help with her hot water heater fund. And we'll go through the chat here. I've never lived in a place with a basement or an attic. Hello, says Pope. Yep, you missed. Where were you during it? And Pope says a heating element. And he says, that's crazy. And OBS says, stop. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. If anybody uses it, scrolling down here at the bottom, if anybody uses Streamlabs to tip me tonight, any money that I receive from that's going to go to OBS. That's the truth. If it's just an element that can be swapped out of electric, that's damn true. I had an electric hot water heater. It was a small one, but I had an electric hot water heater in the first house my wife and I lived in, which was a little small house beside my mother's house back when she was still alive. And we had to replace the heating element in that one, and it didn't cost a whole lot of money. It wasn't that hard to replace. It says, I cannot send money to Ocean with your options. AOM knows this. How else can I send help? Right now, there's only 2 ways to give me money because I'm not monetized on YouTube, and that's either with the StreamYards or with my Patreon. And I'm not the Patreon money's not going toward this, just the StreamYards. So I like salt. Unfortunately, the only way to tip me is through Streamlabs right now. However, if you're on Instagram, if you will give me a DM there on Instagram, I'm Weird Fantastic Toys over there. I will send you an email link that you can use. So I've got to pull my Instagram up here on the old telephone beside me. Let's see what else is going on here. The studio says, I don't have a basement. I have an attached garage. I guess a serial killer could hide in the garage of my classic car. He certainly could. OBS said there was water gushing from the seams in the panel on the front. He said it can't be fixed, the whole thing. Okay, so the hot water heater is busted. So she's going to need a new one. Pope says, I think it is shot if water's gushing out. It sounds like it's busted. If gas thermocouple, no, it's not gas. It's an electric hot water heater. Yeah, it's leaking. Long says, yeah, we're still up. We're still going, man. It says it flooded my kitchen partly and the bedroom partly in the closet where it is. And thank you, Bjorn, for putting my Instagram up there for everybody. Appreciate that. Dang, that sucks. I said that's linked to my Instagram. I said I shut the water off and turned the breaker off to it. Grindhead finally went to bed. Well, he needed to go to bed. I ain't gonna tell him how long he's been up. And saying hey to Jim. Sorry, stepped away, but I'd hop on, but I just can't tip BC because of the finance. I understand that, man. There's nothing wrong with that. We all got troubles. Jim Largo saying hey to everybody. Yeah, sir, I like salt. If you'll use the link that Bjorn put up on for Instagram, if you have an Instagram, if you'll give me a DM there on Instagram, I will give you a email address, and you can use that email address to send me money directly on PayPal if you have a PayPal account, and that will and I'll if you do that, then I'll certainly make sure that that money goes to OBS. And everyone is hurting nowadays. Apparently, they are. Look, things are going to get a heck of a lot worse as far as this inflation goes, because we're gonna have to recover from all that money that they printed back when they gave out all those quote unquote stimuluses during the coup. Pope wants to know what size it is. Yep. Yeah, we're trying to help OBS here, folks. Checking my DMs over here on Instagram. I still haven't seen anything from Sir I Like Salt yet. Let me pull it up this way. Take that phone back off and pull the cam back up here. There we go. Yeah, let's see who's been inboxing me. I see where Largo, I see where you sent me something there on Instagram. I'll have to look at that later when I get a chance. See, OBS says, yeah, it's bad and it's going to get worse. I have no delusions about that. Talking about the inflation, how cold is it where everyone is at? It kind of warmed up here. Let's just say it got into the 60s today, so it's not too bad. And yeah, don't forget the Ukrainians. That's right. She could go online, check prices on hot water heaters. I know they'd be much cheaper. I donate, but fortunately I'm retired and Joe Biden's robbing me blind. Yeah, that's okay, Susudio. Don't worry about it. Said it was actually like spring today in PA. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, in the 50s, and that's warm this time of year here. It is. It is. Let's see. Would you guys all pay for heating fuel? I don't buy heating fuel. I pay for natural. I have natural gas piped in the house through a natural gas pipeline. So it all depends upon how much I use per month. I have a gas meter. Currently 33 where Bjorn is. Pope says around here we have a place called Restore. And it's all used appliances and donated and sold for really cheap. You might be able to find an outfit like that. That's a good idea. I thought about something like that. Steve says Midwest, it gets bad between January and March. So next year you should pay $325 for 125 gallons of kerosene. Ooh, I hate kerosene heat. Stinks. It takes $605 for 100 gallons of oil with additive. Wow. Yeah. It's raining in Ohio. Kerosene, $7 a gallon. God. Expensive. someone had to explain to me what heating oil is last year. Yeah, that a lot of people do use heating oil, and it kerosene stinks. I've known people with kerosene heating their house, and you can smell it. It smells horrible. So I got natural gas here, but man, we bundle up when it's cold. Yeah, we do that too here too. Fortunately, it never gets colder where I live, just sunny and rainy. You know. Ronald Flores saying hi to everybody. Pope says, I've always used a wood stove, but I'm spoiled now with natural gas. Yeah, natural gas is the way to go. If you got natural gas in your area, that's the way to go. It's way better than even propane. Said no smell. Kerosene burns hotter and cleaner and lasts me the whole winter. Okay, maybe it's better now than it used to be, or maybe it's different from what I remember. The tank is outside, so you have to do kerosene. Oil can sludge up and block the furnace. Okay. Bjorn says he has a love-hate relationship with the cold. Yeah, and Pope says propane is a lot more expensive. It certainly is, and it's gone up, and it's not right, because propane is actually a byproduct of making gasoline, which means that after the gasoline has been made, then what's left over, that they make propane out of it, and it should be a lot cheaper than gasoline. And Susudio says it's 46 degrees and has gas heat. Okay. And OBS says propane scares her. Steve says, I'm Norwegian and Polish, so I don't mind the cold, luckily. Okay. I can imagine having Nordic blood like that can help. Susudio says the same one. Yeah, that's right. Diesel fuel is a byproduct of making gasoline as well. It shouldn't be as expensive as gasoline. It should be cheaper than gasoline, but it's not. Yeah, let that thing sink in. I think the prices are being messed with. The fix is in, if you will. Takes care of my coffee. It's time for a cigarette. Everything is supposed to be cheaper. The demons did this on purpose. Of course they did. Of course they did. All this is designed to make us suffer and believe their lies and all that stuff. So that's my take on it. Of course, most of my family think that I wear a tinfoil hat and that I'm crazy out of my mind, but everything I've said's come true. And Steve says, no coincidences. That's right. There are no such things as a coincidence. Very few coincidences. Pope, you still hanging around, buddy? If you are, earlier on the show, I played a video of me doing a card trick with magic. If you want to see that, let me know in the chat, and I'll play that one again. I'm sure everybody wouldn't mind watching me do that one more time. And Pope says, I like salt. Yeah, I could. We have a fireplace in the house also. Yeah, I've got a fireplace too, but I blocked it all in and put a space heater over here. It's right beside me right here. But wood heat's nice. I remember that from back in the day. Let's see. Jim Largo didn't believe in coincidence. He's a fan of serendipity. Yeah, there is such a thing as serendipity. Those are like happy surprises. Diesel used to be cheap until all the car companies started building diesel cars and trucks in ridiculous amounts. Yeah. OBS says, I was watching this tiny house guy trying to be off the grid best he can. They harass him nonstop about everything. They don't want people being independent. No, they do not. And Pope says he's always down for some magic. Tell you what, guys, I'm going to play the magic trick one more time just for Pope because he missed it. He wasn't on. And while that's playing, I'm going to make myself another cup of coffee. So let's let Pope watch me twist the aces. I want to do a little tribute to a great hero of mine, Di Vernon, today on Weird Fantastic Toy Adventures. Di Vernon, aka the Professor, was a Canadian magician. His sleight of hand technique and knowledge, particularly with card tricks and close-up magic, garnered him respect among magicians, and he was a mentor to other magicians. Okay, kids, we're going to do a little trick with the 4 aces. And what I want to do is I want to take the 4 aces and I want to start turning them face up like this right here, one by one. But I want to do it in a magical way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the cards a little twist like this right here. And what that does is that brings the ace of diamonds up. Now if I do that again, just a little twist like this right here, and you'll see that now, this time, it's the ace of clubs that comes up. Now, we'll turn that card back over and we'll do it again. Just a little twist, and just like that, this time, it's the ace of hearts. Now, let's bring all the cards back to that beginning again, and we'll try that one more time with the ace of spades. Give the cards just a little twist like this right here. And oh no, it didn't work. We'll try it one more time. A little twist like this right here. And still, it didn't work. Well, what happened? I have a feeling that it's because the ace of spades has much more ink on it than the rest of the cards, which makes it weigh a whole lot heavier. So, if I give them a little twist like this, and then I give it just a little pop, like this right here, what happens? Then it comes face up. And there you go, folks. I gave those aces a little twist, and all of them came face up one by one. Special thanks. Yeah, got that cut. I'm probably going to upload that either tonight or tomorrow, and put it up on the channel there so everybody can watch it. So let's see what's going on here in the chat. It says our dream OBS is to get 30 to 40 acres in the forest and have a tiny home. That'd be great, Pope, to have a nice little cabin in the woods. It says if you're independent, they're out of a job. That's right, Steve. OBS says, I'd like that, but with my own lake, got to have fish. Yeah. And Pope liked the trick. OBS is clapping here. I got to move up north. It's better there if you can handle the snow. Largo says that was a great card trick. Thanks. Appreciate that, Largo. Yeah. I'm gonna start doing card tricks and magic and stuff, but I am gonna take Jim's advice. The magic doesn't do that well over here on YouTube, so magic is going to be something that I do on my Twitch channel to try to get some folks over on Twitch kind of watching me and interacting with me. It's a lot easier to monetize over on Twitch as well. All I need is 50 folks to follow me over there on Twitch, and I can get monetized with Twitch. So it's a lot easier to monetize on Twitch than it is on the old YouTube's is. And Steve says, you got it. Thank you, sir. Yeah, JPR, we turned him onto the Twitch, and he had a Twitch channel before, but yeah, unfortunately, he can't get his Twitch channel working right now he says it's not a new computer, but I know he upgraded that thing, and if he upgraded more than 3 things in that thing, then it thinks it's a new computer. And Pope says, I got to Twitch now. Okay. Twitchy TikTok. Yeah, we got to do what Twitchy TikTok says because we're going to make some money. Said, can you just mirror here? Well, as far as streaming goes, I can stream dual stream, which I'm doing right now. If you were on here earlier, I was interacting with some people that were watching me over there on Twitch. Uh, I'm dual streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I do have a few viewers over there, not nearly as many as I do on YouTube, but they are there. Yeah, that's right. Listening to Twitchy TikTok will make you a fortune. Always do the whatever the latest thing is. Right now, it's the Ukraines, and do that bootlicking, kissing that butt, and following the thing. Get jabs. We got to get jabs. Jabs is good, and we do all those things, and we add all the sparkles and stuff. And we're gonna make the monies here on the YouTubes is and the Twitches and the TikTok is. The Ukraines is Steve says. Yeah, that's right, man. I need a good old cup of coffee. One more cup here. I've been on for about an hour and 11 minutes, guys. We're just kind of hanging out and chatting. Yeah, there's Pope. Yeah, Twitch and TikTok, boy. Thank you, Pope. Do follow me there on the Twitch, and help me get established on the Twitch. Said weird how some just take off. Yeah, I know. Lefties messing around. Said that did we all hit like? Just asking. Noticed I didn't. Yeah, let's hit some like and subscribe and all that stuff up at the top. Here, let me throw a overlay on here so that you guys can see that. I'm gonna take this overlay that I'm showing off. Boom. And I'll run back over here to the StreamYard and I'll put a brand overlay up. Let me find that overlay. There we go. So if we look over here in the corner right here, it says subscribe, like, comment, and share. That all feeds the algorithm. And as you can see down here on the bottom over here, I have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, as well as YouTube. So check it all out. Going back to the comments over here. Susudio's going to bed. All right, take off, man. Have a safe trip back home or to the bedroom, to the bed. And we enjoyed having you here at the Weird Fantastic Coffee Shop. We're just kind of chilling out and unwinding. And of course, as we unwind, it's time to head on to bed. OBS says she always hits like. Appreciate that. And got all the buttons, says Bjorn. Got them all hit. Great. Steve says, anybody got a certain subject to talk about that's not too spicy? Yeah, we're open for it. And OBS says, night to studio. Yeah. Good to have studio hanging out with us tonight. I'm back. Here I go again. Thank you there, Steve. Yeah, my computer fan just came on. CPU is going at 5.7%. Yeah. Someone's stealing my Wi-Fi. Yeah, someone's stealing something. Yeah, I haven't had a good connection all night long. Sometimes my connection is good, but tonight my connection's been really, really crappy. All right, Susudio. Yeah, the gremlins are in the interwebs tonight. Yeah, I'm not looking very good right now. Something has still stole it all, and I think a lot of it has to do with how much I have open as well. So I'm closing some stuff down and see if I can get back normal. Disconnect everything but your computer, says Steve. Uh, Unfortunately, I'm afraid that if I leave the studio, the broadcast will end. Uh, hey, Largo, uh, I want you to hop on here with me and hold the stream open while I do a reboot. Can you do that, Largo? Yeah, OBS says it's late and she's going to turn into a gremlin. Now, OBS, now remember, I'm not trying to run you off. You stay here as long as you want, but you do have to get up and go to work tomorrow. All right. Largo's fixing to come on and entertain you guys for a minute while I do a little bit of shutdown here and bringing it back up. It may take a minute, and hopefully things will get a little better if I do that. I don't know. We shall see. Well, things just cleared smooth up. Check that out, Largo. I don't know how long that's. Hey, there's Largo.
Hey,
Come on
can you
in the
hear me?
stream here with me. Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
There I am.
As soon as I said all of that, all of a sudden
Now,
my internet connection got a heck of a lot better. I'm sure you
it's
can
my
tell.
magnetic personality. It just cleaned everything right up.
There you go. And OBS says she'll be fine as usual. I'm concerned about Denise Largo with that hot water heater.
Yeah, I caught the tail end of that conversation. She had a hot water heater went belly up on her. Is that what happened?
Yeah, she has a water heater. It exploded, which means that it's
Oof.
not just a heating element that she has to replace. She has to replace the whole thing. And some shady ass plumber came over there and told her that it would cost $6,800 just to buy a new hot water heater.
Yeah,
BS,
that's
says
not
I.
right.
No,
You go
that
to
ain't
Home
right at
Depot and get
all.
one better than that.
Well, that's what I told her. I said you could go to Home Depot or Lowe's and maybe able to get a Lowe's card or a Home Depot card while she's there and pay it off, in installments. She just have
Right.
to have somebody come over and install it for her. But I also made a pledge, and I haven't gotten any money, of course, but I pledged that any tips, and I've got the tips running on the thing down there. Any tips I get from Streamlabs tonight are going to OBS towards her hot water heater fund. So on the show tonight, if anybody were to tip me on StreamYards, I will send that money straight to OBS. Unfortunately, I like Salt is unable to tip on StreamYards like he normally does on AOM TV. He wasn't able to do that on AOM TV tonight either for some reason. I don't know. Streamlabs doesn't like him anymore or something. I don't know, but yeah.
That's peculiar. Now
Anyway, he's
I'm
not
still
able.
learning this interweb stuff here. I see the comments, but I'm not sure how do you highlight them if you want to
Oh,
bring
you're not
something
going to
up.
be able to highlight the comments
Mhm.
as a guest. Only I can highlight them. Is there somebody that you want to show?
No, I was just looking here to see.
Now,
Sometimes
here's
learn how to multitask and all that.
yeah. Remember we were talking earlier that I guess I can look in these settings and see what it actually says here. I guess I'd have to be out of this and in out of the studio to see what I'm thinking about. But you can add partners in StreamYards, and I'm thinking that if I had you as a partner on the show, you might have a little bit more control over the interface. I'm not sure.
Would that mean we're going steady? Do I get a ring, or you buy me dinner, or you need to talk to
No,
Paula about
and as Clint Eastwood said in Heartbreak Ridge,
that?
no steamy hot showers at 3 a.m. in the morning together either. None of that shit.
No, sir.
Um,
We don't swing
Says
that
I'll
way.
try that Bill Home Depot card, something like that. Better than a loan. Yeah, much better.
Yeah,
And
better interest rate on it, I think.
Steve says about $550 for one. That sounds a little more reasonable. Hey, the ticket's
Yeah,
in the show. Hey, ticket. He says, hey, gang, just popping in for a minute. Missed the meeting at
cool.
AOM earlier. How's everybody doing? We're doing just fine, ticket. Uh, we're here at the Weird Fantastic Coffee Shop having a cup of coffee and kind of unwinding after the show. Uh, JPR didn't do as long a show as he normally does. He kind of cut it short. He didn't even play closing time at the end. I think he
Mm.
just kind of got tired and petered out.
Might not be
I,
feeling too well or something.
yeah, I don't know how much he made tonight. I think he made what he was looking for, but I know that toward the end he said he needed about $27, and I think I like Salt stepped up to the plate, but he had to. I think he had to tip it through the YouTubes. He couldn't do it through
Oh,
Streamlabs.
right. YouTube will take their little bit out of there. That's
And
unfortunate.
Ticket asked me if that's coffee brand coffee, and coffee. Oh, no, it's not. That's actually the cheap donut shop coffee that I got down at Dollar General. And
Well,
I
speaking
like
of which,
sauces. Is there a P.O.
if the
box
gremlins
I
are
can send it
done
to?
harassing you, I'm going to jump over and make me a cup of Joe myself, and I'll come right back.
Yeah. Go right ahead, man. Right now I seem to be doing all right.
All right.
And Lowe's and Home Depot can also refer you to a reputable plumber. That's correct. That is correct. Says it won't last more than 5 to 6 years, but that's a fix. Okay. Said I like Salt comes through a lot. And OBS says they all do that on purpose. I get taking a cut, but they do freaking evil greedy. That's true. Says what time is it where Jim is? Jim is in the central time zone just like I am. So it is 12:15 where Jim is. So he's in Guatemala, and I think he's in the exact same time zone that I am. He just happens to be in Guatemala. And he is an American citizen. He just lives in Guatemala with his Guatemalan wife. There he's back. Hey man,
That's me. Hey,
they
yeah,
were asking me what time it was.
I'm a Heinz 57 mutt, but originally from Tennessee and living in Guatemala as an expatriate.
Hmm. And I was fixing to say you're working on dual citizenship, which will
Yes.
help you out quite a bit there.
Yeah, I do a little bit of consulting and freelance stuff on the side just to make money for margaritas, and having the dual citizenship will make it a lot easier for tax time and all that whatnot. But you know,
Ticket wants to know how well the toy hunt went. I have some video from the toy hunt that I did. Was it yesterday, Largo? I think that was yesterday that
yes.
I was with the family and we all went on Black Friday toy hunting. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I've got a toy hunt video that's up from a couple of weeks ago that I finally cut together and put up of going to Walmart there in Batesville, Mississippi. But I haven't cut this video together, but I will be glad to pull up the toy cam and let you see some of the stuff that I got. Let me get OBS going here.
Yeah, you found
And
a couple of pretty good deals, didn't you?
I did. They weren't exactly deals or anything, but yeah, as you can see there, I've got the original superheroes Phantom, and I
Mm-hmm.
got him because he looks like the Phantom should look. I've got
Right.
the Defenders of the Earth, Mandrake the Magician.
Yeah, I
Now
just happen to
working
have him
there
out of the
behind me,
package. Still sitting here from we were talking yesterday.
how did he look out of package? How did he
I
look
like
out of
him.
package there, Largo?
Of course, anything with NECA is suspect because the joints have had a
Yeah,
history of being
yeah,
brittle. So
NECA's
what
got a
I did
bad
is
reputation.
I treated him ginger, took him out of the package, heated him up, and so far so good. I haven't had any problems with it. They seem to be doing better on their quality control. He comes with the fists, and then you can swap them out to put his 45s up, and he's got the rings like he should, like for the skull rings for the Phantom for both hands, and he's got his holsters for his 45s and his fancy swim trunks there. It's a good figure. I like it. They did a pretty good job on that. And of course, the Flash Gordon and the Ming are great if you're a fan of those old Alexander Raymond
Yeah,
serial, the
I
newsprint.
am. I am.
Yeah, I like.
King features comics and strips.
Yeah, I like the look of this. It reminds me a
My
lot of
internet
those old.
connection went the fuck again.
Yeah, but yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, for what they are, and for so long we didn't have any kind of representation of those old classic science fiction fellas. NECA's been doing some pretty good work. Not my preferred toy company, but I do like some of their sculpts. Let me see here.
I like Salt says, do what you have to do to survive in this crazy world. And hey, me, you are closer to
Yep.
me than you think. Kind of surprised me.
Geographically,
Hold on. Concentrate on the name of the city that you live in and see if I can pick that up there. Don't put it in the chat. I want to try to see if I can pick up where you live. Does the name of the town that you live in start with a T? I like Saul. I'm waiting to see if he answers me there in the chat. Does the name of where you live, does it start with a T? Just concentrate on the name of the town in which you live. No. Okay. All right. So my psychic connection just went to fuck.
or
So,
all that caffeine is affecting your magical mystical abilities.
It could be, and it also could be because the internet connection has gone to crap. Steve says I like salt. Well, I think my psychic abilities just crapped out on me there, but I was going to try that. It don't always work. Go ahead and go ahead and just tell me where you live at there. I like salt, if you don't mind. And you don't have to. I know this is the wild internet. You might not want anybody to know where you live, but I don't give a damn. I live in Mississippi in the Delta, in the heart of the Delta, as a matter of fact, and I dashed anybody to come and harass me because the castle doctrine is in effect here in Mississippi. And if you are on my property doing nefarious deeds, you may be found on my property the next morning.
What's the old saying? If the Bible Belt had a buckle, it'd probably be Mississippi.
That's it. That's absolutely it. Says I feel like I like salt as a Springsville kind of guy. And Susudio's been threatening to go to bed all night. Good night, all of you fine folks. Maybe I'll catch you next week on AOM. Adios, Susudio. Have a good night.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to
Oh
watch
my God,
AOM
I like
on the
salt.
side.
Oh, whoa. Coldwater, Mississippi.
It's just
You're
a
right
hoot and a
down the
holler
road
down the
from
road.
me. I like salt. Yeah. You and I are going to have to meet each other sometime because if you're in Coldwater, Mississippi, that's amazing.
Yep.
He
That's like what
is
Grandpappy used to call you just spitting distance away.
very much so. That's absolutely amazing.
That's cool.
Steve says Shelbyville. Ticket saying good night to Studio. Ticket, got a question for you, bro. Did you ever get any of that stuff uploaded to your channel like you promised that you were going to do around Thanksgiving? That's what we want to know. And Susudio is getting very, very sleepy there.
Well, it's in the wee hours.
Sir, I like salt, lives very, very close to me, and I find that very amazing. The world gets very small there, Largo.
That's true. That is true.
Uh,
The people you run into, even
anyway,
here
let
on
me go back.
in the bush, I run into people occasionally. People come here, tourists and whatnot, and you get all kinds of folk come through. I found some folk from North Carolina come through one time, and you just never know who's going to show up.
But yeah, that's kind of very amazing there, Coldwater, Mississippi. I have good friends of mine that live in Coldwater.
Yeah, the closest I ever came, I lived in Harvey, Louisiana for a little while, and it was an experience. I got to go to Mardi Gras that year while I was there and enjoy some beignets down at Café Du Mont when I went to the French Quarter. I've been through Mississippi once or twice, but I never lived there. But I'm kind of like that old song, I've been everywhere, man. I've kind of bounced around here and there.
I've been everywhere. Is that Johnny Cash? Yeah.
I want to say so. I think that was a Johnny Cash song. I love Waylon Jennings, Johnny Cash, all those classics. I grew up on those. My daddy had a lot of those records.
Johnny Cash was the bomb, man. I love Johnny Cash.
Yeah,
and that last album he cut. When you listen to the music on that, it just makes me cry every time.
He did a remake of that Trent Reznor song. I Hurt Myself Today. I can't remember the name of it, but boy, that almost brought a tear to the eye.
Yeah, that's
you could hear
I'm thinking about. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, there was so much of his life that a lot of heartache and hard living.
Yeah, that's.
But yeah, my daddy wrote, brought me up on Hank Williams Sr., Hank Williams Jr., Waylon Jennings. What was who was the redheaded stranger? Willie Nelson. Used to listen to a lot of that too. George Jones.
Yeah.
So yeah, I grew up on all that stuff.
Yeah, I like old time country music like that, like we're talking about right now. I don't like this country rock that comes out today.
Right.
But
it's like my grandpappy used to say, we like two types of music here, country and Western. That's it. I listen to a little bit of everything. I like some rock. I like some jazz, but anytime I listen to that classic country, it always, oh yeah. Yeah, I got into the punk scene for a while when I was younger. Kind of like some of that stuff. Angry music, I guess.
Yeah, Loretta just passed away, Denise. That's right. Yeah, we lost her.
Those old classic ballads and stuff. Old Marty Robbins. I remember he used to do some good ballads. Put that stuff on. I always remember, back in the day and going to visit folk in Tennessee.
Oh, Kenny Rogers. Every time I think about
Yeah.
Kenny Rogers, I always think about the Gambler. And then
Yep.
after I think about the Gambler, I always think about that parody that Will Sasso did of him on Mad TV.
But is Kenny Rogers Roasters chicken or?
Kenny Rogers he was drunk every time Will Sasso played him as a drunk. It's funny.
Yep. Well, he started out as tried to be a rock and roller. He did some pop rock kind of stuff, and that didn't work for him. So then he switched to country.
Yeah,
he did a couple good ones with Dolly. Dolly Parton was another classic singer from back in the day. She was a fellow Tennessean, fellow volunteer. She grew up, just country as could be. She was authentically country.
yes.
Came.
Yeah.
Some of them just posed. Oh yeah,
yeah. She's still with us. I think there's an amusement park there in Tennessee called Dollywood.
Sure enough, Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
Yeah,
and
right.
she even performs there now and then.
We all club went down there on our motorcycles to Gatlinburg. I was
Gatlinburg's
unimpressed.
a fun place.
I was unimpressed with Gatlinburg.
It's not as good as it used to be. If you'd gone back in the, I'd say, mid 80s, it was kind of a real good time. Dollywood was a new thing. Things were happening. But yeah, nowadays it's not as good as it used to be. Some good swap meets there.
Yeah, we walked around downtown, and the downtown area is the same thing every few blocks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is now. It's got real commercialized, but used to it was a lot of little mom and pop shops and handmade things and handcrafted walking sticks and a lot of woodworking stuff.
Hildor said he'd taken a nap there. Yeah, we're still hanging out here.
Well, bless his heart. Yeah, I think he's in a whole different time zone this is morning for him.
Yeah, it is. I think one of the reasons why he tied himself to New Zealand was because the New Zealand time zone kind of matches the Eternian time zone, maybe.
Fair enough. It might be.
And Steve wants to know if Denise likes Motown. I like Motown. I like some Motown music.
Yeah, Muddy Waters. I like that. I don't know if that's Motown sound. He's more, I guess he'd be more blues.
No, that's the blues. That's the blues, man. That's the blues. Matter of fact, Muddy Waters actually lived in Clarksdale, Mississippi. And if you go to the Delta Blues Museum in Clarksdale, I'll have to do a video about the Delta Blues Museum sometime. We'll have to go in there in a bit. One of the guys from ZZ Top, came to Clarksdale, Mississippi, and got some of the boards, the wood that was from Muddy Waters' cabin out there in Clarksdale, and made a guitar out of it. Commissioned a guitar to be made, and after he played that guitar, he donated it to the Delta Blues Museum.
That's neat.
And Steve says Elvis is awesome. I'm a sucker for the Supremes. Yeah, Elvis is awesome. I've been to Graceland one time in my life, and it was back when I was a small child, right after it opened up to the public. But at that time, you couldn't actually go into the mansion. You could just walk around the grounds on the outside and go and visit the graves in the back of Elvis and his mom and dad.
Yeah, anytime I think of Elvis, I think of fried peanut butter and banana sandwiches.
Yeah, fried peanut butter and banana sandwiches was some of Elvis's favorite foods. I'd play y'all Elvis's Christmas message, but I don't have it uploaded to the StreamYards. But if you run over to my channel, I have Elvis's Christmas message there as a video that you can watch. Please do watch it, like, share to that, and leave a few comments down at the bottom.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Eldor says there's nothing wrong with a little Motown. And the ticket asks about deep fried Mars bars. Well, at the county fairs and the big fair, the Delta Fair up there in Memphis, and also the Mid South Fair there in Memphis, they'll deep fry anything,
Yes,
Twinkies,
sir.
Oreo cookies. It don't matter.
Dill
I think,
pickles. You ever had a deep fried dill pickle?
yeah, I think I've tried that once. They even have deep fried Kool-Aid.
No, that I've never tried. But yeah, they'll deep fry anything in the South. That's for sure.
And Pope says, "Heck yeah, your stop motion was cool." There was a little bit of stop motion in the middle of that, and there was a little bit with me just holding Elvis and doing like this right here, and kind of holding him down like that, like he was eating.
Bill, you do have a really neat collection of miniature pieces to make the sets and things. I always love when you put together those little displays and things for your figures to interact with. That's always neat.
Yeah, my wife gets on to me because whenever I go to the store, if they've got those miniature mini toy box, blind boxes, or the
Mm-hmm.
Zero 5 surprise balls, I'll always buy them, and they cost about $6. They're a little more expensive than that over at Cracker Barrel. I think they're $10 over there. They charge a little much for them, but I always pick up one or two. And she's like, "Will you quit buying those things?" I'm like, "But they're full of
But they're
these
neat.
cool stuff. Yeah, they're neat."
And you never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolate.
Says in the upper Midwest, we get heart disease easily.
Yeah. There's no shortage of
And
Crisco. Everything's got a little Crisco in it.
which is OBS, and I love pickles, but not fried. How dare you? Now,
Yeah.
one of the things that we do down here is we do have the fried pickles. As a matter of fact, I think that started over in Hollywood, Mississippi. At the Hollywood, it's what it's called. It's a little cafe over there. As a matter of fact, it was featured in one of the books that was written by that author. I can't remember his name, the guy who did the Pelican Brief.
Oh,
Uh,
name's on the tip of my tongue.
yeah,
I know who you're talking about.
yeah. He used to live over in Oxford. He had a house over there. He still owns that house over there, but he refuses to live in it because they zoned in a bunch of zoning around that home, and he fought against it and lost. And he said, "Well, I won't live in this house ever again." And I don't know where he moved off to. Yeah, but if you listen to the song "Walking in Memphis," it talks about the Hollywood in that. They have frog legs over there, and they have the fried pickles over there, and that's where it all the fried originated at the Hollywood over in.
When I was down in Louisiana, I tried frog legs for the first time.
Yeah, Robbinsville. Yeah.
Yeah,
O2 Joneser. O2 Joneser's
Hey,
up in the middle of the night. Hey, Anthony. Let's see if I still got that. No, I don't have. Yeah, let me see if I still got that. Here we go.
Oh yeah, Ocean
there,
Breeze,
Jones.
Salty, talking about those.
The
Yep, I used to. What was her name? I want to say Paula Jones. Was she the one that did the cooking show about Southern cooking?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Yeah.
I used to watch some of those. My favorite was the
one. Is that the one?
Or Paula Dean. Paula
Dean.
I'm thinking of.
Paula Dean. Yeah, she had a Maine Coon cat too that she always talked about.
Yep. But my favorite was the Cajun chef. What was his name?
Oh yeah, Justin.
He'd
Wilson.
always say, Justin. Yeah. It's wonderful. I get on tea. He was fun. Yeah, when I was in Louisiana, I tried.
Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can remember one of Justin Wilson. He used to tell jokes on his show while he was cooking.
Oh yeah.
And he said Boudreaux was speeding down the highway one time, and he saw in his mirror the highwayman behind him with the light on. And Boudreaux speed up a little bit faster and keep on going. The highwayman, he keep up with Boudreaux. And then Boudreaux, he speed up a little bit more. The highwayman still stay behind Boudreaux. Finally, Boudreaux went on and pulled over. A highwayman came up and he said, Boudreaux, why you not stop for me like that? And Boudreaux said, well, it's like this, Mr. Highwayman. My wife, she left me for a highwayman. I thought you were he. Come to bring her back to me.
It was always Boudreaux. Poor Boudreaux.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I was down in Louisiana, they
And,
eat some peculiar things. I tried some of them, the crawdaddies. Lord, I just couldn't get into that. I like the gumbo. I like some of the other Cajun dishes, but couldn't get into the crawdads. Wasn't my thing.
Yeah. Joneser still hadn't showed up here. I imagine he's sitting in the living room in his easy chair. He doesn't feel like setting up the studio and everything, and that's understandable. I understand that, Anthony. You hang out there at the house. It's late. It's 12:37.
Yep.
Now says I love some crawfish. Man, I love some crawfish too. Over in Tunica, Mississippi, every year they have a crawfish festival. And one of my favorite motorcycle clubs, the Diamondbacks, have a crawfish boil every year in the spring.
Now, if you put them in some gumbo, I'll eat them that way. But just eating them out of the shell, that doesn't do it for me.
Steve says, I thought I was the only guy slowly dying with cigarettes. Yeah. Margot and I both do smoke.
We're both dinosaurs. We're still into the tobacco.
Well, there's a couple of jokes I can tell about cigarette smoking. One of them was when I worked at the local community college here down the road. They hired a new security officer, and me and the chief used to go out and smoke out behind the back of the building back when you were allowed to smoke on the campus grounds.
Yeah.
And this young girl was standing out there with us, and I was lighting up a cigarette, and she looked over at me. And she goes, "Ooh, that's a dirty habit." And I said, "Yeah, so's wiping your ass, but I don't see anybody stopping us from doing that."
Well, that's fair.
And,
yeah, it's a nasty
and I
habit.
remember
But
one time, yeah,
I was going to say about the only ones I got left is alcohol and nicotine.
Yeah. You remember when you could buy cigarettes at CVS Pharmacy? I don't think CVS sells cigarettes anymore because it's bad for your health. But I remember I went to a CVS one time to buy a pack of smokes. And it was a young man there behind the counter, probably in his early 20s, maybe even younger than that. I don't know. And he goes, "Those things will kill you." And I said, "Yeah, they will. I've been trying to commit suicide for years, but I don't have the guts to pull the trigger, so I'm doing it the slow way."
There you go. Yeah, that's another nice thing about living. No, go ahead.
Hold on. Entertaining.
Alrighty. Yep, another nice thing about living down here in the Banana Republics is that bars still allow you to go in and have a cigarette with your whiskey if you like. So I kind of appreciate that. Yeah, these days every vice we have, they keep trying to take away.
I don't know if you guys have cats, but the cats have a bad habit of puking up hairballs. Well, I had one in here, and it's carpeted down here in the studio, and he was just a wheezing, and I took him off into the kitchen so he can puke on the linoleum.
No, my dogs would like a cat for a chew toy, but I can't keep them. I've got one cat that likes to terrorize the dogs. He climbs my I got a perimeter wall around the house, and it'll climb the wall at night, and the dogs go crazy trying to catch it.
Did you answer Pope? He wanted to know how long you've been down there in Guatemala.
Oh, about 5 years, more or less. Long enough to get comfortable, but not long enough to be fluent in Spanish. But that's mostly because I'm lazy.
Yeah, they invariably, if a cat wants to puke a hairball up, they want to find a carpet to puke it up on for some damn reason.
Or they want to do it right in front of company when you have somebody over. It's like they're proud
You
of it.
know, I had one time in my life, I had a cat that was a good mouser. And I worked over there in Clarksdale, and the cat over there had a bunch of kittens, and they were all wild.
Mm-hmm.
And
Like a
they had
barn
lived
cat
with
or
their
something.
mom long enough. Yeah, they were feral, and the mom had taught them how to mouse. And we caught one of them. It was a black cat, a female. We called her Missy. And I brought her in the house, and she wouldn't let anybody handle her but me. She bonded with me, but she was the meanest damn cat that I've ever owned in my life. I finally had to get rid of her. But she was bad about uh, coming in the living room with a mouse in her mouth while we were eating supper, and just sitting there in the middle of the floor and chewing it up and eating it right there in front of us. I guess she thought that if we were eating, she needed to eat too.
She was just trying to be neighborly, show off her catch.
And Joneser says on the couch, yeah, they'll puke on your couch so you can sit in it or lay in it
Ugh.
by accident, not knowing that it's there. Eldor says the old fur ball. Custom, yeah, he showed off that custom Grizzlor. Pretty cool.
Yep.
What's Ticket got to say here? If I had to have a good puke, I'd want to do it somewhere soft. Bathroom floors are so hard. Yeah, and OBS says her cat's with the mice. It's crazy. He brings it back to me on the bed. I think it's dead. He drops it and it runs and goes nuts chasing it. Yeah. They like to play with their food before they eat it.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, Adam's in the house. What's going on there, Adam? Good to see you. What are you doing up so late? I'm sure that it's way later there where you are in Atlantic time than it is here. It's 12:44 a.m. here.
Yeah, we were just
And
commenting about Adam earlier today. His talking about his Roboto video and
yeah,
the cane figure.
Yeah, was that the one that we all come and barreled in all at the same time on him?
I think so. Yeah, we piled in after we finished our meet and greet.
And Steve says, if y'all stay awake a while, I'll come on and liven it up. You do that, Steve. Come on in, man. Make sure you keep your browser off this time so it's not all that echoey.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Bill, but I get to a point where if I don't go to sleep at a certain time, then my brain just says, well, you just ain't going to sleep. You just stay on up.
What happened today here, I was sitting in the chair with my wife was sitting beside me, and we were watching different YouTube videos. I had set up a whole bunch of them to play one after the other right before Grindhead had the Patreon stream. And I actually went to sleep there in the chair. So I took a nap. And then I started drinking the old caffeine there. So I'm kind of awake now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been on for almost 2 hours now, and I'm willing to go on a whole lot longer if folks just keep showing up. Hell, I got 13 right now. It says watching me. Of course, I've always told folks that thing lies. Eldor says, saying hello to Radical Toys. And yes, I was about to end the stream, and then you all came in, so it lasted 3 hours. Yeah, we were all doing a Patreon only stream there on with my Patreons, and Largo, I think you were the one that said that asked me if Adam was on Friday night, and I said, yeah, he's got a Friday night stream on. And Largo says, why don't we all go over there? And I said, yeah, let's all hit him at the same time.
Yeah, because we kind of know each other all through these different chats for things we watch. So
the ticket OBS, the ticket is probably in the same time zone that Adam's in. As a matter of fact, Ticket, I don't know if you want to tell Adam exactly where you live there in Canada, but Adam is also a Canadian. You guys might be near each other for all I know. And Adam
Small
says that
world.
it's 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock there. Yeah. Checking out that film that you mentioned, Jim. So he's going to watch it. And the ticket
Good.
is in Nova Scotia. Okay. Nova Scotia.
Yeah, we were talking about Adam's sketching
Oh, check
abilities.
that out. Check out that they're both in Nova Scotia.
Well, there you go.
Isn't that something? Isn't that something? It's just amazing. You know, you just don't know how close you are to some folks when you're on the old YouTubes and online.
That's it. On the other spectrum, we've made friends that are all the way across the world in Australia and New Zealand and who knows where. We've even got a friend in Ireland that Boba Hicks. We see him in the chat a few times here and there.
Okay. So Adam says he's in New Brunswick, but he was born in Nova Scotia. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Jones, of course, said he was on at the beginning, but he went to play Nintendo with his son Lyric.
That's cool. Yeah, I've been thinking about getting one of those. What do they call them? The Switch, the new Nintendo Dumaflachi for my stepson for
Nintendo
Christmas.
Switch, yeah. I don't game. My brother Anthony, he did a little bit back in the day, the Nintendo when it first came out. I almost bought a Nintendo back in those days. Really didn't have the money to do it. That was back when my daughter was just a small child, and most of my money went for her. So I never got into gaming much. I did game on the computer though. But what I would do back then is I downloaded a program called MAME. Have you ever heard of MAME? It's an emulator that allows
emulator.
Yeah, it's an emulator that allows you to play video games from the coin operated machines.
Cool.
And people would take the ROM chip that was in the video game machines like Pac-Man, Asteroid, and they would scan that somehow, and you could download those from news groups. If you remember the old news groups.
Yep.
And I had a full collection of classic video games and MAME on the computer, and I also played a little Doom back in the day.
Yeah, I dabbled here and there, but I was never real serious about it.
Multiple arcade machine emulator. Joneser knows exactly what I was talking about.
Yep.
And Radical Toys has the MAME on his Wii. Okay. And is that what got Billy in trouble? Don't know what he's talking about there. Mommy. Doom Classic, yeah. And played nerd games on Gold Token. Anyone want to play? Name's Denise. I was there at the beginning when they had only like a couple of hundred. And
what kind of games are those? Are those the ones there on? Was that Gold Token? Are those video type or arcade type games? Or are those more like word games or whatnot? I don't know. I've never tried that.
Answer him there, Denise, because I'm not familiar with it. Master Versal Toy Hunter has never heard of Nintendo, but he's heard of Ninjor. But he was bad news. Yeah, Ninjor was. Yeah, we're talking about video games there, Eldor.
I don't think those caught on in Eternia.
No, I don't think they did either. Duke Nukem, yeah. I think old Grindhead Jim was playing some classic Wolfenstein there recently on a stream that he did it on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, he was playing that in Doom Eternal, the old Doom game, which is pretty much Wolfenstein, same graphic kind of style. Shoot 'em up.
Okay, Billy got caught cheating with the Donkey Kong world record, and he was using an emulator. Okay, all right.
Oh.
Steve said it.
Yeah, I remember that used to be a big deal.
How do I join? Steve, I'm going to put this in the chat here. This is the StreamYard link. and StreamYard link there into your browser. Make sure you turn off the browser tab that you have this stream going in
Right.
before.
Otherwise, you'll get
you
an
hit the
echo.
join button. Yeah, you'll hear the echo. And OBS answers you back. Scrabble, backgammon, Battleship, those types of nerd games, chess,
Okay.
Rummy Cube,
Yeah, I like
poker,
Scrabble.
all that.
Yeah, we play a lot of physical Rummy Cube here because Rummy Cube's a good game to play if you're with a bunch of folks who don't speak English because it's all numbers. So anybody can play
Right.
and get along even if you can't speak the lingo.
I have a few games like that. Sky sled, jousting. Here's Steve. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man?
How's it going? Good to see you. Is Adam still here?
I think he's still in the chat.
It's Adam 12, right?
No, this is Adam from
Adam.
Radical
Okay.
Toys.
Not the guy from the Humongous. Okay. Good to see you guys.
No, it's not bad Adam 12. The Adam I'm talking to is different Adam. He's Radical Toys.
He does a lot of Masters of the Universe stuff and some original sketches and artwork.
I have the power.
That's it.
It's good to
there we go. There's Radical Toys. He has his own toy channel.
Yeah, that's how some of us met, was just, we're vintage toy collectors and just got to talking about things.
That's actually how I grew up. I was raised by my dad or my grandfather, but my dad, he worked all the time, but he would always come home with toys and he'd say, "Don't open up the package. It's going to be worth something one day." And I was an idiot. I was like, but I want to play with it,
Yeah,
I still do have
nothing wrong with playing with toys. I play with toys all the time.
Dude, I'd have to dig it out somewhere down here. But I have one of those vintage Darth Vader banks where you put the coin in.
Okay.
And he talks. You know what I'm saying?
Cool. Yeah.
Pretty cool. I got quite a bit of. I'm a little bit of a Star Wars geek, so
nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
I like the vintage stuff. I like I like the original trilogy. The new movies.
So they make everything so cheap nowadays too.
That is true.
When it falls, well, you remember the old school ones where it's got the rubber bands holding the joints together?
The big, tall 12-inch ones?
Yeah, and it's got the rubber bands holding the joints together, and like you mess around with it too much.
Oh, yeah. Some of the vintage Motu had that problem too. But yeah. Yeah, it's the sad thing about collecting antique or vintage stuff is some of it's just disintegrating now.
Yeah.
They weren't made to last forever.
Man, I sound like a nerd. I do have quite a comic collection, and I have all the Maximum Carnages because I'm a '90s kid. I have like all the Maximum Carnages, and I want to hold on to them, but at the same time, I know they're actually worth a little bit of something.
That's true.
And
you're more of a Marvel or DC fan, or
I like. Well, obviously, I got a Batman shirt on, but I'm more of a Marvel guy. But man, what they've done with Marvel, it's sad.
Yeah, both companies, they've got writers today that are more about political agenda than telling a good story.
I like Tom Raimi Spider-Mans, though. Those are pretty good. I grew up on those. So, and Tom Raimi, Evil Dead.
Oh yeah, you mean Sam Raimi?
Man, he had a sense of humor.
Yeah, kind of dark but funny.
Well,
yeah,
good stuff. Yeah. Bill, what's your favorite flavor? You more into Marvel or DC, or do you kind of go with
talking
both?
to me?
Yes, sir.
I like both, but I'm more of a DC fan than I am a Marvel fan. I always have been from being a child. I was more into Superman and Batman than anything else, but I do like Marvel, and I like the Marvel movies up until this fourth
Endgame
wave or whatever they call it, the fourth stage of the universe where everything went to crap.
Yeah, Endgame should have ended it. Yeah, MCU now. It's just gotten silly.
To be honest, I like DC. I used to go up on like Justice League, but for some reason, Batman. I'm one of those guys. Batman was the only one that like attracted me a little bit to the rest of it, because it was more realistic. It was just a guy. He didn't have any powers,
Mm-hmm.
But to be honest, I love all the DC characters, but for some reason, Superman was just kind of almost a little corny. I don't want to say that, but You know.
Yeah, it's like he's overpowered in some stories, but if you
And
get a
so
good
is
writer
Thor,
and
I
they
guess, but-
do some good stories, yeah. It's all
Well, they
about
always say
who's doing
it's
the
hard,
writing.
it's hard to write for a character that can do anything.
Mm.
And,
Sorry, my
of
computer's
course,
a little out of date, so my picture's kind of a little spotty.
Well, it
you're
looks
okay.
fine.
Yeah, but yeah, Superman. They say it's hard to write for because what do you do with a guy that can do anything? But you know that I can do anything, you know, and all that. It developed over a long period of time, and he has been depowered a couple of times over the years. They did it back in the 70s, and John Byrne did it again in the 80s when he took over. He brought
Right.
Superman's powers down to a more realistic level. And
Well, I always found some of the better writers were the ones that would take. It's like, well, you've got this Superman is so overpowered. They focused on the Clark Kent side. It's like if Clark's got problems in his life, he can't use all his powers. He's
One
got
weakness is his heart.
Yep. Him and whether it's love problems with Lois or problems at work with Daily Planet.
I'm a Daily Bugle guy, but
Yeah. Oh,
Radical Toys has got a question there for you, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of the 1941 game? The
Maltese. I was mentioning the Maltese Falcon. In the film, I believe it was Humphrey Bogart who played in that one.
That's correct. That's correct.
I can't remember who the main leading lady
I also
was.
have back here on the bookshelf. I have the novel.
Mm-hmm. The Shell. I can't remember how to pronounce the fellow's name that wrote it, but I know who you're talking about. Yeah, the book's good too. I'm a sucker for film noir.
Can I explain why I think Batman's the best one, though?
Sure.
I'm one of those guys, but they came out with a movie which was like in like 2015, 16. It's a cartoon movie. I sound like a nerd. Jesus. But
this is
basically Batman. Man. He's part of Justice League, right? He had a secret like thing in his computer where he had every weakness for every other person in the Justice League in case they went bad. Mm-hmm. And it's an actual like movie. It's pretty good. You should watch it. And like, the villains hack into it and they get a hold of it. And like the Flash, he gets a belt put around him where if he stops running, he explodes, for instance. And obviously Superman, Kryptonite bullet or something. But I forgot what it's called. But it's actually a really good movie. Maybe someone in the chat knows. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think it
was actually based on the comic book series. If I'm not the storyline that was in the comic.
Probably
books.
was. Nothing's original. Yeah.
Grant Morrison wrote that. It was called The Tower of Babel, and
I thought that was the same storyline.
Well, he kind of borrowed from that, but it was the idea that Batman had all these contingency plans, and Ra's al Ghul had stolen
his best
them.
Weapon is his brain.
Yep.
Nimrod.
Yeah. And
I'm trying to.
You were concerned about sounding like a nerd, Steve. Well, I'll clue you in. You're amongst the nerds now, my friend.
So I'm not alone. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, those animated DC movies are a lot of times
those are
better
actually
than the live action.
They're better than the live action.
Yep.
They put more time and like thought into them than the live action. So
yeah.
I'm old school. I like it when they used to actually draw it piece by piece, but everything's computer generated now. So can't blame them. You cut corners, right?
Yep.
See, Ticket says the Penguin was in the Gotham series. Was a pretty good take. That's right.
Series. Yeah, I love the Gotham series. Made me fall in love with Batman all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting seeing the villains grow.
Yeah, before even Bruce Wayne became Batman. Yeah, that's what was the most intriguing thing about it. Actually,
I was really surprised with Colin Farrell's Penguin in this recent Batman film. He did a really good job.
Colin Farrell,
I like that too.
Irish dude.
Yeah, Colin Farrell actually. They put
and the new one with the Twilight or whatever the hell.
Yeah, right. Batman. Yeah,
I didn't see that one yet. It's
but Yeah,
I
he put
remember
on all kinds of prosthetics, and you wouldn't know it was Colin Farrell, and you know,
I was about to
because
say a lot.
when you look at the film, it's like he looks like a completely different fella, but he played a good penguin.
So the last two movies I watched with Colin Farrell were Alexander the Great, which was a pretty good movie actually, and he played the dude from Daredevil, Bullseye.
Mm-hmm.
The one with the really cheap one, but you know I love watching those old comic movies before Marvel was owned by Disney because they're so corny, but they're so great. It's camp. What's the word? Campy. It's campy.
Yep. I think it was the fella. What's his name? Went on to play Batman in the Snyder movies. Ben Affleck played the Daredevil in that.
Yeah, he played Daredevil in those, but I don't think he made a bad Batman either. So
no, it wasn't bad.
I'd have to watch new movies to judge him. But
that Daredevil movie, they released a director's cut of that where they put a lot of the scenes that were cut out back in it. That's worth watching. But the whole Daredevil Affleck movie, that didn't go anywhere. It was really bad.
It didn't go anywhere, not at all.
I did like, was it Ving Rhames as the Kingpin in that?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's sad that dude's gone. He was so fun. Do you ever see you guys like Broken Lizard? The guys who do like Super Troopers and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You ever seen
a few of them?
Super Troopers Beer Fest? Those are classic movies. You ever see one that was what was it called? It's where they all work at a restaurant. It's called the hell was it? The Slam and Salmon. And he actually plays like the boss and everyone's afraid of him.
Yeah.
You guys got to look that up. You're going to laugh your ass off.
I'll check it out.
Pardon my language.
Yeah,
look up the Slam
fun.
and Salmon, Broken Lizard, the guys who do Super Troopers. They make really good movies. And I'm sad they haven't come out with a movie that recently, actually. I think the last one they came out with was Super Troopers 2. It's pretty good. Not as good as the first, but they really grill into the Canadians on that one. Who could blame them?
Slam and Salmon, Beer Fest.
Oh, you're looking it up?
Super Troopers.
Dude, those guys are freaking hilarious, man. Beer Fest is my favorite by far. It's probably Slam and Salmon afterwards. There's one where they're on like an island retort and there's a serial killer. I can't remember the name of it.
Right. I think that was the Club Dread one, wasn't it?
Club Dread, yeah. Yeah, see, you've seen some of them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. In that same vein, I like what's that one with they did about dodgeball. Who was in that?
Ben Stiller.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Oh. I'm gonna get some more go-go juice here, guys. I'll be right back in
all righty.
a sec.
Oh yeah, we like all those cheesy movies.
Oh, I'm sorry. I grew up on Monty Python and stuff like that, so
sure,
that's my sense of humor. It's very deadpan.
Did you ever see Faulty Towers with John Cleese?
Oh yeah, where he's the freaking hotel manager. I was about to make a twitchy joke. Gotta wear my brim to the side. But yeah, John Cleese, Faulty Towers, dude. That's the shit I grew up on. Like it's funny. Yeah. John Cleese is a legend, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
The School of Silly Walks.
Yeah, those guys came up with some great sketch comedy. Well, everybody tried to follow them.
The government cannot fund the School of Silly Walks anymore unless we come up with something more ridiculous.
Some classic stuff. Looks like the ticket's about to head to bed, so good to see you.
Oh, Bill's heading to bed?
No,
one of the fellas in the chat that we've been talking with.
Who else is I have it on full screen, so I don't know who else is in the chat. Probably not too many,
not too many. Right, our friend Joneser and looks like Adam from Radical Toys, and the ticket just signed off.
As a 90s kid, there's something you want to know what the American version of Monty Python, in my opinion, is?
Kids in the Hall? Or that's Canadian?
No, that's Canadian. Whitest Kids you know. Have you ever watched them with Trevor Moore? Yeah. Unfortunately, he died like 2 years ago.
I didn't know he passed.
He was so freaking funny. But whitest kid you know, man. If you have the time, look it up. It is so freaking funny. The first video I ever watched was Sniper Business, where it's like this dude sitting on the top floor of like a business building, and he has like this dude coming in who wants to get a job, and he's sitting there like shooting it out with someone across in the other business building
while he's doing the job interview.
Yeah, and then and the intern comes in. More coffee, sir. and then like he turns around, and he sees him, and he's sitting there with like a motor launcher.
OBS is asking, what did do you know what Trevor passed away from? You know what he died of?
His family kept it a secret for why he does, because I freaking love Whitest Kids, like I said, to me it's the American version of Monty Python. That makes me proud as an American. But from what I heard, he got drunk and fell off his balcony. So
that's
happens
sad.
to the best of us, right?
That's it.
No, that's unfortunate. They said he was found in like someone else's yard or something, but like from what I heard, I looked into it because I actually like that dude a lot. That's basically what happened, unfortunately.
Yeah. It does seem to be a thing with comedians. They do tend to die young or just
the funny
have
guys.
hard lives. I guess that's part of, you got to have some personal tragedy to make good comedy or something.
That sounds a little depressing because I try to be funny.
Well,
all right, take it easy there, man. We'll see you later. Good to have you in. Masterversal Toy Hunter there says, yes, old Grayskull Towers can be a bit faulty at times.
Yeah, we were just talking about John Cleese.
Talking about Faulty Towers and some of those other British comedies.
Show.
Yeah, I enjoyed. You ever see what was it called? Are You Being Served? Where they're in the department store.
Yeah. I remember that one. That was I used to watch that. It came on like right afterwards, or actually that came on. That came on before Faulty Towers.
And then there was one called Keeping Up Appearances with the
with
the family.
The old crazy lady and her husband.
Yep.
And he's so like straightforward, and she's just.
Yeah, he's laid back, and she's always trying to act like she's better than everybody else.
Up on the neighbors, like, what are you doing?
I like those. I like those a lot. It just seems like nowadays, modern. Do we have any sitcoms left anymore?
I don't know. I was talking about a lot of British stuff I build in here, but like Whitest Kids You Know and Bill, look it up. I think you would laugh.
What's that now? Say that again.
The Whitest Kids You Know, WKUK. It's to me, it's like the American version of Monty Python.
The sketch comedy.
Yeah, okay. I think it's hilarious. It blows Saturday Night Live out of the water as much as I like Farley and Belushi. Those are the only two I really like.
Live have been funny since Dan Aykroyd and them were on it.
Oh, Dan Aykroyd. Yep. I'm a Ghostbuster guy, but like, you gotta admit, like he was the light of the show. Belushi, yeah.
Belushi, yeah.
John Belushi, yeah.
The potato famine. What was that? Saturday Night Samurai.
Yeah.
Ocean's still here.
Yeah, I back in the day, Saturday Night Live was kind of funny back in the 70s, but it hasn't been funny in over 20 years now, more than that.
Yeah.
Really.
I think, if you want me to be honest, I think Chris Farley was the last good thing to happen to Saturday Night Live. I'm a 90s kid, so maybe I'm a little prejudiced, but because Chris Farley is the one that gave me a sense of humor when I was a kid. Slapstick stuff, falling on the table and all that.
I like the movies he did after Black Sheep and Tommy Boy. Those
Tommy Boy is a freaking classic. What was it? Was it the ninja one? What the hell was it called? Beverly Hills Ninja.
Beverly Hills Ninja.
Yeah.
Goofy, fun. Dad's Army. Yeah, that's another classic. Yep.
Oh, Bill Murray. How could we forget him?
Oh, yeah.
Stripes.
My favorite Bill Murray is probably Groundhog's Day. I like that film. I
Have you
watch
ever
that
seen
every
What
year.
About
I
Bob,
like
though?
Groundhog Day.
Yes.
I did. I like Groundhog.
What about Bob,
And
man?
the theory is that he stayed in that time loop for over 1,000 years.
I remember seeing one of the
I'm
behind
a
the
god.
scenes
I'm not
about
the
that.
god. I'm just a god.
Right. The guy Harold Ramis who directed it said
Yeah.
he talked to the guy who wrote the script, and that's what he said in the original script.
Harold Ramis
Yeah,
was
he was stuck in that loop for thousands of years in order to learn to be a better person.
You can't forget Harold Ramis will always be Egon.
Oh yeah,
That's true.
another great comedy guy.
I just watched those movies recently. Man, those movies
What about Bob?
they hold the test of time.
Well, yeah. A
What
lot
was
of
it?
that stuff.
Richard Dreyfuss was in What About Bob as the psychiatrist. That
Yeah, the
Bob
guy
is
from
just-
Shark.
That was hilarious. And Obius brings up a point. You know, those movies were timeless. They're evergreen.
Yeah.
You can watch
They're
them
never gonna
anytime
get
you want
old.
to. Uncle Buck.
Yep.
That was a good
Uncle
movie.
John Candy. Yes.
Yeah.
I just watched Planes, Trains, and Automobiles the other day because that's my favorite
Oh, yeah.
holiday movie. Man,
It's a great
Yeah.
Thanksgiving movie.
It is.
I sell shower curtain rims.
Those aren't two pillows.
Yeah,
that's
he
a good
plays so well off of Steve Martin. Sorry,
Yep.
I'm a comedy guy.
Yeah.
Those guys are so freaking funny.
It's like Three Amigos, another cheesy fun one. Martin Short and Chevy Chase.
Amigos.
It was better than Funny Farm, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm more of a
Yeah.
Western guy. So, what was another one? I have to say, my favorite Bill Murray movie to this day is probably What About Bob. I don't know why. It's funny. Like, he makes the psychiatrist go crazy.
Well, I was born on Groundhog Day, so that's tradition
That's
for me every year on my
unfortunate,
birthday. I got to watch Groundhog Day.
Isn't that a day right after April Fool's?
No, it's February, so it's
Yeah.
right
Oh,
around.
okay. Sorry, I'm getting my months mixed up. Hey,
So-
Bill.
Yo.
No, it was the joke from the Groundhog Day where he keeps walking up to the dude. He's like, "Hey, Bill."
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Phil. Yeah, the
Bill.
insurance salesman.
Yeah, the
Oh, it's
insurance.
Bill? I thought it
salesman.
was
He probably
Bill.
buys all the insurance from him towards the end of his stay there in the.
This cloud's
Time
gonna go
loop.
here.
Oh yeah, Denise and Adam brought up The Jerk. That's a great Steve Martin classic.
Yeah, Steve Martin was.
Was it the
I
Man with
remember
Two Brains? Is
when
kind of
he did
underrated.
the King Tut bit the first time.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
And then seeing him play the
Scrooge.
banjo.
Dude, that's what he does
yeah.
for a living now. He just wrote a book like a couple months ago, but that's what he does. He's a musician now. He just plays the banjo.
Yeah, he's really good at it.
Yeah, bless him. He's a funny, good guy. You know.
Yeah, not too many left. Seems like other than like maybe Dave Chappelle, it's like how many modern comedians have the staying power those old guys did.
I don't want to get spicy, but if there's an attack on anything, it's sense of humor.
It is a comedy's
true.
almost dead nowadays because nobody can understand that comedy.
They
is
can't
meant to
laugh
be
at themselves.
comedy. It's not reality. Just because you're joking about something doesn't mean that you actually want to do whatever you're joking about.
Yeah,
It
people
actually-
get offended
comedy-
way too easy.
Yeah, well, and then dark humor has no place in the woke society today.
That's my
What
favorite
kills
kind of
me
humor.
is if you're so sensitive and you're a snowflake, why would you go to a live comedy show if you think you're going to get offended? That's like,
Hey,
just stay
that's
home.
offensive.
Exactly. So
I don't like
used to
that.
be,
Get the fuck out.
hecklers were just there to spice it up. Now they're there because they want to
Well,
make a political statement.
Any good comedian worth his salt has got a bunch of Orban lines already memorized to shut that down, and but people nowadays just can't take a joke, and they don't want to understand. Christian Homburg's in the channel. Hello from Germany. Hey,
Guten
Christian,
Tag.
good to see
Is
you,
it
man.
yawning now?
I guess, yeah, it would be morning over there, I believe.
Das ist
Guten
gut.
Tag.
Das ist
It's
gut.
it's 1:16 a.m. here. I'm pretty sure it's kind of they're way ahead of us over there.
That's
Man,
right.
you're tired, but you're still drinking coffee, Bill.
Today is the tomorrow you thought about yesterday.
Yeah, I've drank too much coffee, and that means that as long as there's people watching and people on the show, I'm going to continue to drink. What are you drinking there, Largo? Are you drinking alcohol or coffee?
Well,
Risky just showed up.
I was doing some Irish coffee earlier, but I'm just with the straight coffee now. I don't have any coffee brand coffee, but I'm doing the Black Rifle. It's a veteran-owned company.
Okay.
I like their
Hey,
job.
Risky, what's happening, my brother?
Howdy.
How you doing?
How's
Fun-filled
things
Saturday.
going over there in the relaxation channel?
This is the man from Germany.
I was doing a sleep stream, but I wasn't getting any views, so I just ended it. And I slept like 10 hours anyway, so decided to pop up your channel.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
We're just hanging out, talking about old movies
hide that
and
sponsorship.
comedies.
Well, I heard about the Marvel talk, and so I was like,
sure.
I was scrambling to find my Punisher shirt, and I couldn't find it. I guess it's in the wash, so I put on my Charlotte Knights baseball shirt, and has Iron Man on it. So,
Dude, Frank
There you
Castle. What a badass.
yeah. So yeah, you guys have interesting conversations. I wanted to get in on the offensive, joking comedians status or stance that you guys are talking about.
Okay, go for it, man.
No, I was just saying that I was kind of agreeing with you guys that everybody's kind of soft. In today's society, you can't joke about certain things that back in the 90s you could, or even the 80s and 70s. One of my favorite comedians was, or two of them were Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy's Raw. If you guys ever seen that, it was a
Yeah,
Raw.
everyone forgets the black comedians for some reason.
I like George Carlin. He was right up
George
there with him.
Carlin, man. Hey, I'm not getting on the plane. I'm getting in the plane.
Yeah.
Semantics. He was brilliant.
Carl, sick. You're talking about Eddie Murphy Raw. I've got both of I got Eddie Murphy's first HBO special, and I've got the movie that came out after that he did in the movie theaters of his stand-up bits, and that stuff wouldn't play today, but it was funny as heck back in the day.
Was Raw the one where he did the skit about his friend's wife was a Bigfoot?
I think it was. That's the one where he wore like the leather red getup.
Yeah,
right. He's like, Goonie Goo
yeah, he
Goo,
was
Gus.
in red and Raw.
She said Goonie Goo Goo.
Hey, you know what else?
That was the one. That was Aunt Bunny. Aunt Bunny fell down the stairs. You remember that one?
Yeah.
But yeah, nowadays, if those kind of comedy shows were to go to a college or a live venue, people would lose their minds. They just couldn't handle it.
Or
They'd be
Howard
crying.
Stern back in the day. Howard Stern was one of the guy that I watched.
Pryor is classic Ocean.
Yeah. Howard Stern and Artie Lang. If you know who Artie Lang is, most offensive guys there was. But that comedy would not get any traction nowadays. Actually, probably get canceled real quick.
Hey, Ruski.
Of course.
I want to say one of the few left today that's still performing, I guess, would be like Bill Burr. He does, he gets salty, and he's just like, hey, you don't like it? Don't come to my show, man.
He's been a little soft lately, but he is funny.
Yeah.
I like his this might be a little spicy. I like his abortion joke.
Talking about
where
making
he's like,
a cake.
Where he's like making the cake. Yeah.
Right.
And the lady takes it out of the oven and throws it away. He's like, that's a cake. No, it's not. Well, it would have been if you were to just let it sit.
Right. It's like a pretty good analogy.
Yeah. Well,
but it's funny that people try to claim that Bill.
So we can talk about anything we want to now because YouTube isn't listening anymore after 2 hours.
I did not know that.
You know what?
Yeah.
I tried that theory. I still got a copyright claim.
You're going to get a copyright claim. I'm talking about the bot that picks up the words. It doesn't work.
nanny bot?
That's why JP almost kicked me off the other day when I was talking to you. He said he might have been. He was referring to me. I might have been too spicy for his show.
Oh.
So I got a little bit of a salty mindset, but
I don't
want to jeopardize anyone's thing, you know.
No,
I always thought it was funny with
we try to keep the wordy dirge to a minimum. Although I've been known to spout a few from time to time when I get my dander up, and
that's true.
I did mention a couple FED.
We try to say the buzzwords that trigger things, you know. So we use code words. Jeremy Hambley over at the Quartering is probably a master at that. I try to kind of
the pew pews
double speak. He's got that down.
Yeah.
Actually, I hope he's a local celebrity to me. I hope I run into him sometime, maybe.
Okay. Don't spook him because he's had some run-ins with some crazies, you know.
Oh yeah,
I'm not crazy.
I remember back in the day when he was big into the Magic the Gathering cards. He actually
that's how he started out. Yeah.
He got attacked when he was at a convention somewhere.
Yeah, him and Tim Pool both have been swatted. Had people call the police and make fake claims to come out to his house.
It actually happened to him twice. It happened to Tim Pool like 5 freaking times.
I got kind of worried about that.
And Jeremy used to have people on his property, you know, messing with him and doing stuff, and he actually moved to try to get away from that.
I'm fine with him. Wow. I'm actually the whole reason I'm here with you guys is because of him, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm not crazy. I like the guy. I think he's smart, intelligent, and
yeah. Bill and I are kind of the same mind. We're like, you know, we can have a civil discourse. We can agree to disagree. We don't have to, you know, always be on the same page about everything. But yeah, exactly. We can have an adult conversation and not get
offended. Are you the guy from Germany?
Try not to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Ruski, you're in Las Vegas, aren't you?
No, I mean I've visited once. I'm originally born and raised in DC, in the DC area, and then I moved down once my mom passed away from COVID. Sold the house, and then I moved down to Tampa for about a year, and now I'm here in Charlotte. This is what this means.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Guess where I'm from?
Oh, that's where you're from. Charlotte. Oh, yeah.
No. There's.
Oh, you're from Wisconsin. Okay.
Green and gold, baby.
Where'd you get a Las Vegas from?
I don't know why I got that. I knew that you were out in that area.
It looks like you're in a hotel.
Oh no, this is my bedroom.
It's a pretty spiffy looking bedroom, I guess.
Yeah. I can turn this around. All right. That's there's my TV. Yeah. I mean, I keep it simple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Paintings. Ruski's a gamer. He came over here from Daracuda. We kind of met over on Daracuda's live stream.
I go on a lot of
the first night I did an all night. I did an actual all nighter that night, and we were doing some crazy stuff. We were crossing the streams at one point, and I've tried to rewatch that stream. It's unwatchable because I didn't realize how much echoing was going on when I was crossing those streams.
Yeah, I mean that was my first live stream ever. First. I did videos last year, but this year I started YouTube back up, and yeah, that was actually a very interesting live stream. You went on for like almost 8 hours or something like that.
Yeah, it was 7 hours and a little bit, almost 8. You're correct, and that was a long one. Tonight we've been on for about 2.5, a little over 2.5 hours. I don't know how much longer I can hold out, but hey, I am high as a kite on caffeine and got nicotine going here.
Hey, you know what your room reminds me of, Bill?
What's that?
You ever watch Angry Video Game Nerd? Kind of reminds me of that. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, man. That dude's pretty. You should check him out.
Yeah,
YouTubers should always support one another because you never know what would happen.
That's right. We do support one another. That's one of the reasons why we've all met like this. And I like to, but even if I'm at work, I have a little downtime between tables on my machine, and sometimes I'll look down and I'll see Rooski's doing a live stream, and I'll go in there and give him a like and talk with him a little bit,
Is that
give
the
him a
name of
little
your
encouragement.
channel?
Yeah, Ruski Relaxation is my stream.
Because I'll check it out, man. I like to support people. So
Thank you.
Yeah, anybody out there, if you get a chance, head on over to Ruski Relaxation's channel and subscribe to him. He needs some subscribers.
I'm streaming right now, actually. Streaming this. Yeah, I kind of.
We've all met
stealing
kind of
Bill's
through
stuff.
being in the chat for one thing or another, and one
Jim,
thing
you
leads to
look
another,
familiar.
and then
Yep.
well, I got one of those faces. But
Were you? Do you know about Sasquatch?
yes,
Okay.
we were
Sasquatch or
joking
Sasquatch?
about that the other night on. I was on with Zazel from Sergeant Slaughter's Slaughterhouse and
2 days ago?
Toy Connections. What's that?
Were you on the stream 2 days ago or a couple days ago?
I was. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so was I. Yeah, we were on there.
Oh,
together.
okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you recognize the. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, we were doing a stream together, and I was like, I think he forgot about me. Anyways, yeah, just brought that up. So yeah, like Bill and I, we met on, like he said, Daracudas, and I kind of bounced around just to push my channel a little bit, and like hopefully these guys are okay with that. And then
That's fine.
Yeah, and then I went on Sasquatch, and I was like, I saw you, and you were talking about something, and that video actually got a little bit of traction.
Cool.
It was, well, not in a positive way.
Oh,
it appeared on other people's live streams. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, we don't have to talk about that. But yeah, so that was like kind of bugging me for like the last 10 minutes. I was like, that guy looks familiar.
Yeah, I don't do much on YouTube. I do some Instagram. I do a lot of toy photography and stuff. But
Okay.
I've met some folks from being in different chats, and one thing led to another. And Bill invited me on a couple times, and some of our other friends. And I just I'm a social butterfly.
You're
Kind
an
of
EMT,
bounce around.
Nice to meet
What's
you,
that?
Largo.
You're an EMT?
No.
Nice to meet you, Largo, though.
All right.
Nice to meet you as well. We've probably been in a couple chats here and there together, and
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
you never know.
Yeah. So, all right.
Well, like Bill said, it pays off not to be anonymous, right?
Yeah. Actually, you get paid if you're well known, right? Bad PR is good PR.
Your maiden name, yeah. Dead air?
Nope. I'm sorry.
I was just seeing what's going on in the chat here.
I'm just getting ready to put your link there in the chat there, Ruski, so that Masterversal Toy Hunter wanted to know what it was, so he could give you a subscribe there. There we go.
I've been doing a lot of sleep streams, but today, I did a video that I didn't put out yet, and I don't know why. I did a workout video because like I like working out, and I worked out.
Man, you look jacked now that you mentioned that.
Thanks. I like to. I worked out my room, and then like right across the hall is my home gym, and I don't know why I didn't do it in the home gym. I just did it in this room, which was weird. And then I kind of commented at the end. I was like, "Wait, don't think I'm poor. I have a gym membership and a home gym." So like I kind of like did a tour of the home gym at the very end. So yeah.
So what do you do with the sleep stream? I'm not familiar with that. You do like ASMR stuff or
no sleep? Well, I guess people can, and people I guess they do. My sleep stream is just what it sounds like. I go to sleep and I put a camera on me, and
that relaxes folks to watch that, or
it's so my handle is Ruski Relaxation, and that's why I don't cuss and all that. And that's like in a couple nights ago we were in Sasquatch's channel, and then someone started to talk a little bit of mess, and I exited out of the stream because I don't want my channel to be associated with negativity.
Sure.
So that's what I do. I do unboxings. I do sleep streams, pretty much sleeping on air. I do workout videos. It's for people that everyone has a hard life, right? My channel is about You go on my
Can I
channel.
ask something?
Hmm?
You're okay with people watching you sleep?
Yeah.
That takes a lot of confidence, I guess.
I don't know what you mean by that. As in,
I'm a joker. Sorry.
Oh, no, okay. One, I'm actually armed, so I protect myself in that sense. I'm a gun owner. Two, I don't.
You got a lot of confidence, though.
Oh, and that as well. I used to not. I used to wear sunglasses. If you notice, I have a lazy eye. Yeah.
I didn't notice actually until you mentioned it.
Yeah.
Right.
So I used to get made fun of and all this type of crap. So I wanted to give out to the community, as in helping people with their anxiety. I work out on stream. Yeah, it does take a lot of confidence. I get more anxious about working out in front of a camera opposed to going to the gym. Like at the gym, everyone's there, everyone's working out, everyone's in good shape pretty much at my gym. Everyone's at that gym is everyone's jacked already. So with doing a live stream, you got people judging you, you'll get dislikes. That's why YouTube took off that feature. People could, back in the day, people could see your dislikes, right? Now you can't. And so my stream is for people to watch a person, help them relax. You can drink, you can smoke, you can do whatever you want, smoke cigarettes, or just be sober and watch, help you fall asleep, just calm down.
That's a cool idea.
Yeah. So that's pretty much, if you go to my about section, that's what it says. So that's what I do. I cut my off-air personality is slightly kicked up a little bit. I cuss and I drink and I smoke weed and all that stuff. And I cuss a lot, but when the camera's in front of me, I just want people to chill. And I do have a pretty much chill demeanor.
You got me chilling.
Well, that's definitely our philosophy. We're more laid back, just
I do gotta say, man, you seem a little tense at the moment.
Do I?
Yeah, a little bit. But you got me chill though, because I feel like you're similar. My whole philosophy is I enjoy a beer once in a while and I smoke cigarettes, not weed.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I gave up weed.
No,
you can't get good jobs if you smoke weed.
I used to smoke cigarettes. I used to smoke Newports, especially back in the day when I was younger. But
menthol or non?
Newports, menthol, yeah,
menthol.
Green pack.
I definitely smoke menthol. I like the non-menthol. So
I deal with I do get bouts of insomnia, but for me, I've tried ASMR. I'll check out your channel, see if that helps. But for me, my recent thing is I'll put on documentaries about anything, and just something about the the narration.
Yeah,
listening to somebody that helps a little bit.
I was thinking
kind of like my version of white noise, I guess.
Oh, okay. I was thinking about doing news.
Still with us, Denise, you're still with us. You got a little Chromebook there, Denise, but I'm kind of curious. I've been posting that StreamYard link in there. It's not too far up. Denise, if you've got a camera on your Chromebook and you've got a microphone on that Chromebook, you can come on the show, Denise.
He just wants to see your face. Well, it's nice
to
put a face with the name. I do find it's a nicer format. I can't type as fast as I can think. So,
hey, Denise, if I can do it, you can do it.
Likewise.
Just talk to Bill.
Bill's easy to talk to.
He is.
Yeah. A lot
that
of
kind of accent.
They like my accent. They like my personality.
Or is it the TV accent?
What's that?
My accent. It's all natural.
You gave me some biker.
Oh, High Delta. High Delta. That's what it's called. It's a Mississippi accent. There are three different distinct southern accents from Mississippi, and the High Delta is mine, and that's most of the people who live in the Delta section of Mississippi, which is not down in the bottom. It's way up at the tip, up at the top, just below Memphis.
Just below where I am. I was going to say, if you ever lived You never visited up north before?
I've been
Like
to Chicago
Minnesota,
once.
Michigan, Wisconsin.
I've been to
A lot of
Chicago
people.
once. Yeah, I've been to Chicago once. I've been to West Virginia, but that's about as
Chicago's
far
different.
north as I've ever gotten.
Chicago's different.
don't
I went
know
out west
Chicago.
one time. I went to like California, and I traveled through the country when I was like a teenager, because that's what teenagers do, right? Let's go to Hollywood, right?
Right.
I did that. I did the stupid trip. But you know what's funny? When I got to Hollywood, they were like, "What the hell is that? What is that above your tires? That's rust." What the hell is rust? What the hell is rust?
They never had salt on their roads from the ice.
Right.
Like, what the fuck is rust?
Went to sleep with the chat on,
And
and
they thought I was
coming
Canadian.
back.
I have a Wisconsin accent. They thought I was Canadian. That's how people are.
Okay,
out
let
west.
me address Denise here. Here's what you do, Denise. Get in the chat there and click on the link to the StreamYard. I think I still have it here in my ability to paste it. You take that link that I just posted there, and you copy and paste it into a tab in your Chrome browser, and follow it. And it's just going to open up a web page, and that web page will allow you to come on the show.
Yep. I'm going to jump out and make myself another cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Do you mind if I jump out?
So he's going to make a cup of coffee. Ruski, did you get a chance to see earlier when I did a little magic trick on the show?
No, I was asleep. I was doing my sleep stream.
That's very well versed, by the way. As in, like, well, I think the words were more important than the visual. You explained it more with your words than you did with actually showing.
Okay.
No, that's a compliment. Yeah. I hope.
It is. Yeah, I did a little magic trick earlier on the show. I might show that again for some of you guys who might have missed it.
Yeah, no, I missed it. I was asleep, and I actually had your channel on when I was asleep, so maybe the audience heard me or heard you talking in the background, because I can't sleep just darkness, and actually if I sleep in darkness, no one can see me anyways, so I have to have something on. So I put on the TV, and people can. I usually put on a streamer so I don't get copywritten or whatever, copyright claimed, I guess. And so either I'll have, I don't know, I'm not going to name drop. I don't want to do that on your channel, but I'll have like a YouTuber on. And I had you on earlier, and I woke up, and I guess I missed your magic performance. But if you want to do it again,
I might show that here in a minute. OBS says that she has tape over her camera so that it doesn't turn on by accident and people watch her. I can understand that.
I understand. I do the same.
All you have to just pull the tape
back who else
and then
does
put
that?
It back on there when you get done.
Bill, you know who else does that?
Who?
It's a name drop. You know who else, whenever he's interviewed and he has a personal device with him, you know who else puts tape over their camera?
Who would that be? You tell us.
The guy who owns Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, yeah, that would be, Mark Zuckerberg, the robot. Yeah, I would imagine that he does, because he knows things we don't know about how we get spied upon when we don't realize it.
And you know, I hate to sound like a fanboy, sound a little bit like Salty right now, but I'm the past 2 weeks, I did not think I like Elon Musk that much. I was a little suspicious, but I'm starting to like him a lot.
You know what about that? I'm back on Twitter. I was off of Twitter because they banned me permanently, like for life on Twitter.
You said something wrong.
No. Check it out. I actually didn't create a profile. That's what pissed them off, because I didn't create a profile.
Because you're not an actual person.
In their allotted time that they gave me, because I have a life, and I go back on Twitter, and I try to access it, and it said you are permanently banned, and I tried to fight this like for a year, and for a year, nothing. Right, as soon as Elon, whatever your stances or views on Elon, whatever, as soon as I go on Twitter, I write one thing, and the like a couple hours later, I'm back on Twitter, and I know it's because of Elon Musk. Like
it is. Elon has already said that everybody's getting amnesty. So everybody that was banned is coming back, except for maybe
Alex Jones for some. Well, he went to court and everything, so I can understand that.
Yeah,
I hope Gavin McInnes comes back. But you want to know the first time I got banned on Facebook for was?
What's that?
I shared a meme. It was a Star Wars meme, and it was we're all nerds, right?
Yeah.
Empire Strikes Back, where Yoda's talking to Luke Skywalker and on the, what the hell is it? Dagobah.
Yeah.
And Luke was like, I'm not racist. And Yoda was like, you will be. You will be. And I shared that meme and I got banned off Facebook like an hour later.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I try
Over
not
a
to.
freaking meme, dude. They do not like memes.
They don't like spicy memes like that, dude.
I'm not racist. No. You will be.
So were you actually banned off of Facebook, or were you just put in Facebook jail?
Facebook
jail. I'm technically back on there, but I had like a 30-day suspension.
Oh man, yeah, they drop those a lot. Yeah,
yeah. Ocean, it is funny. You will be.
I actually got banned once. It was so bad that they blocked my Messenger, and I couldn't contact my friends through Facebook.
That's
Messenger.
weird because that's technically a different app.
Yeah, technically.
Well, you guys know that those moderators over there at Facebook can look at your Facebook messages that are supposed to be private between you and anybody.
I don't care. I'm an open.
Nothing's private anymore.
If you want to look at my porn collection and whatever, it's cool.
Yeah, my philosophy is I won't say anything over the internet that I wouldn't say to somebody to their face. I'm not a bully. I'm not going to.
I love that. That's a good philosophy, mate. Sorry, I'm a little English.
There's no point. Well, when I grew up, like Bill and a few others, it's like, if you grow up in a place where people are generally armed, you tend to be polite because you never know who's packing.
You be polite. You also, at the same time, if you respect somebody, you tell to their face if they're being a dipshit.
Yeah.
Excuse my language, Bill. I'm sorry. But no, that's the way it used to be. But everyone's so emotional,
Yeah, and it used to be you could have a disagreement with somebody, and you instead of trying to tear them down or destroy their whole life and their social media, it's just like if we can agree to disagree, I'll go my way, you go yours, and just leave it at that.
Well, Largo, let me ask you a question there, buddy.
Yes, sir.
You're from quite near where I am, just a little north originally.
We're all on the same time. I don't know about him.
Yeah, you remember the days when you could go out and have a fight? I mean, you and your friend would beat each other's ass, and then afterwards you'd go have a beer.
Go have a beer. Yeah, that's a military thing too. When I was in the Navy, it was not uncommon for folks to settle a difference by having a spat or going out in the parking lot and dealing with it, and then coming back in and getting some ice from the bar to tend your bruises and have a beer together.
Hey, I'm old too. I remember that. I'm older than I look.
I feel like you're probably maybe a couple of years older than me. I mean, you don't.
I'm 51.
Old, but no, I'm talking to Ruski.
Oh, Ruski.
Yeah,
Ruski.
Well, working out keeps you young.
You think he is?
Yeah, I'm 41 years old.
Wow, you're 11 years older than me.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm the young one.
Are you 28 years old?
No, yes, I'm 30. I'm 30. I'm an
you're 30? Okay.
So it's like Indiana Jones says, it's like, it's not the years, honey, it's the mileage.
I tell women I'm 20.
He really, what the frick movie was that he said that in?
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
The very first one.
Mm-hmm.
That's true, though.
It is. Yeah. Like Bill could probably tell you, the hard mileage will put years on you.
It will.
Why do I feel like I'm 50?
Actually, you know what really helps? Sleep. Getting sleep helps a lot.
It does, and
also
when I started making sure that I got 8 complete hours of sleep every night before work, it helped me greatly. And as I lost a lot of weight, here in the last 3 years. I used to be well over 300. When I got out of the Army, I let myself go like a lot of veterans will.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I went straight to pot.
Where'd you
And
start?
I quit drinking, and I started eating one meal a day and eating better food. My wife is a good cook, but we don't eat as big of proportions as we used to when we eat. And I lost a lot of that weight off. And when I lost a lot of that weight off, I actually got a better night's sleep because I didn't snore as bad, and I didn't have. I guess the sleep apnea goes along with that snoring.
Mm-hmm.
And when I stopped snoring and stopped stopping breathing in the middle of the night, it also helped me to stay awake better during the days. But getting a full 8 hours of sleep is a must.
My days and nights get mixed up sometimes, so I'll get insomnia real bad, and I just can't get to sleep at night, and I'll crash and sleep during the day, and then it's tough to get back into a normal circadian rhythm after that.
That's definitely 100% true. But that white noise thing that you're talking about, and drinking tea helps.
I wanted to actually talk to Ruski about that, the white noise thing.
Mm-hmm.
When
I like chamomile tea. That's relaxing.
For some reason,
peppermint.
If the furnace is running, or I have a fan running in the room, or even back in the old days, you had the scrambly TV going on after the,
just the white picture and the static.
It helps you sleep more.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little white noise in the background. That's what the ASMR is all about.
There's a lot of fucking needy girls on that shit.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the girls licking microphones. I'm just talking about the white noise ASMR.
Or like the raindrops and stuff like that.
Sure. Yeah, thunder and waves crashing.
If you ever want to lick a microphone, it'll get you views depending on who you are.
Yeah. Well, what I like to do is I actually run the air conditioner even in the wintertime, but I'll just put it on fan and put it on low just so I can hear that hum in the background. I have a window unit. And I just put it on fan and put it on low just to hear that hum in the background.
And the cool air. I'm a northerner. I like the cold. I like the snow.
Well, I like to sleep in the cold because I like to put a lot of cover on the bed. And
I cannot sleep. If I'm sweating, man, I'm awake all night.
I'm from DC, but I hate the cold. That's why I moved out of the north.
Well, I'm from. So
I
love the cold. I love it. It's my natural habitat.
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea. I prefer it warm. That's one of the reasons I like it here. It's either sunny or it's warm and sunny.
I guess it changes when you get older.
Well,
maybe everybody goes to Florida.
I'm making an age joke. I actually learned the older I get, the more the cold bothers me a little bit, but I still like it.
Uh-huh.
But when I was young, dude, I could sleep in like 30-degree weather. I could go sleep in a snow.
I ride a motorcycle. I ride a motorcycle, and I used to ride in the winter. And I don't anymore. I've become what's known as a 50-50 biker. Have you heard me use that term before, Largo?
I have. Yeah, that wind chill will get you.
Yeah, a 50-50 biker is a biker that will not ride if there's more than a 50% chance of rain or it's below 50 degrees.
Yep.
Yeah, like I always wanted to learn how to ride a motorcycle, but I never did because I love watching Mayans and Sons of Anarchy and Gangland Undercover. Like I love the biker lifestyle.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
It's more of a 1% type of thing, but I always wanted to learn how to ride.
Well, there's different kinds of clubs. You don't have to be, hardcore.
I can drive a car, but riding a bike is a lot easier, in my opinion.
So what?
More versatile.
I say it's more versatile. I feel like riding a bike is a lot easier than driving a car.
Is it?
It's more confined.
Okay.
If you live in a heavily congested area.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, or for economy
my
here
ass
in
is hanging out
Guatemala,
this
it's
way
like
a little bit
everybody drives bikes here because they're easier to afford. They're
where I'm from, they only drive them 3 months out of the year.
Oh, okay.
Cold.
Yeah, we've got good weather most of the year, so it's easy to stay on a bike here.
Well, Largo, is the bike riding in Guatemala like the bike riding in India?
Yes.
You went to
I
India?
would imagine.
The
Man, India woman. Ooh. Sometimes.
well, yeah. I mean, it's
I
the
used to date an Indian
birthplace
girl,
of
man.
the Kama Sutra, so go figure.
Yeah.
But yeah, the drivers here, the road rules are kind of more of a suggestion. Maybe they'll stop at a stop sign. They don't know how to use a roundabout at all. They just kind of make it up. They make their own lane. So you'll have, normally 2 lanes, but with the bikes, you'll have, guys going in between and making 4 lanes out of it. We have these terrible things here we call tuk-tuks. They're a 3-wheeled vehicle. They're big in Asia, and here that's what people use for taxis. So you've got this little, it's like a go-kart kind of thing with 3 wheels. And it's got a passenger seat in the back, and they're just terrible drivers, and they're worse than the motorcycles for cutting you off and just kind of zipping around. So it's a challenge to drive here.
Bill, you should read that comment. It's pretty funny.
I didn't know about roundabouts till I moved to Charlotte, and I mean they're easy to get. It's not hard, but
it's very English.
You would think, but for some reason, folks here just don't seem to understand the concept.
I mean, tell you the truth, I don't like them. I get the concept. I still don't like them, but yeah.
Right. Well, back in the day before electricity was prevalent and you had red lights everywhere, the roundabout was kind of the way to handle,
Thomas Edison did not invent the light bulb, according to Joe Biden.
Oh. Well,
there's a lot of
things. Someone made a Joe Biden joke. I just, sorry.
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, let's go, Brandon.
You can get in trouble nowadays for saying it's like
you guys
the
are all
stupidest
Democrats?
thing. You can get in trouble for saying that nowadays for some reason.
I try to stay libertarian in my views, but
I'm very much
I just
libertarian here as well.
Yeah, you don't want to go too far, right? But at the same time,
it's more about what's going to be best for the country, or what's best for your local area, who's going to do a good job, who actually cares about doing the job, and who's just there to look pretty. That's my
yeah.
I'll run for president, but I'm there to look pretty.
Well, you got
a word.
There you go.
Liberty.
Yeah.
The government doesn't fuck around with you, and you can provide for yourself, and you don't need the government to provide for you. Because if they provide for you, that gives them a foothold in your doorway.
Well, the mindset to from what I learned,
Bill knows
the government was supposed to
I believe in what Reagan spoke, and I think Trump is like Reagan 2.0. He's a little. Reagan was more polite with his speech. He's very
you had to be
very mild mannered, and he was very
well. He was also an actor. He was a real actor, a real Hollywood actor. So he knew how to emote and present himself the way he did. Trump, on the other hand, has always been Trump.
Loose cannon.
Trump was in Homeland too.
But nowadays, that's the whole thing.
He was
a man for the ages. Reagan came about because people back then were more stiff and stuff. So he was well-mannered. He spoke very well. He could win you over with his charisma. But nowadays, people are so freaking nuts. We need someone like Trump. Because if he's not going to shake your brain awake, who the hell else is going to?
Well, my view on it is we've become so polarized. It would be nice if we could find somebody who could reach across the aisle and both sides could agree on some things that are good for the country. Forget about, red or blue. What's good for getting us back on track?
For the Western Hemisphere, what's good for us? And it's not even a color thing, but there seems to be an attack on a specific group of people.
Well, I get backlash if I say I don't
Battle No made that joke. Take a picture of the patriarchy. He made that joke the other day. And I'm not going to forget that because it's very true. There's a certain group of people that are under attack, and it's ridiculous. And I think there's a reason for that.
Well, yeah.
So I got a little serious right there. But.
Hold on. Risky had something he wanted to say to that. Go ahead. You got the floor there, Risky. What was you going to say just now?
Well, I was going to I don't vote. So I was wondering if I was going to get flack for that because there's some people that don't vote. I try to keep it as neutral as possible. And
mindset.
Well, if you have and everybody has a viewpoint, has a stance, and everyone has a different viewpoint and stance. And um, I feel like the people actually that get attacked the most are the ones that don't vote, because they get kind of persuaded and be like, for me, there's different reasons why you don't vote. I don't vote because it it's just overwhelming, and people just people like what you were about to say. People are very. It's either
Polarized.
they're too they can't accept another person's viewpoint, and they get extremely aggressive about it. And I'm sure you guys Jim, you're a libertarian, right? I'm pretty
Yes.
sure you probably get attacked for that on both sides.
Oh yeah, I get flack for it. But again, I'm trying to see who's going to be the best person to do the job. I don't care what their affiliation is. It's like keep
Well, I get
government
you.
minimalist. Keep the government out of my business and my bedroom or whatever, and just do what needs to be done to keep things moving.
I have something to say to him, Brewski.
Yeah.
I understand that because I used to be very middle ground, and then in the past like 10 years I swung to the right a little bit more.
Okay.
That's the whole thing is do you know what an analogy is, right?
Yes, I know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Analogy. Government and politics, it's think of an old grandfather clock. It's a pendulum that swings one way to another, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
It is way up over here. And sometimes I understand not everyone's the same,
Mhm.
but in order to bring that back to the center, you need more people up here.
Oh, just because I don't vote doesn't mean
Balance it out.
Like I know how the world is working, and I know.
Because I don't believe in completely right-wing stuff. Because
Okay.
it's extreme as hell. But like in order to balance it out, you sometimes need to be that way.
People
That's
are
just
both.
my opinion, though. That's how I feel about it.
You have a
Well,
good.
there's a couple of things I want to say to that. If you go too far to the left, you'll find Lenin sitting there. And if you go too far to the right, you
You have a
find Hitler sitting
dictatorship.
there. Yeah.
Right.
So centrist
That's
is the
very
place
true,
to
Bill.
be.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you're sitting on the fence. It's like somebody, I can't remember who, but smarter than me once said, you have to stand for something or you'll fall for anything.
But
It's like
there's
you have your virtues and you have the things that you believe that everybody should agree on. And
There's
then
a time
there's
for every man to do something, though, and I believe like if you want it to be balanced out, sometimes you have to go a little bit more one way than you would normally do.
I felt like
yeah.
today's politics generates a lot of hate, and that's why I kind of stay out of it.
I don't hate anybody.
Well, I'm not saying anyone
Right.
in this forum.
In general,
Yeah.
people are very passionate about their politics.
Let me quote Winston
That's me, I
Churchill there
guess.
here for a moment, guys. Let me quote Winston Churchill. Churchill said
Churchill's
that
right.
if a man of 18 is not a liberal, he has no heart. If by 30 he's not a conservative, he has no brain.
Oh wow.
That's a good quote.
Yeah. Okay.
I have
Why-
no word to that. Just yeah, except for yes.
I like that.
But
And-
yeah,
and it's true. I mean,
It's something that comes with age, I guess.
Very philosophical.
I think part of the problem nowadays is the minority of people who are extremists. There's not a lot of them, but they're noisy. And with social media, they can be very loud and very vocal about their opinion.
And it pushes the
kinda-
other side to be just as noisy sometimes.
It seems that
probably
way.
for the last 20 years, those noisy people have had a chance to take over Twitter, and they're all over TikTok. And TikTok's full of mental illness. It's a psyop from China, in my opinion. But
It's owned by
These-
China. Like I said the other day, it's owned by China. Why do you think Trump tried
it
to
is
ban
owned
it?
by China.
Why do you
That's
think
why it's a
Trump tried
complete
banning it?
psyop. As a matter of fact, the Chinese TikTok is a whole different animal than the one that's over here in America.
What's
But,
sad is the only sympathy I'll give the Chinese is I can understand why they're so pissed off at us.
Well, the Chinese have
Well,
been
if
our
you know
enemies for
history.
years, and we're actually fighting a battle with China. It's not actual conventional war, but we've been at war with China for a long, long, long time.
Bill, can I explain what I was trying to say though? I understand what you're saying.
Sure. You have the floor. You have the floor, sir.
The whole reason I understand it's a human nature thing. Someone attacks you, you attack back. It's a very animalistic, but humans are somewhat animals. Very animalistic thing. The whole reason why China is pissed off of us after the communists took over. What happened before the communists took over? The Opium Wars. The entire Western world, including Germany, was after China, and we invaded them, and we kicked the crap out of them. The Opium Wars, you guys all know what that is. That happened in like between 1837 roughly and 1900, I think. Maybe 1901, before World War One. So it's understandable why in their libraries, if they study that, they're pissed off at us, and I understand that. But what they don't have, what we have, is personal freedom. That's all I want to say.
I mute everybody's mic there so you could have the whole floor and nobody could talk over you. And you're absolutely right.
The Opium Wars,
but
like I said, I want to be a history teacher. The Opium Wars get overlooked a lot, and I think that's a mistake on our part because that is what China is so obsessed over. The entire world was after them.
Well, they have a very different culture. They look at what is good for the whole, whereas we tend to be more individually.
China has a beautiful culture. It's just, like I said, it's just we were after them like over 100 years ago. The entire Western world, Germany, France, Britain, we were all invading them and messing up with them and making their youth addicted to opium and shit. That's why it's called the Opium Wars. And we might forget about it, and we don't teach it in our classes, but they don't forget about that. And
a lot of people forget how
more than it is to them.
Yeah, the Japanese treated them really poorly too.
Oh, the Japanese! Holy crap! The Japanese were worse than the Germans.
They were vicious.
The only reason the Germans were, if you want to think the Germans were any worse, is because they were more, what's the word? Efficient.
Militarily.
The Japanese were more brutal, though.
That's true. And like China suffered a lot from that.
Yeah, the Japanese they screwed up a lot of Americans too. Trust me, the Japanese did not like Americans back then when the emperor was in power. But sorry, I'm a little bit of a history buff.
Sure. The concern I would see is that China is playing a long game, and they're not satisfied with just building their own empire where they are. They want to reach out and.
Well, you already know they're on the African East Coast, and there's a couple bases on the African West Coast that they have where they sit there and they fund these. They give these African countries money. Hey,
the loans, right?
Build this port for us.
And then they
on
get
the
them
exception
into
that you let us put our ships in that port.
And the South China Sea, they want full control. So there's international commerce that's really threatened by their mindset and the way that they feel that they should dominate. For us, if you look at history, when Marxism and other extremists want to derail a society, they will attack our virtues. They'll attack the things that are important to us, whether it be family or fatherhood. And we're seeing that. We're seeing that in pop culture. We're seeing that in all these, odd little minority, or I don't want to use the word minority. I'm trying to think the other extremist, I guess is a better way to put it. But these groups that want to say, all these, we should be tolerant, but tolerance isn't necessarily the right thing.
You can be tolerant, but you should not be tolerant of everything. You have to have standards.
Right. And there's some things that are just intolerable when it comes to human rights or it comes to liberty, and we tend to forget that. So we sacrifice virtue for the for not to offend anyone. And it's like sometimes people, they're going to be offended no matter what, and you got to stand up for the things that matter, even though there will be a cost.
Thank you, Largo. I went on a little bit of a rant, but if you guys have the time, look up the Opium Wars.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder why China is so pissed off at us. They don't forget that. We don't teach that in our schools. I had to find it out on my own. It was never taught to me. And I understand why they're pissed at us. And at the same time, they shouldn't be. Shit happens, right?
Shit does happen.
Yeah. That they don't forget about that. They hold on to that. Like a pissed off wife.
Well, I wonder though, how much of what goes on is, there's a big difference. There's a big divide between the government of a place like China and the people. I'm sure people living their day-to-day lives don't.
You've heard they've been
agree.
protesting, right?
I have. And they know that there are dire consequences. They don't have the right to speak or protest like we do.
That's the whole thing. What happened in Germany, what happened in Russia before world wars broke out is the people protested. And the only way the government seen that they could relieve that pressure from the people protesting was to go to war. And that's the scary thing. And I don't think they want to go to war with us. I mean, look what's going on in Russia when they invaded Ukraine.
Yeah.
Most of the Russian
has changed.
Most of the Russian warfare has changed because of the interweb zones. But because everyone sees how it is.
Yeah. And geopolitics are very different now.
What's very scary, and it's been a threat since Reagan, is bombs of the nuclear sort.
Well, fortunately, there's very few countries that have the capability, and most of them, with the exception of possibly India and a few other places, they're not stupid enough to actually use them. They use them as deterrent.
I know two countries that would use them. Actually, 3 countries that would use them.
But the idea is we've had this mutually assured destruction. We've had this kind of gentleman's agreement for a long time, and as things destabilize, then that becomes more of a concern.
No, I understand. That's why, like I said, Bill already knows. That's why I like Reagan so much. Is he destabilized it? It is the phrase "mutually assured destruction" should scare the crap out of you.
Absolutely,
it should strike fear into your heart because that's not good. It's not good for you. It's not good for me. It's not good for anybody. It's not even good for the rabbits walking across your freaking lawn.
But once that genie's out of the bottle, it's a world problem. How do we de-escalate when during the Cold War we went to a rough spot?
We're headed to a world war. I mean, look at people's attitudes. It looks like it's an.
That's the whole thing. Democrats love it because they feed the war machine.
Well, let me tell y'all. JPR talks about that book all the time. I think it's the Fourth Turning. If Pope's still in the house, he can tell us more about it. I've been meaning to read that.
I'm listening.
Every 80 years we have this Fourth Turning, and usually there's a huge war involved with it, like World War II, for instance. And if you go back in time, you can see this cycle. I think we talked about that at one time, Ruski, and we're in that fourth turning right now, waiting for the first turning when things are going to get so much better. But something awful has got to happen before that first turning. The fourth turning has to make its complete revolution there, and that's what it's going to take. And I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be something pretty bad, I'm afraid.
Well, it seems like since I don't know what Korea, we've been in one conflict or another.
Yes, Ocean,
nonstop.
He did. So you should read Ocean's thing because she agrees with me. I think.
Yeah.
Trump kept them in check.
My button's bigger than yours, and it actually works.
I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but I feel like Americans are going to turn on each other, and we might have like domestic terrorists. That's
exactly what the hell.
That's what
shit. They're making half the population
pop
stupid.
Culture and all that stuff. The attack on pop culture, all this woke. That's what that's about. And that's what Khrushchev was talking about when he sat there and in the UN banging his shoe on the table. Largo knows what I'm talking about. And
I know
if
what
you
you're
two
talking
guys
about,
don't,
man.
you need to go back and look at that because he said we will take over America and we will do it from within, and you'll do it for us.
Right.
Inside
By
out.
creating division, by creating
That's the whole
all
thing.
these.
Why do you think
you
China
know,
has a staple in Disney? Why do you think they have TikTok and
Well,
half
of course,
our population?
that's what I was talking about. That's
They're
what
trying to make
TikTok's
half the
all about.
population stupid and subservient, while the other half of the population is educated and actually know what the hell they're doing.
when I watched,
And
people do those man on the street
OBS,
interviews.
Denise is addressing directly to Ruski there. Nothing is a conspiracy because it's all true.
Ocean you are smart. Did she give you her picture?
She's a smart cookie. She knows what she's talking about. As a matter of fact, Ruski, if you look at conspiracy theories, look up MK Ultra sometime if you want to see what a conspiracy theory is. And
where they brainwash actors and stuff.
Okay.
And then they get the actors to
MK
make
Ultra. Just look that up.
It was a military program.
It started out as that, but it actually exists in Hollywood.
Okay.
Ocean Brief Salty is pretty freaking smart, man.
She is.
Yeah.
She's like I said.
It's like,
she's a smart cookie.
Even
the ones that are smart seem by the public are stupid. Apparently,
I'm thinking about Eisenhower, his final speech as president. He tried to warn about
the
military industrial complex. Yeah, because the folks who pull the strings are not elected. They're the ones that are the old school guys they're in the belt line. They're in politics, but they're not elected officials, and they're the ones that push certain agendas.
If I'm not mistaken, what you're talking about is the shadow government that you and I both know about.
Why do you think they hate the shit out of Trump?
Because he's not he's not part of the.
That's the whole thing. He's dividing the Republican Party. There's the rhinos, and then there's the mega people.
But there is a shadow government. There is a government behind the government, and that's rich people, big corporations, and they're pulling strings. George Soros is a good example of that.
George Soros, the guy who ratted out all of his neighbors in World War II.
He's a piece of shit, but he's a billionaire piece of shit.
Yeah, money buys everything.
To bring up a conversation you guys were having earlier, it sounds like bring up Marvel. I know it's stupid, but
Hydra.
It sounds like you ever heard of the Hand, like in Daredevil?
Yes.
That's what it kind of sounds like. You're saying there's another hidden
Hydra from Marvel.
So you have a group that has influence behind the scenes, and I mean even our pulp. Or whether it's pulp fiction or comic books, there's something in the zeitgeist. When those guys are writing, they're usually trying to key into whatever's going on in culture at that time. And there's some stuff there.
I feel like
that's why it exists.
We're all talking about the same thing, but if the chat agrees with what I'm saying, please say something. This is I think it's a little more drastic.
There's only 4 people watching this now, and 3 of us are here, actually here in the channel, I think, in OBS. And the only reason that OBS isn't actually on the channel with us is because she won't take the tape off of her camera.
She can still talk, though.
I have a 1 viewer in my chat, and I think I know who that is.
Ocean Brief Salty, you can still do chat. You don't have to take the tape off. You don't have to show your face. You can still do chat.
I think her Chromebook just can't handle the Streamlab thing. That might be that. But she's not afraid to share her opinion.
No, I know she doesn't. She seems very intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
And
she's a smart cookie, like I said.
Yeah, she's a smart cookie. That's what my grandma used to say. I'm a tough cookie.
Yeah.
She used to lift weights and everything.
Well, like sweets.
You don't have to show your face. You can just
and we
talk.
Still got Susudio in here, and Susudio, you're quite near.
Yeah,
me.
Obama talked about the 3rd term. Yes, he
even
did.
if you're just using your phone.
Well, they stopped that with FDR because FDR ran how many freaking times, and they stopped that, which was against the Constitution to begin with. But everyone loved FDR so much. He's the guy who started SSI and everything else, which has done nothing but actually cripple people in their retirement age, in my opinion.
There's definitely a need for term limits, and I think there should be term limits for a lot of the folks that are in Washington.
Well, I was going to bring up we were talking.
I'm sorry. Obviously, you guys can tell I'm very passionate about politics.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're talking about
let me give Rooski the floor here.
Okay. I was just going to bring up one little comment real fast. You were talking about the hidden government and
shadow government. Yeah.
Shadow government and political, or what's it called? The term limits. People think that that Obama is really running the show instead of Joe Biden. That's I don't want to get into conspiracy theories like we were getting into, but
Joe Biden's a freaking potato.
I would say he definitely has some handlers, people who kind of massage things.
Have you seen that guy lately?
No.
I
don't think he has full use of his
off stage.
Yeah, he's in his 80s now. He's the oldest president, oldest sitting president.
I thought it was like 78.
Thank you, Ocean. Yeah, they're all out in the open now. It's pretty freaking obvious.
Yeah, but I don't believe that Biden is fully capable of handling every aspect of the position.
Was that Battle?
I don't think
take your pick, Joe Biden or fucking John Fetterman. Sorry, excuse my language.
Oof.
Well, that's why there's a vice president. The president talks with the vice president.
Kamala Harris. Oh my God, I feel better with Joe Biden.
Yeah, she's not somebody I would see as commander-in-chief material either. So
she'll
I don't know.
Kamala Harris. Oh my God.
Either that or AOC. AOC might run for the Democratic office in 2024.
You know what? You want to be a really good ticket for 2024?
What's that?
Trump and what's her name? Tulsi Gabbard, the Hawaiian girl who was a Democrat, and she switched. She didn't switch. She just said sayonara to the Democrat Party.
Yeah. I have a lot of respect for her. She's former military. She's a no nonsense kind of gal, and she just said, "Look, I cannot agree with the Democratic Party as it stands. We don't have the same values, and we're just not in the same place."
He's actually, you guys are more libertarian, Largo and Ruski. Tulsi Gabbard, I feel like Bill is a little more on my side. You're a little more Republican, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm more of a libertarian, my friend. I want the government out of my life, and I want to be allowed to do what I want to do as long as I'm not hurting anybody else.
I'm Republican. And I'm talking old
I have conservative values. No, I'm not talking about conservative as in what people consider conservative today. I mean, I believe in family, God, country, and
that's conservative, man. That's the whole thing. Conservative and Republican have been separated. I'm a conservative. Most conservatives run as Republicans. Republican Party has been hijacked by rhinos, people who negotiate with the enemy. And I hate to say that, but politics is warfare, and it sucks, but that's just the way it is. I believe that's a golden ticket. That might win you guys over, I think. Tulsi Gabbard, she used to be a Democrat, and she said, hey, the Democrats are being too nuts. I'm going to go and side with Trump.
Yeah, I think Tulsi Gabbard would be somebody who could help bring some balance to Washington. She's level-headed. She wants to see the country do well.
She said the Q word or the Q phrase. I don't like that.
I think
I'm not going to eat the bugs, Ocean.
I think DeSantis will be probably the running mate to Trump in 2024.
No, she mentioned WEF. I'm not gonna eat the bugs.
Oh,
I did not know that. Is she really? You should get her on audio. I would love to talk to her.
Yeah, our voter system does seem to be broken in a few states. This last midterm election, there were a few shenanigans.
I've gotten to the point to where, I can understand why Ruski doesn't vote, because I think Ruski, if I'm not mistaken, you've lost all confidence in the voting system here in America. Is that one of the reasons why you don't vote, sir?
It's very divisive. That's tells you that's pretty much it. My channel is not just a channel; it's how I live my life. I like to relax, and I just I walk away from certain things that I feel.
You're just being a human.
It's a lifestyle choice.
No,
no
just
drama.
being human.
Yeah,
That's fine, but what really sucks about being a human is there's always going to be people congregating to control you, and you eventually have to make a side.
now
Well,
my views might you thought I might be what's it called, a libertarian. I actually
I voted for, the first person I voted for was Ralph Nader. The second person I voted for was Donald Trump. So I do believe in libertarianism. I voted for Ralph Nader because he was anti-establishment, and Trump is anti-establishment. In my opinion, that's just my opinion.
Well, I kind of wanted
Steve,
to
let's
stay
let
away.
Whiskey complete his thought there.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I kind of wanted to stay away from politics. One, because I want to put out the viewpoint of I don't care, and in this in this forum, I wanted to put that out there. But however, this is good conversation, so I can formulate an opinion and talk about it. And now, the more I talk about it, it probably might seem that. And kind of looking at my life, like I want smaller government. I believe in the Second Amendment, freedom of speech. I'm a patriot. So kind of looks like a Reaganite.
But not like a libertarian to me.
Okay,
that's a Reaganite, man. Smaller government. Even though Reagan, there was some conspiracy theories about Reagan making a shadow government. I don't believe in those conspiracy theories. There's conspiracy theories that are true, and there's ones that are false. I hate to disagree with the chat. But I think Reagan actually, in my opinion, other than George Washington, he was the greatest president we had. I think of Washington, Reagan, and Trump when I think of great presidents. Of course, Lincoln.
He was definitely
Lincoln. I can't forget Lincoln, right?
He was the right person at the right time because
right person at the right time. That's what I've been saying.
He was able to communicate with Gorbachev and work to see communism diminish.
And at the same time, the one thing, can I say something? The one thing that Reagan did wrong is he actually gave more power to private companies.
He did some deregulation that kind of caused some trouble. So yeah,
that's the one thing that Reagan did wrong. He gave more power to private companies where they could make more money, less tax bullshit and all that.
Well, and there's the Iran-Contra thing too. But
with the hostages?
No, he had made some deals with the Contras, giving arms and assistance, and he didn't quite go through proper channels to do so.
Trust me, I'm not a Bush guy. I think both Bushes are bullshit. I think it was a grave mistake to take out Mr. SH. Not to trigger anything.
No, but
talking about right.
There did seem to be some inconsistencies there where it's like it was obvious that the people responsible for some of the people responsible for a lot of the things that happened were not the ones that were attacked.
You know, if you look at Iraq today, even the people there, as much as that guy was an asshole, they regret him being gone. And that's their opinion. I don't live there. That's their opinion. They live there.
Well, if you take one regime out, somebody's going to fill that power vacuum, and it's not necessarily going to be something better.
What filled Iraq after Saddam was gone?
Extremists,
ISIS,
really?
Yeah, all that shit.
Right. You know, but to your point, I've never seen this country more unified than when Bush was running it in 2021 when 9/11 happened.
Because of 9/11.
Yeah. Oh, that's true too. But if that happened now, do you think the country would be more unified? And the answer is no, because you know what happened? COVID. And COVID segregated everybody. It was the worst.
Did you wear a mask? I certainly didn't. I have God's mask. It's called a beard.
Oh. Fortunately, I was in an area where it wasn't as crazy as all that. I never had to get the jab. I didn't have to.
Well, I live a little northern where the flu goes around a little bit more, so it was like required. And when I went in the store without a mask, I actually did have people walk up to me and go, "What the fuck, man?"
Well, the scariest thing about all that is nobody really knew what was the true scientific facts about what was going on. There was obviously something serious happening.
You got to follow the
CDC would say
the
yeah,
science.
you know, it seemed like every week the facts would shift. And it's like, well, you know, what's going on? You know, and then they would say this week do this, next week do that. It's hard to have confidence in the people who are supposed to be, you know, handling these sort of epidemics and emergencies when they don't seem to have a clear grasp of what's happening or how to deal with it. It's like, don't you guys have some sort of plan or contingency? And it seems like a lot of folks got caught flat-footed. And
Bill, you mind reading Ocean's last comment?
Well, the COVID was planned. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and who went overseas before Trump was in office? Who went overseas and talked to the Beijing government beforehand? This is where I get a little too spicy.
I don't remember.
Well, I know Fauci was real familiar with
the more spicy it gets. But yeah, we've got Dr. Fauci here, who
the guy's real
in that lab over there in China where this whole virus was created. The same thing. He's in the back pocket of all of those big pharmaceutical companies that made these jabs. So there's a lot going on there, and they want to tell you that we're crazy when they say that, and the reason they do that is to shut us up and keep people from listening to the truth.
Yeah.
Didn't Trump bring in Dr. Fauci?
He did. You know what's funny is Trump always brought in his enemies because he wanted to make friends. That speaks a lot.
At least you want to keep your enemies close.
Look at character-wise. He actually nominated Nancy Pelosi to be Speaker of the House.
Really? No.
He did. He wanted to make friends with his enemies. Is that wrong?
Christians who are in a war, you know, you keep your friends close and you keep your enemy even closer.
Yeah, exactly. But that's such a Christian ideal.
Well, he's certainly shrewd. There's no doubt about that.
He did. He actually was like, "Oh, Nancy Pelosi is nice." Blah 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 blah. And then as soon as she got nominated and she came into office, she did nothing but trash the crap out of him. I mean, and then he sat there and like,
here we go. We got studios in the house. Hey, studio, can you hear us?
Oh, I hear you fine. How you fine gentlemen doing?
Doing great.
I'll be quiet for a while, guys. Sorry.
That's cool. You got the floor there, studio. Tell us a little bit of something there.
Well, poke me in a direction and see what I spew out.
Well, now, are you a boomer or a Gen Xer? What's your flavor there? Where are you coming from?
I'm 68 years old.
Okay.
Boomer.
Yep. So you've definitely got a very peculiar point of view on how you've seen things go. I imagine you've seen
it sucks.
You're the oldest one in the group.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm the oldest one in the group.
I'm the youngest.
Children.
Yes, sir.
Have you been listening?
Oh yeah.
Do you disagree with anything I said?
Yes and no.
I would love to hear it.
Where do you want me?
I'll be quiet.
I don't know where you want me to start.
Wherever you want to, brother.
By the way, I am a woman with a capital W. A real woman. My voice, I have a low voice. I can't help it.
Are you pulling my chain right now?
That's okay.
Be nice.
Okay, I'll be nice.
No.
No, I'm not. I don't.
You got.
I'm not pulling anybody's chain. My voice just sounds like this. I talk on the phone.
It's good to have a woman on here.
I talk on the phone. I get called sir all the time. Oh my God, they misgender me.
Well, I apologize if I assumed.
Ocean.
But,
Well,
yeah,
you know
never,
what you know what you assume breaks down to, right?
yes,
Make an
ma'am.
ass out of you and me.
Oh
Man's
yeah,
Center.
well that's a military term. Assume means that you just made an ass out of you and me.
But
Can I
you
make a
didn't.
joke? Can I clear the air? I'm sorry, I got very political for the last like 20 minutes. Can I clear the air? Remember Full Metal Jacket? You gonna pray to the Virgin Mary?
That's a
Well,
fact,
I'm gonna mute a
Jack.
few mics here. I'm gonna mute a
Throws
few
a trash
mics here so
can.
I can give Susudio the full floor.
Okay.
All right, so Susudio, we've talked about a lot of things tonight, very political. You've been around for a lot longer than the rest of us, and you've
Hey,
seen
let's not capitalize lot, okay? I've seen what?
and you've seen the cycle swing back and forth. You grew up in the 60s and the 70s. What I would like to know is what you think is in store for us here in the nation, and how you feel about what's going on today.
Well, to start off, I've never seen anything like it. It embarrasses me almost to say I'm an American.
Mm-hmm.
I have never seen. I thought the civil rights movement in the 60s was bad. Now you've got everybody turning on each other, trying to eat each other alive for no reason other than TikTok brainwashing liberal tards with pink, purple, and green hair that haven't quite figured out, oh, I'm so gender confused.
Just confused in general about everything.
No, we're past confused. We're into stupid.
Yeah, you can't fix stupid. As Bill has pointed out a few times, what's the difference between the three?
Oh yeah, well,
ignorant.
that's back to the motorcycle club philosophy about that. You've got ignorance, which is a lack of knowledge that can be fixed with learning. Then you've got dumb; those people are incapable of learning, so they're to be pitied. And then you have the stupid, and those are the people who refuse to learn, and stupid can only be beaten.
I don't think we got enough baseball bats to bring these stupid people around. We all better go down to Louisville, Kentucky and raid the Louisville Slugger warehouse.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd ever see anything like this.
Mm-hmm.
My dad's 90 and he just gives up.
It can be depressing. Just thinking about how state of things.
Well, he just sits back and say, I won't be here much longer. Oh, thanks, Papa Bear. I really need to hear that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, people of his generation, even my generation, what good does it do for us to speak? Because they look at us, you're old, you don't know shit. Pardon my French. It's a little spicy. I won't get too carried away other than that word, I promise. Although there are adjectives that are coming to mind.
Well, when you think about what we would call our greatest generation, not too many left. The people who built up the good things of America, those of us who are younger in our 50s and less, we inherited a lot of things that were good. We haven't done a great job of keeping it up to snuff.
We are not good caretakers.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas my dad worked 2 jobs when I was a kid for years. Off again, on again. He'd get laid off at whether it was NCR or GM. He'd get another job just lickety split because he was a tool maker.
Had a trade.
A very honorable profession, which is dying. However, they still need those people to fix the busted dies. at the manufacturing plants.
Mm-hmm.
But these people, I had a friend of mine, she was 2 years older than me. Dad gave me a referral. I got hired in at GM. I retired from there. So, yeah, I guess, yeah. Anyway, I offered to give her a referral so she could get a job there and have decent money. She was one of these people that didn't think she had to work. I don't know why she thought that. She was coddled and spoiled when she was younger. Her mom passed away. Then when her father passed away, he probably left her a sizable amount, which she blew on this quote boyfriend. She bought him a motorcycle. She bought him this. They were supposedly engaged. He married somebody else.
Ouch.
And she was working at this one little place that sorted coupons. Very strange, but she was working. When I asked her why she didn't turn in the GM, her exact words were, "I get dirty." And at the time, hiring in was about $10 an hour. And I hired in 93. Now that was still good money then.
Mm-hmm.
It was a top tier, but you're on the assembly line and your second tier, you got to work up. You know how it works. And I looked her straight in the face. I said, "Carol, bless your pea-picking heart. For $10.50 an hour, you could buy a hell of a lot of bath soap and shampoo." But the kids today are worse than that. They are prima donnas. Mommy and daddy spoiled them rotten. They bought them everything known to mankind. They've basically bought their affection, treated them like pals, not done much as far as, God forbid, discipline. So they send them off to these Ivy League schools, which at the time were decent schools. Then all of a sudden it degenerated, how we don't know. Now you've got these people in their 50s teaching liberal CRT and all this nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, why are you pitting somebody against somebody else? We were doing pretty good in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, but we got this one president in office whose wife spouted out when they nominated him as the Democrat nominee for president. She spouts up, "This is the first time I've ever been proud to be an American."
That would be Michael.
Yes, that would be Mikey. Give it to Mikey. She don't like anything. So she goes to college.
We think that Mikey might actually be a.
Well, I don't want to go there.
Yeah, that's another.
Why do you think I called it her Mikey?
I think we did ourselves a disservice too when we stopped having shop in schools. We stopped having trade schools. Not everybody needs to be an egghead. People need to learn how to be a plumber and an electrician. And
at the high school I went to, they added a auto mechanic shop.
Sure.
There's a lot of gearheads in the world, and it was good for either getting a job when you got out or being able to keep your car running. Damn, that made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of kids today have life skills. They can't do much without a computer in front of them.
I used to be able to do things. Well, when I was in elementary school, they taught, this is going to sound weird. You're going to think it's crazy. But they taught the girls shop and the guys learned home ec.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with learning how to cook.
But what I'm saying, it's life skill.
Yes.
Have I ever used a sander since elementary school? No. Well, I take that back. Yes, I did. I worked in a small job shop, and you had to use a buffer, which was nothing more than a stand-up drill. But it does teach you not to whack your thumb off when you cut up an onion.
True.
But no, I never thought I'd ever see the day, after all the riots, after all the nonsense in the 60s and 70s, and everybody was working together for a common goal of making good for their family and their country and all that. I never thought I'd see the day that we were more divided than in the 63 with all the I have a dream speeches and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Martin, I wonder how many times Martin Luther King spun around in his grave after Mikey and Hussein got in the White House.
Yeah, because I was born in 71. I was a beneficiary of all the reforms and changes that came of the civil rights movement.
You came right at the end of it. You came at the end of the peace signs and grew up through the disco and all that.
Yeah, and being a military brat, you're in a
society you got some discipline.
Learn about other. Oh yeah, you get the discipline. Plus, you learn to respect people regardless of where they come from. It's like, what do they bring to the table today? Judge people on their actions, not things that aren't as consequential.
Well, and you have to also stop and think. I had unfortunate things happen to me when I was at Girl Scout camp. I had a girl pull a knife on me, and because I was a different color than her, which I thought was unique, never told my parents about it. Why would you? The counselor told me to go get her to get ready to go for the assembly for mealtime. So I go in, I knocked on the tent post, which, being a tent, it doesn't have a door, and knocked. And she went, "What?" And I stepped in, and she turned around, looked at me, and says, "You need to get your blankety blank blank." And they weren't cuss words, but we're not going to go with racial epitaphs.
Right. We get the idea.
Right.
In her tent. And then she says, "I ought to cut you." And I walked over, looked her straight in the face. I said, "Go ahead." And I think I was probably 11 or 12. And she says, "You're crazy." I said, "No, I know you're not that dumb or crazy." We became friends the rest of the camping trip. What she looked like had no consequence to me. I was at a Girl Scout camp. They told me to wake her up and make sure that she didn't miss the assembly for dinner. And I didn't have to do it. They asked, would somebody? I was the closest. I worked with a girl who was, I don't know if I could say the word on YouTube. Begins with an R, and you could fill it in.
Okay.
And very much so. And she'd dig at me and dig at me. I'd ignore because I thought, well, but yet I bowled with her dad, who worked at GM. He was one of the nicest men I ever met. And he passed away, and she got worse. He had to intervene one time when she started her rampage. And I bowled on the same team with her dad, which made it kind of uncomfortable, to say the least. And I guessed it got back to him, and he pulled me aside and he asked me about it. And I said, yeah, she did say that. She didn't say two words to me until we got to the new plant, which is D-Max. They make that big Duramax 6600 diesel engine for GM. And I had an accident. I drove a forklift the last part that I was before I retired. And I had to move the empty engine racks and put them up and move the full engine racks into an engine bank, which is not for the weak of heart. You stop and think, each one of those engines is at least 1,000 pounds. There's 2 of them. The rack weighs close to 1,000 pounds. They're stacked too high. You've got to take the stack of 2 high and set them on top of 2 already in the engine bank.
It's quite the balancing act.
You cannot be a pussy, okay? You really can't. You can't. It's ridiculous. And then, I could do that. Yeah, I want to watch. And every time they want me to train somebody, I just sit back and go. And I would not get off the truck. They said, you should get up there. I ain't getting up there. You think I'm stupid? I'll sit on my truck with my legs crossed going, yep, you're doing fine. Tip it here, lean it that way, shift it a little bit, drop it, and tilt it forward, slide out, tip it all the way, level it out, back up, and invariably the dummy would almost pull all 4 down. And I'd say, I'll tell you what, put it on the floor, go get 2 more, I'll put them away.
Yeah, even today, a good forklift driver is worth her weight in gold.
Well, I would have continued to do it, but I screwed my back up, thus retiring. I actually retired earlier than I wanted to. Oh, yeah, I could go up to Kroger's or anywhere and get a job running a forklift. I could go up, and you got all these people saying it's so easy. Yeah. They don't seem to understand that when you're turning, it's the back end that swings around, not the front. So everything you do in a car is reversed.
Yeah.
It's
I
catchy.
drive a forklift a little bit. I know what you're talking about.
They are not for the faint of heart. You cannot be a candy. And this girl, I had an incident where I had some empty engine racks that were stacked 4 high. I was trying to get the top 2 off. And I never went all the way in with my forks because they were a little longer than the width of the rack. Duh. So I go in and I tip it up. I think all is well with the world. Raise it up a little. Everything's fine. Lifted that sucker up and the one on the bottom got caught. They stored them outside and they rusted together. So when that happened, the 2 behind it fell down and one bounced off the roof of the forklift.
Oh boy.
And
that could have been a real disaster.
And they were all empty, thank goodness for small miracles. And all I could do sit there and go, that was pretty damn special. And they heard it all the way up to the assembly line, and I'm all the way back at the dock.
Wow.
So my boss comes flying out of there and he says, what happened? Did you go too far in? And I said, no, they were rusted. And when they have a little lip where they solder the tip so you can interlock them. And the weld sticks out. And sometimes if they push them too close together, it jams them up. And that's what happened. So he took, safety protocol. They pull you off the forklift for XYZ days or permanently, depending how stupid you were. Well, in the meantime, Miss Wonderful also had been pulled off a forklift a day before I was because she went to put a flat of cranks. Now, that crank is big. and they're rough, and they load them into a machine that mills them and cuts them for specs and all that good shit. She puts it over there, and the dummy dropped it.
Ouch.
And they're open on each side. They fell out and almost hit the operator.
Oof.
And the time before, she was putting a skid of heads, which were milled, assembled, and ready to be dropped in, for final assembly with the valves and everything. And there's a slick piece of plastic at each layer. Otherwise, it will scratch the fresh milling on the head. You're getting it so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are aluminum heads.
Right. So they're
slick.
Gotta be yeah.
You got to keep it nice and level. Don't tip it. Don't fly through there like your butt's on fire. So she goes up there, tips it, and they all slid off. Fortunately, the operator wasn't there, but stop and count up the amount of money she just wasted.
Right, because they can't be used after they're banged.
Oh no, because once they fall, because they're aluminum heads.
Mm-hmm.
If they were steel heads, it'd be a little different story. But the ones in that engine are aluminum.
Yep.
So
the best you can do with that is just melt it down and start over.
Well, yeah, it went in the scrap bin. They all had to be scrapped. So she was taken off, and my boss, you have to take the little monkey safety test. And I'd been on the forklift over 10 years, moving racks and engines and all that good nonsense. So I got to sit there and take a damn monkey test to see if I'm fit to be on a forklift. Ew. Bad thing is they added questions I didn't know anything about. I knew about it, but it was stuff that had to do with the batteries in the truck. And we had to change our own forklift batteries. We didn't have a specified guy that did it. I had to change my own forklift battery. Yeah, I really enjoy.
You use the all electric forklifts?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was not going to mess with a damn propane tank. No, somebody else better do that shit.
Yeah, that's temperamental.
Call up Hank Hill. He's good with propane and propane accessories. So anyway, we're sitting there, and then our team leader tells us what our assignment for the day is. Are you going to do this? Are you going here? Are you going there? Well, I was always on dress line. So she looks at me and she says, you go back over on dress line. So I went and got the radio. Have to have a radio in case of emergency. I get the radio. I get my pop. And she blurted something out. Can I say this without any of us getting in trouble? Probably. She just blurted out, oh, white girl got her driving privileges back.
Oh, boy.
And I'm steady picking up my Diet Dew. It went in one ear, out the other. I'm not going to start a bunch of nonsense. And I acted like I didn't hear it. Now, my team leader turned a funniest shade of tan. That should explain her.
Right.
This other guy who was team leader in a different area, all he could do is drop his jaw, and he had kind of a burgundy tint. Don't need to say anything else. You're getting the gist of the reactions, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody else is just staring at me. And I said, I'm sorry, so-and-so. What was that you said? And she was so damn stupid, she repeated it. Oh, my God. And I just wandered off. I didn't say a word. I got on my forklift. I was furious for 4 hours. Yeah, if it would have been reversed, my feet wouldn't have touched the ground going out the front door.
Yeah.
Finally, I had had enough, and somebody looked at me, and she was, the same hue.
Mm-hmm.
And she and I got along really well. And she said, "What is wrong with you?" And I told her. Her face got very pale when she said, "You're kidding." I said, "No." She said it twice.
Mm.
She said, "If I was you, I'd call the committeeman. Because being union, you can't just go upstairs."
Right. There's a channel you have to go through.
Yeah. So I had my boss put the committeeman on call. So what do I get? I get the alternate. Yeah, that's helpful. And I told her what he said, and you know what his response was? "Well, you are, aren't you?" I said, "Well, yeah." I said, "I realize she kisses your butt and sucks up for everything," which is basically she was. But I mean, there's always going to be an instant of a turd. Oh, wow, a turd joke. Mr. Hanky. We all know about Mr. Hanky, don't we?
Yep.
Yeah,
God,
the Christmas food.
I can't believe I'm referring South Park. Oh, God. That is something I never wanted to admit that I ever watched. Oh, my God, they killed Kitty again. How many times have they killed Kenny in that series? I want to know.
Lord,
Has
so
anybody
many
ever?
times we can't count.
I was going to say, I wonder if anybody has taken the time to count how many times Kenny has been killed in that show. That'd make a great trivia question, guys.
Well, I'm going to bring Steve's mic back up. I'm going to let Steve try to answer that question there for you, Susudio. How many times has Kenny been killed, Steve?
Is it because I'm a 90s kid?
Yeah, it's because you're a 90s
He's been killed
kid.
off in almost every single freaking episode, man.
At least there's one episode.
Over 340 times at least. Enough to make a year.
Well, he was killed off twice in one episode.
Dude, Kenny is the best freaking character. Besides Cartman.
Oh my God, they killed Kenny again.
Kenny. Mr. Hanky, I'm the Christmas Pooh.
What you got going there, Roosticky?
It's 126 times.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't take offense. I'm glad you muted me because I love listening to her.
Hey, dude, you cheated, man. You cheated. No fair Googling. No.
You Googled it? What did you Google? What was the answer?
126 times.
I swear I thought it was more than that.
I thought it was like 300 and something. I thought it was enough to make a year.
Well, stop.
Well,
it's a
if I remember correctly, they spent a whole season letting him live through every episode.
In the shows, 126 times. In shorts, 12 times. And in video games, 14 times.
We're not talking about video.
Yep.
Well, I know there was one episode they killed him twice in one episode.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe they kept killing Kenny.
What's funny is what I love about the original episodes, the first season, they always had the rats carry his body away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it also says he dies in the theme in season 7 through 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, he always does. He always kills. He dies on a flagpole.
Yeah.
But yeah, he dies in the beginning. You don't see him the rest of the episode except in the beginning, you know.
His head goes on the flagpole. He slides on down.
Well, Susudio, we're kind of the same mind that you can't fix stupid, but what would you suggest to try to get some of these knuckleheads that are making policy these days to maybe turn things around?
I love what the hell she's been saying.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, you. Repeat your question, Margot.
Pardon?
Repeat your question to Susudio so Susudio can answer.
Yeah, well, like we've been saying, you can't fix stupid, but we've got some knuckleheads making policy these days. What would be your thoughts on how to turn things around?
Well, take the booze out of the Capitol building. It'll be a great start.
Nancy Pelosi? Well, she's already out.
Well, no. I'm sorry. You've got some of them I know are tanked or high when they're in there. You cannot tell me AOC's pupils are that big by nature.
No shit. If you're a politician, you got money. There's no way. If I'm poor and I'm boozing myself up, there's no way you're rich and you're not.
Oh, no, honey. I don't think that's booze. Booze do not dilate your pupils.
That might be Adderall.
Honey.
What about the fentanyl coming across the border?
Lord, who knows?
No, she wouldn't be that damn stupid. Hell, I would like to know one thing. This is an open question.
Yes.
Would somebody please explain to somebody who worked years in a factory?
I have.
Wait, I meant 25 plus.
No, I'm only 30, but I've worked at least 5.5 years in a factory.
Okay.
And then I worked in another factory afterwards.
But wait, there's less, as my brother would say.
There's less.
How in the blue bloody blazes can you go from being a booze peddler to a congresswoman who makes a remark she ran for Congress because Obamacare wouldn't cover to fix her teeth?
Do you really want to know the answer?
But wait, there's much less.
There's
much less.
There's more.
Oh, yeah, wait. You're going to love the last part of this question. How in the hell is she going to the Met Ball? She's a millionaire. She's driving driving a brand new Tesla. She's selling merch, tax the rich, and she's rich.
True.
And
the real question is, has she done anything positive for her district that she's supposed to represent? Anything?
She's done nothing.
Give me permission. I want to say something.
She's been up there.
But my whole thing is I don't understand how somebody can be in office less than what she been in there 3.5, 4 years now. Mm-hmm. She's got a net worth more than I will see in my lifetime.
From the youngest guy, you want me to really give you the answer?
Well, I thought there was. Remember when Trump?
Trust me, I'm the prefaces of order and chaos.
But wait a minute.
Oh, I sound like Jordan Peterson a little bit. But I understand. You want to know what it is?
No, I was trying to say something.
Okay, go on.
When Trump went in office, he had to disconnect himself from his income.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You were not supposed to, quote, profit.
So many commercials and everything else. Beforehand.
You were not supposed to profit from your office. That's written in the Constitution. But yet you've got Pelosi and everybody else who are now million and multimillionaires who have done nothing but profit. How is that legal? And they want to talk about democracy, and we don't know anything about the Constitution. Open forum. Go at it, boys.
Yeah, if anybody else pulled the shenanigans that she and her husband have, they'd be arrested for insider trading. But for them, it's a different, it's rules for thee, not for me.
Martha Stewart served time for her banker doing insider trading in her name.
Yep.
She actually pulled a jail sentence.
Let's let Steve say what he wanted to say real quick. Steve, you wanted to answer Susudio real bad there for a minute.
I really did. You want to know what it is? It's corrupt politicians, and it's because nowadays people don't. That's the whole thing. What I was talking about like an hour ago with you guys. They are trying to make. Why do you think Biden bought into TikTok and everything else? They're trying to make the youth stupid so they don't know any better.
They're succeeding.
Well, they succeeded in that.
Oh yeah, they are fucking succeeding. That's the sad part, man.
Well, we certainly don't seem to want people to think for themselves anymore.
They don't. But that's the whole thing. That's the whole reason why Nancy Pelosi can invest in all these freaking banks and they can send money over to Ukraine and it's an embezzlement thing and everything else.
Send it to me. I could spend it better.
Yeah, let's just keep printing off the fucking money, right?
Well, I don't think I actually got it. It's always been about the freaking money. It has always been about the freaking money. And
that's capitalism.
Every time those politicians get elected into office, they go up there. It's like Mr. Smith goes to Washington. You go up there and you go up there with all the best of intentions, but before it's over with, you're just as crooked as all the rest of them.
You know what's weird is
and yes, there's rules for me, but not for me. And they should be following the law, but they're not. And most of Americans are sleeping. I think they those who should know better are just not paying attention.
And they come off
that's part of the problem.
Well,
I had classes in economics in high school, and it just seems one of those basic things. If you just keep printing money and you're already having problems with inflation, you're just making a bad situation worse
for your generation next.
Well,
the more money we print off, it makes it bad for us and it makes it worse for our next generation.
Don't you? You guys weren't around, but Carter did the same shit. He printed more money.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was stupid. Monetizing. It made it bad for the fucking kids that grew up in the 90s.
I'm the host here. Let me speak for just a moment.
Sorry.
All right. So economics 101. Okay. We have all this paper money. And the paper money is just a promise. Okay?
Fiat.
Yeah, it's fiat currency. It's just a promise. But the more of that currency is in circulation, the less that it's worth. Yep. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. I had a conversation and a disagreement with a coworker of mine years and years ago. And he said the government will never run out of money because they can just print more. And I said, you're a college educated man. You ought to know better than that. The more of that paper circulates, the less it's worth. And that's what creates inflation. So they gave away all this stimulus money back at when the coup was in effect and all the lockdowns, and everybody was getting this money and going on spending sprees. And they were giving away billions and billions of dollars to the Ukraine for this fake war that's going on over there. And so they're printing more money to do this, making that money worth so much less. That's why we're going to have this horrid double-digit inflation that's coming up. I feel it, and it's going to hurt. Deep hurting, as they said on MST3K. Deep hurting.
This is going to be a hard winter for a lot of folks because they can't afford heating oil, they can't afford food, and it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad.
I find it weird,
hey, what was the original question that I was supposed to answer to you, Sus?
It was about our favorite donkey.
Oh yeah.
AOC. Why does she not?
Yeah.
Why does she remind me of
occasional Cortex?
No, just call her Jackass.
I'm sorry.
It does seem that
the I don't know if Ocean's still around, but she knows that this is all pre-planned. This is done on purpose.
Yeah. The Democratic Party does seem to invest heavily in candidates that they feel they can easily control once they get them into Washington to vote whatever way they want them to vote.
Why do you think Democrats love? Here's the whole thing. It's not actually about the Democratic Party. It's actually about the Republican Party. That's what Trump made different. And I'm sorry, I'm a Trump guy. That's what Trump made different. They're MAGA people. That's the movement to move against the establishment.
Oh, are we?
And Trump, he made it very point clear. There are rhinos, and you know what rhinos are? Republicans in name only. And they are actually technically Republicans in name only. They are technically Democrats. Why do you think the MAGA movement has been so scrutinized lately? I might be a little too spicy, but that's my viewpoint. And I think everyone can nod in agreement.
Well, it does seem in some cases
brother.
it's hard to tell one political party from the other. They're just as goofy when it comes to policy.
They can be goofy. Everyone's goofy. Who isn't goofy? Yeah. Are you goofy? I'm goofy. You're goofy.
Oh, I'm certainly not.
Yeah,
I'm not goofy. I'm just aged.
But you are you a Trump supporter, Sus?
No, I'm a. Well, let me see if I get this straight. I gotta get my words in order here.
That's okay.
I am a deplorable. I am.
You're a Trump supporter, apparently.
I must be transphobic, racist.
I don't know if she's a troll, but I love this woman.
Wait a minute. There's more words. Radical. I like that one real well.
Insurrectionist.
It's insurrection.
Insurrection.
Well, remember now they had stupid Schumer or Shifty Shift on there, and he called it an erection.
How is Jerry Nadler and Chuck Schumer still in office? Nancy Pelosi finally got kicked out. How is Chuck Schumer and Jerry Nadler?
Well, don't you remember? He called it an erection.
Yeah, he did. That was a funny gaffe.
Let's see. I'm an
erection. Trump made an erection.
Wait a minute. There's ultra MAGA. Then there's.
I'm proud to be.
Wait a minute. MAGA. It's hard. And then he just calls up. Doesn't he even know how to say MAGA? Half the time he says MAGA, half the time he says mega. What the hell planet's this man on?
Who, Trump? Or are you talking about Joe Biden? Because Trump is with it, man.
Well, no. I'm talking about the people that are giving us all our lovely nicknames.
Yeah, deplorables is my favorite.
Well, we're
insurrectionists.
No, it's insurrection. Yes, I watch Salty Cracker a lot.
That's good. I love to hear that.
Insurrection. It's an erective insurrection. How's that?
Wait, who's the Salty Cracker?
You don't know who Salty Cracker is? Brother, look him up.
Oh, talk about spicy.
Yeah, that's what I am a little bit. I'm a little on his side. I'm a little bit spicy, and that's probably why I was muted for a while ago.
Well, I'm sorry,
Bill.
Well, I flew a couple words, but the ones I flew, I don't think YouTube's going to have a cardiac over them. If they do, they'd mute every fifth word on Salty Cracker.
God.
So does he cuss a lot?
Broski.
What's up?
Look up Salty Cracker, man.
All right.
Oh, I'll tell you another site I like real well is
Rumble. Screw YouTube.
The Conservative Twins. Have you ever checked? Have you ever checked them?
Diamond and Silk?
No. They are
the ones that
Hodge
go on
twins.
Newsmax and shit. Yeah.
This is the Hodge. No, I'm talking about the Hodge twins.
The Hodge twins. Oh my God, the conservative brothers.
The conservative twins.
The Hodge twins.
Yeah,
man. They're freaking great. Bill, you know about the Hodge twins?
Yeah.
You know who else I like is Liberal Hive Mind.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty
apparently
good.
I know nothing about politics.
And
politics. I
huh?
can't get enough of it. Sorry.
See, Liberal Hive Mind and Officer Tatum.
Oh yeah,
Is he the one that does the First Amendment audits, or
No, Officer Tatum's the ex-cop that has a
Yeah,
channel.
he used to be an ex-cop, and he goes on Fox News and Newsmax a lot.
He formed Blexit with Candace Owens.
Yeah, Candace Owens, dude. Holy crap, Candace Owens is awesome. She's part of the Daily Wire.
mm-hmm.
She is now. Yeah.
She's trying to off-branch, but she's
But
still part of them.
If do you guys like comedy, political comedy?
I love it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I have a channel suggestion for you guys.
I'm sure I probably heard of it.
I don't think so. It's called SC Reviews.
No, I haven't heard of that. I'll look it up.
Look it up. He's out of Australia.
They're a little weird down south.
No, let me tell you. He's got his.
No offense, guys.
He tears everybody apart. Whether it's here or, as he calls it, the UK, he is hilarious.
As long as it's not Jesse Pearson, because that guy sucks.
Who?
Never listened to him, have no desire.
We've heard Jordan Peterson.
Never, no.
He's a Canadian psychiatrist and historian.
Nope. I got my channels that I like. Those are my guys right there.
95% of them I know.
Next News Network is a great one if you want just news.
Thank
Yeah,
you
it's
for
tough.
muting me, because like
It's tough to find
it
news
seems like
that
she
doesn't have a
agrees with me
spin
lot.
one way or another anymore.
Did I misgender
What?
you? I
Local
said
news.
I was saying I sorry if I misgendered you, but it seems like Sus agrees with me a lot.
What does that got
Well,
to
you'd be
do with gender?
Amazed when you actually get into a comment with someone, you have views that oppose yours. You'd be amazed at how. And I'm talking about normal human beings here. When you get into a conversation with someone, you would be amazed at how many viewpoints that you find in common. But you have to engage in the conversation.
That's the beautiful thing about America.
You can't shut someone down.
Well, no, the people today, I don't care what age group, Gen Z, XY, PDQ, pissant, whatever they are.
Pissant.
People have attached themselves not to an ideal, but an idea. And for some reason, when they were young, some moron dug a little hole in their BRAIN and shoved Mr. Hanky in there.
Howdy ho.
There's a great danger in group think.
And when you go to talk to these people, and it doesn't matter what you're talking about at all, they eyeball you. Especially when you're my age, they're like, look, bitch, you're too old.
Well, Susudio, I imagine you understand that, once upon a time, you could have different viewpoints and have a conversation, and nobody would call you an ism or an ist or a phobe. They would actually agree to disagree, and you could.
We didn't have this much problems until around 2014.
Sounds about right.
It got worse in 2017 because of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got to stop and think. These brainless brats
Yeah.
through this whole time that we didn't know had a worm shoved in their ear hole from probably the 7th grade on.
And they didn't know it was eating their brains out.
And by the time, I cannot tell you how weird used to be. Oh, God. You already know how. I'm glad you can't see me. This is time to rub my forehead. All right. I got that out of me. Now my hair's sticking out every frickin' which direction, and I couldn't care less.
Fair enough.
Back in the day, now I'm sounding like my great-grandfather. Back when I was a young whippersnapper.
Don't tell us you had to go to school uphill in the snow both ways.
Oh, wait. But wait, I did walk to the school uphill in a frickin' snowstorm. When I was in elementary school. I live in Ohio.
It's pretty close to me.
That's why.
But we walked in the snow.
I live a little bit northern, so I understand.
But we didn't, we lived, the school we went to, that was back when you moved in an area that depended on how far the school was to the house. The kids would walk to school. They'd walk to school with their friends and blah, 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 blah.
Crossing the prairie?
You want to kiss my foot now or later?
I do I don't know who this is, but
Ward, I'm worried about the beaver. Don't start.
Studio.
Yeah. I hate to tell you this at my age. Don't joust with me. I promise you'll lose.
I'm okay with that.
Like Grandpa used to say, never have a battle of wits with an unarmed opponent because somebody's going to get hurt.
I hate to tell you this.
She read Little House on the Prairie. She got mad.
No, I didn't get mad. I just
You read that book in grade school, right?
I've never read any of them.
Really? It's actually a good book.
Nope. I didn't know anything about him until
I didn't go to public school. I went to a Christian school, so
I went to got me a public school education.
You learned the 3 R's: reading, writing,
you trolling
arithmetic.
right now?
Am I what?
Trolling?
Why would I be trolling?
No, she's telling the truth.
No,
I'm telling it like it is. You walk to school in the winter. You took your butt to
you do, or you don't get a fucking education.
Well, you took your ass to school because if you didn't, Mama Bear would whoop your hiney. She'd whoop your butt, and the first thing when she got done, you heard the famous refrain. Wait till your father gets home.
Yeah, Daddy came home.
Yeah. And then he'd take off that narrow leather belt that had the latch hook buckle on it.
Yeah, that fucking hurt.
That had the little daddy's initial on it. And those were thick and narrow, and they hurt like hell.
Yep.
Yeah. You
when I went to school, the principal still had the board of education too.
Oh, we got to hear the guys get the wax. Yeah.
Don't wake Daddy up too early.
Well, and then the thing is when the guys got wax, it wasn't the principal that gave it; it was the frickin' gym teacher.
And he'd been working out.
He was the biggest, burliest son of a gun in the school. And he'd get a hang time on that swing. I want you to know.
He'd get reaching way back.
Honey, it was downtown. Let me tell you. If he'd have been at a batting box, that would have been a home run way out of the park.
Well, they definitely wanted to get your attention.
And they do it in the hall.
Mm-hmm.
In front of everyone.
As a warning to everybody else.
Well, no, the doors were closed in the classrooms.
But they could hear it.
But you got to remember that ceramic tile with a linoleum floor and suspended ceilings and a wood door with glass. Whack!
Everyone heard it.
Oh yeah. It shivers down everybody's spine when that sound hit. And the girls,
let me interrupt there for a moment, and I'll just say this: back in those days, and I remember the days of the Board of Education myself, but there wasn't any ADD back in those days because that board would cure all of that. So nobody was strung out on Ritalin in schools because, like
no.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Different times back then.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I actually went to a parochial grade school. I went to a Lutheran school. I'm Lutheran. I'm not Catholic because I think Catholics are. I think the Pope is the Antichrist, to be honest. But
yeah.
I feel you on that.
He is. Literally, the Pope goes, "Hey, call me all Father." What did Jesus say in the Bible? If any of you are religious, I'm sorry if you're not. What did the Pope? What the Pope says? Call me all Father. What does Jesus say in the Bible?
Don't call me Father. Don't call any other man Father.
Don't call any man on earth Father.
Right.
You only have one Father, and that's above.
Well, I hate to tell you this. That's what. Well, of course, I called my dad. So.
Yeah. Not Father.
Well, some
context.
You were raised right, apparently. But like at the same time, like when I went to high school, it was very different. I got used by a lot of fucking people.
Well, the thing is
because it was a public school. I didn't go to a parochial high school. I went to a parochial grade school, though. I'm lucky for that. I feel like I was blessed.
Well, the thing is, yeah, we walked to school in the snow, and we did our homework. God help you if you didn't do your homework.
I still got an ass whooping if I didn't do my homework.
Well, you had to take home the report card in elementary school.
And God, man, if it was not good.
Oh, and you had to take it back to the teacher, signed
by your parent. Yes.
You could not say, "Oh, they didn't have time to look at it." Your ass would take it home again that night. You had 24 hours to get mom and dad to look at that.
I'm not a criminal. I can't forge signatures. I got my ass whooped if it was not good.
Well, the difference too was, everybody wasn't heavily medicated in school and coddled. We were taught to be self-reliant. It wasn't just learning the lessons, but learning to be responsible for yourself.
Well, you had to be responsible. You had to be responsible, or mom and dad would beat the crap out of you.
No shit. And you want to know what? You got to worry about dad more than mom.
Let me interject here. Those of us who remember corporal punishment in schools, I can remember very distinctly that if you got a spanking at school, when you came home, there was another one waiting for you when you got there.
Oh, no shit.
Oh, because trust me, your parents knew.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a personal question? I already told you guys I was raised as a Lutheran. I respect the Catholics, but at the same time, I do believe the Pope is basically the Antichrist.
I have a lot of problems with the Catholic religion.
No, that's okay.
Go ahead, Steve.
I'm a Christian, but
Bill and Largo might chime in.
I was raised Presbyterian, but
that's an off branch of Protestant, which is away from the Catholic.
Yes.
There's
I'm
no
definitely Protestant in my upbringing, but
it's
one of those things where I believe everybody should read the Bible for themselves. Don't listen to any one person who's gonna, if you just hear what somebody says from the pulpit and you never investigate for yourself, then you might be liable to fall for things that aren't quite right. So you should read it for yourself and do a little investigation and search your soul that way.
Lutheranism was founded off of Martin Luther, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A German monk that used to work for the German church or the German church, Catholic church. And he went away because he actually said exactly what you just said. Study the scripture for yourself. Don't have priests tell you anything. Study it for yourself.
Well, people fought
And
and died for the right to print the Bible in their own language. That was a big issue.
That's actually, and Germany went away from that, and England took off with it, and it went to America, where
The
it's
Anglican
like
Church, yeah.
they link away from the Roman Catholic Church, and I do respect the Roman Catholic Church. There's a lot of like appealing things about it, and I went to a Roman Catholic Church when I voted last time, which was during the midterms.
Well, being a student of history, you know that when you look at a lot of the atrocities of, whether it's colonialism or, indigenous people that have suffered, there's usually a priest along with those soldiers. And it was always Catholicism that was being pushed down the throats of folks that were being
and that's why
educated.
I have a newfound love for Lutheranism. I was raised on that, and then I steered away, and I was like, oh, maybe Catholic. But I went back and she realized, like, it's actually quite good. Study it for yourself. You don't need anyone to interrupt. You just need to study it for yourself.
No, let me interject there, Steve. I'll tell you, you were asking what my beliefs are, basically. And I'll tell you right now, when I joined the Army, they want to put what your religion is on your dog tag. So when you get killed in combat, they know how to bury you, basically.
I understand it, yeah.
And my dog tag says Protestant, no denomination, and I can bring that out and show it to you. Now, I was raised in the Methodist Church. And then that's all John Wesley, and but and I also believe what Reverend Grady Nutt said. He said the only difference between the Methodists and the Baptists is the Methodists are scared of the water. But I've
one dunks and one sprinkles.
That's correct. And I've attended both churches, Methodist Church and Baptist. But like Largo, I believe you need to study the Bible for yourself. You need to study not only one translation, but other translations, because things get lost in translations.
That's true.
The King James version of the Bible was translated in England and used the terms of the time. So when you read that, you have to understand it from that point of view, which is why we have like the New International Version and different versions of the Bible. But you need to go back to the original scriptures and what they were written in. Yeah, the original scriptures were written.
Martin Luther, actually, that's what I'm saying, is Lutheranism, the original Ock branch from Catholicism.
Sorry, guys.
In the Methodists.
Right. Yeah, that's
the
fine.
Methodists.
But the thing is now, as far as the Catholic Church goes, let's talk about the Catholic Church for a minute.
Oh my God!
And I
don't want to talk about the
Catholic Church. Two listeners. I'm probably going to lose some subscribers over this. But I'm telling you, the Catholic Church believes some stuff that I think is a little off the wall. First demonic. Of all, I believe that you pray to God. You don't pray to a saint or to
a priest.
Mary. But, and a priest can't pray you into heaven. And back in the Middle Ages, they believed that you could pay a priest to get someone into heaven after they died. That's not true. And so there's a few things.
The fancy terms are exegesis and eisegesis. The idea that you don't read something into the verses in the Bible that aren't there. Don't put your own spin on it.
The scripture to interpret it to you.
Well,
the basic tenets of faith are pretty dirt simple.
The Catholics believe in going to confessional. Now we all know where that came from.
No, it's very therapeutic.
Yeah. Right. The priest sits in that booth, and you can't see him because of that screen, but he can see you through that screen. He knows who you are. So you sit there and you confess your deepest sin to someone, and now they know what you did. So they can hold that. That can be used against you. That's where the whole idea of going to a confessional was. You don't confess to a man; you confess to the Lord. Christ himself said, "How do you pray? you don't pray in the street like the Pharisees did in front of everybody else. You go in the closet and you pray to the Lord alone.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Can you give me 2 minutes? I'll time myself. I have a watch.
All right.
I'm going to grab a cup of coffee while y'all are
in the last
getting
week.
on that.
He's not on that?
He's listening.
I'm just going to grab some coffee.
Yeah,
I'm going to mute
There's
everybody
2 things
else.
on religion I realized in the last week. And I'll tell myself. I have some weird fascination with Catholicism. But I realized in the last week, it's because it's demonic and because Satan entices you and Catholicism is evil. I really do think that. Because why the hell is the Pope, you know what his official title is? The All-Father. What did Jesus say in the scripture? Do not appoint anyone as a father on this earth. Right? I'm a Lutheran. That was the first branch off of Catholicism. And I understand Protestant and Baptist and all that stuff. And what's the other one that begins with an M? I get that. I think Lutheran is evangelicist is actually the word that envelopes everything. I just don't understand why that is, because I think Catholicism is actually, I used to like it. Even a week ago, I thought it was enticing. But that's the whole thing of Satan. He entices you, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about religion now.
Yeah, of course. If you stay on Weird Fantastic Toy Adventures on a Saturday night, anything can be discussed. We're not talking toys tonight. We've talked politics, and now we're stuck into religion. And Steve,
I know I'm a little bit of a blabbermouth.
That's okay, Steve. I've given you the floor, and you've talked about Catholicism for a moment, and there's a lot of things about Catholicism that
are wrong,
worth looking into, just so you know where they come from.
But we agree on them, right?
The idea of the Mother Mary with the
why
Christ
would you
child
worship
sitting
the
on
mother?
her lap. That's Isis.
Exactly. It goes back to ancient. Like I said, I wanted to be a history teacher.
Oh yeah, I'm with you on that. I know exactly where you're going with that. It goes back to
even
ancient
Egypt. Yeah, Egypt, where it's like the mother with the son.
Yeah, that's it.
You worship the son. You worship the son. No, you should not worship the son. You should worship Jesus if you're a fucking true Christian. Excuse my language.
Yeah, and yeah, you're absolutely right, and it's worth looking into just to see, how the Catholic Church was corrupted.
It was corrupted from the beginning, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, what's ironic is that the Roman Catholic Church, the people who actually pierced Jesus's freaking wrist, that's ironic in and of itself.
Yeah. All right, Steve. So the point being there is that there is something corrupt there in the Catholic Church, and some of the ideals there in the Catholic Church are very pagan.
Yeah, they are. They always went along pagan stuff. Like, for instance, Easter is a very pagan religion.
Yeah, well, a lot of our holidays that
they adapted to pagan religions.
They follow the festivals because in order to get the people to want to join the Catholic Church, they couldn't take their festivals away from them, so they tried to overlay those festivals somehow into the religion. So that's where we get Christmas, Easter, all that kind of stuff.
What's messed up is actually most of all the Christian holidays are actually pagan related. That's what sucks.
They really are. They very much are. And
I think you understand what I'm saying.
there we got Susudio. Hey there, how's it going, Susudio?
Hey, how's it
Let
going,
me
lady?
get your mic back on.
We were just talking about religion.
Get your mic back on. There you go. Your mic is live.
Oh shit! You fucking turned my damn camera on, guys.
I didn't turn it on. You turned it on.
Hey, you didn't like that?
I turned it back on.
And
we got a glimpse. We got a glimpse of the world famous Susudio there, Largo. Did you catch that real quick?
I did. Bless her heart, just as she was lighting her Marlboro.
I'm sorry, Largo. What are you?
Yeah.
What?
There she comes back.
We're talking about religion. Is that okay? Is that a good subject?
That's not my favorite topic.
Were you willing to talk about it? Snooky.
Well, I try to keep philosophy simple. I have studied scripture.
It's
I've
good
looked
to talk
into
about
things
it
for
with
myself,
other people
but
who feel differently, though.
The bottom line is, do no harm. Treat other people like you want to be treated.
You know,
if you look at
all
the different things that people have taught over the years, God knows we're not that bright. Keep it simple. Just do nice things when you can.
Hey, you're a little old, but you're a nice lady.
Don't poke the bear, because you don't know what'll happen.
Well, don't get too rowdy.
Yes,
Bye. That's all you get, dudes.
Fair enough.
Well, I don't want my mug all over the interweaves.
Mine's
fair.
already here. I don't give a fuck.
You're a good sport putting up with us knuckleheads.
I have just one thing to say.
Yeah.
I wonder what would happen if I started a YouTube channel.
That's what I wondered.
It'd be interesting.
You never know. Hey,
would you guys collab with me if I did that?
Subscribers before I do.
Would you guys collab with me if I did that?
What?
Yeah.
I tend to stay away from some of the hot button issues. I tend to just stay with the.
Why? The hot button issues are what gets attraction.
Well, no, I wouldn't go too hot button, but it would be hot button with a twist. A
karaoke?
No.
I'm teasing.
You really want to hear this froggy ass voice of mine singing? I don't think so, Tim. Yes, gotta love Tim Allen. Yes, sir.
Tim Allen? Hey, well, anyone know what time it is?
3:44 a.m. where I am. I've been up nearly all night long. I'm going on 4 hours 52 minutes here, and
are we going?
We're just having a good time. There ain't but two people.
What?
Is it just us?
I think so.
I think OBS might have gone to bed. I'm not sure.
Well, the thing that I was thinking is I really had over time considered doing a YouTube channel and not necessarily do a live stream or anything like that, because I don't really have a camera or anything, or
Apparently you do.
It's on my damn phone. It's on my phone.
Yeah,
but
let me tell you, Susudio, you can film with your phone. There are apps that you can download for your phone in order to actually edit that. You can edit it from your phone, and then you can upload your video to YouTube from your phone, as long as you've got a decent internet connection. Or you got
mine's through Verizon, so
it's not bad.
Well, if it's LTE or better,
company,
if it's LTE or better, you can do that.
Well, what I'm thinking is, I don't have a problem with people showing their faces. However, I live in an area and I have friends of mine who watch different things and
they think differently.
Oh, honey, I damn near lost one of my friends because of Trump.
I've lost a lot of people, and I know you feel the same way as I do, actually.
And
You're the one
she-
person I talked to tonight that seems to be on the same page as me.
Well, the thing is this one friend of mine, I'd been friends with her for 30 years. And that's a long damn time.
Well, Trump divided a lot of people, and
well,
it's sad, but at the same time, I think it's actually.
Well, the thing is she listens to the stupid shit news networks. Well, okay, fake news. How's that? Fake news.
Yeah, you watch his rallies, right?
But the thing is she was somehow under the impression that Trump was going to cut Medicare and Trump was going to get rid of being able to get insurance for pre-existing conditions. And
Older friend, huh?
my
mother was worried about that. She's older.
She's
still a Trump supporter.
No, she.
He's not going to cut SSI or anything like that.
Well, she's like 6 or 7 years younger than me. Well, she went through an era before Obamacare got real stupid. Her mother had cancer, and she was having issues with insurance because we all know cancer treatment, diabetes treatment is extremely expensive. And she was undergoing this, and she honestly, in her heart, believed that. And her exact words were, I know you're a Trump fan, but.
Pardon me just a second. I just want to say hi to Silly Monkey. I can't get into the chat on Twitch, but I can see there's someone there. So.
Well, the thing is.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry, what were we talking about before?
I'm
sorry, I just want to recollect it because I can't remember. What were we talking about
before? Because I actually have been considering it, and I've been thinking of, because there's night schools and different things that shows you how to cut, edit, all that stuff, be able to do video stuff and all that. And they're not that expensive to go to the classes, and I know it. And sometimes you get a discount being a senior. Oh, wow, whoopee shit.
Like this girl's attitude.
10%. Woo, wow. Shit, that won't even buy me a Starbucks
I got my
coffee.
senior discount.
Oh, shit, hell yeah, that'll pay the tax. Maybe. But, if they're going to give me a senior drink over at McDonald's, I'll take it. Fuck it. Sorry.
Oh, I got a free coffee?
Speaking of drinks, Ruski, what's your drink of choice there? You got some Modelo going? Or?
Beer there.
This is, it's Double Dog IPA by Flying Dog.
Oh, you're an IPA guy.
Yeah. I was drinking
Budweiser
a couple nights ago, and Budweiser is not a good drink.
But I even selected a name for the YouTube channel. And no, it's not Susudio. I have to keep some anonymity, don't I?
Yes. As Bill says, no.
Well, that's all right. Some of you haven't seen my.
There's a thing. I mean, I don't care about anonymity, but yeah,
you know what? If the government knows you, why not let the public know you?
No, I'm talking about my name. My name. I don't want to embarrass my dad. The handle.
You're not embarrassing anyone. You seem like a very nice lady.
Yeah, you do. Very nice lady.
I have a great.
I'm being serious. I'm being very sincere.
Well, thank you.
That's my fault. I'm honest.
Well, so I am too.
I just got dumped the other day.
Look at it this way. I am too. Have you felt the boulders I've been throwing?
Oh yeah.
Let them come.
Well, Susudio, I would definitely not want to get up on your wrong side.
Definitely not.
You got your dander up. I don't want to see that.
Our asses if she wanted to.
Hey, Susudio.
Yes.
I want to get on your wrong side.
Hey, Susudio, I have a question for you. What do you think about non-voters?
Oh, you're talking to Ruski.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not touching that. No. I was told something many years ago.
Okay.
You know she's a Trump girl.
Yeah.
Honey, I voted for Democrat.
Trump woman. Sorry.
Let her talk. You got
Through the years,
CEO.
through the years, I have voted on both sides of the fence because of policy.
The pendulum swings.
But I did not vote for Oh Boo Boo and Mikey because he reminded me of a snake oil salesman.
He was slick.
And I did not vote for Slick Willie. No. I had a friend of mine that did because she thought he was good looking.
And he played a good saxophone.
Nah, just saying he was good looking was creepy enough for me. No, douchebags. But I have watched things get kind of bad. The early 70s, it was a little sketchy. We had still had a little bit of riot issues going on. We had that, how do we want to call it? What did they call that?
Civil unrest?
No. I'm not going there. Wait, give me a minute. Police action in Vietnam.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
That was very
very
unpopular.
The advisor police action in Vietnam. We went through that, and then Watergate. Oh, that was a lot of fun. And I remember when John Kennedy was assassinated. Martin Luther King, Bobby Kennedy, Ted Kennedy driving a car off a bridge.
Yeah, and didn't his girlfriend expire in that?
There was
situation?
She supposedly, I think, was an aide or something.
Yeah,
we're not. Well, and what I was questioning, and you got to remember when that happened, I don't remember if I was voting age or not. I don't think so, because that was a 68 car that he crashed. Believe it was a Tornado they pulled out of Chappaquiddick. But I was not voter age, so I never was political at all. Even when I first started voting, I just would listen, and if you were like most people the first time they vote, we had news that was actually news. We had Walter Cronkite, and we had Chet Huntley and David Brinkley. We had people that actually, though there was some bias probably on each anchor, they told the truth.
I liked Paul Harvey, who would tell us the rest of the story.
Oh my God, Paul Harvey. Jesus.
Am I dating myself?
There actually is a recording of Paul Harvey, and it was like he saw into the future, and he told us how things were going to be today, way back then. You remember, what I'm talking about, Largo. You've heard that, haven't you?
I have heard it. But the thing is with Paul Harvey, now when he was popular on, I don't remember which network it was that he did his little thing at the end of the show. I didn't know, because back in the day, a liberal didn't mean what it means now.
True.
Of course not. They've changed the meaning of so many words.
Well, the thing is,
education.
You could tell by his speak, and there was not really that much difference between the parties back then.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of butt puckering back then. Is basically who could kiss the butt the best. And it wasn't divisive, not like but it's Trump's fault. Everybody remember that, please. We're deplorables. Freaking morons.
The Trump derangement syndrome.
I'll tell you what. But the thing is what I was going to say is I have watched it go from, Tricky Dick to, I remember Kennedy, and I can't remember. At LBJ, I hated that creep. And I was a kid, and I hated
LBJ's
it.
the one that killed Kennedy. He's the one that was behind Kennedy's death in the first place.
Well, I'm not.
Was a fake.
But I thought he was a creep. I didn't like him.
He is.
I went through all those different presidents, and that's quite a few, actually.
What do you feel about Reagan?
I liked him. I voted for him both times.
I love to hear that because besides Trump, I changed my hat.
I liked him because
he was a gentleman.
Well, it's not just that he was a gentleman. It's he had a perfect what word am I looking for? Understanding of the English language.
English, do we speak it?
Not according to people in Britain.
It's our second language.
Okay, the American language, okay?
It's English.
Oh, shut up.
I speak American.
We speak American.
Don't make
we
me
speak
pop.
American.
Don't make me pop myself back up on here just to do something terrible.
Do it. Come on.
No. Don't instigate her.
Provoking, not provoking. There we go.
She says we're all number one.
It's because I said the Spanish comment.
One finger means
no. That's not why I did that. Anyhow,
when I was coming up, Jimmy Carter was president.
Oh God!
The people were just disenfranchised, and Reagan was someone who could bring people back to the idea of being proud of being American, and that's something that we had lost.
Reagan did that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course he did
that once.
Reagan was
the
best.
thing is, through all Jimmy Carter's flaws, it wasn't Jimmy Carter. It's Jimmy Carter didn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
He had advisors around him.
Kind of like Joe Biden.
No. Screw Joe. That's a whole. We're not getting into the puppet show, okay?
Right. I mean, Jimmy Carter was not an evil person, but he was a bit naive in politics.
He had good intentions. He was the first stage for Joe Biden to come on.
Well, the thing is, Jimmy Carter was a good man. He did do some good things. It's just that his inexperience, other than what he did prior to the White House, showed because he didn't quite have a grasp on just how intense things could get.
And his cabinet members didn't do him any favors.
Why the hell did he run for president?
No, they didn't. And Jimmy Carter was the classic dark horse. I mean,
he was because
why did he run for presidency if he didn't know what the hell he was getting into?
I think he thought he did.
He didn't know what he was getting into. He thought he was going to go up there and do good, and
that's respectable.
He didn't have the right people advising him.
Well, it's kind of like we talked about earlier, the Frank Capra classic, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I mean, the idea of an honest man doesn't last long there.
Look at it this way.
Are you smoking a cigarette?
Who, me?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to admit what just happened, okay? I'm drinking a Pepsi Zero Mango.
That's okay. Come on, camera. Come on.
I'm belching, okay?
So am I.
Yeah. Shut up.
I love this lady.
Don't make me
I'm
Don't
gonna
make-
make you.
Don't make. Oh, you want to get spanked, little boy? That's what you want. You're
Hey,
a
Cecilia, how many
twisted
genders are there?
too. What is a
Just-
woman?
What is she? Show me.
A female
Oh,
human
Lord.
being.
Don't make me come back on camera and do that again.
Do it.
Stop being
Give
an
me a
instigator
number one.
now.
All right,
I don't
I
know
want
what.
Studio. I want the studio to finish without an interruption. Go ahead. There you go. There she is. I want the studio to finish her
She's
thought
not a
without an
camera.
interruption. Go ahead, studio. Finish
I'll be
What-
quiet.
what-
finish your
what I-
comment there. I'll mute everybody's mic. Mine.
I'll be
Well-
quiet.
What I was just trying to get at is it's very simple. Through the test of time, and you can sit back and look at all the presidents this country has had through its duration. There's ebb and flows and ebb and flows. It goes up and down. We never thought we'd hit the bargain basement. The thing is with reality, these children, Gen Z, XY, PDQ, whatever the heck they want to call themselves this week, they have been so isolated and made so gullible and spent way too much time online doing whatever they do. Real world has never hit these children. They've been isolated. They've been cocooned. They've gone through college and dormitories with a whole herd of like-minded, brainwashed children. And heaven forbid one or two of them go, nah, that doesn't seem quite right. Because then they're chastised, they're bullied, they're picked on, and nobody wants to open their ears just to listen. They don't want to just listen. You don't have to have an argument in order to have political discussions. But yet, that's what they've got themselves into. And a fine example with, should we say, Mad Max? She goes off on tangents and she threatens people. That's okay, but see, it's those terrible, bad, ultra mega magas. They're the radical people, and it's going to go out and do damage to society. We're a threat to democracy. Do they not know the United States of America is not a democracy?
It's a republic.
It's a constitutional republic, which
Yes,
is
ma'am.
run by laws in the Constitution. Had to break that down, you have to do that sometimes. I'm sorry, I'm used to talking to liberal tards where I have to elongate every single word I say. I'll tell you, I never thought I'd see the day that somebody would be attacked, ostracized, I mean physically attacked, ostracized, even murdered for wearing a red hat. How deranged is this? I never thought I'd see the day where I would. I never thought I'd ever see the day. Okay, go ahead.
I got a question for Studio. Now we're talking about today's youth, the green, purple haired people who are running around.
God no.
Well, yeah, but I tend to think of the hippies back in the 60s, the hippies who came and they thought that they were going to change the world and that they were going to make all of these different changes and things. And then what happened? They all grew up and they all got jobs and they all cut their hair.
And they all became yuppies.
Yeah, but I'm wondering what's going to happen with the today's youth. Are they gonna end up growing up, and what's going to happen to force that? Because I think it's going to get a lot worse than what it is now, to the point to where these people are not going to be able to have these first world issues that they have. They're not going to be able to cry all these tears that they're crying, because the world is going to hit them in the head and they're going to have to be forced to go get a job. They're not going to be able to live in mom and dad's basement forever.
Well,
Mom and dad are not going to live forever.
There's a saying I remember, I'll try to paraphrase, but basically, hard times make hard men. Soft times make soft men. And when we hit hard times again.
No, you've got too many pussies, okay? The thing is I was watching, I don't remember whose channel it was. I saw the most deranged thing I think I've seen in a long time. It was a video. It was a TikTok. Of course, that's where all the deranged people hang out.
Yeah.
Of this youngster that was hiding in the back room of a Starbucks.
Oh, yes.
Crying like a little 5-year-old. Oh, I don't know. We've got XYZ amount of people. I'm only supposed to work 23 hours in a week. And there's 4 of us. And we can't get the online orders made. And they're yelling at me. There's only 4 people and there should be more here. We need a union. I almost walked out and I got misgendered. I got a mustache and a beard. Okay, I have a response. You ready?
Yeah.
Bitch, please.
Yeah. Entitled children don't want to work a full 40 to 60-hour work week anymore.
And the dingleberry was so stupid. Now, most people, if you want them to see you, fine. If you don't, that's fine too. She gets the camera up nice and close so that you can see, and she's doing this and this, and it's like, okay, and how long did it take you with your hormone blockers and testosterone injections to grow that peach fuzz on your damn face? Yet she still sounded like a little girl. Please.
Well, people work as hard on their character as they do their cosmetics.
There's going to be a great awakening that's going to happen, and it's not going to be pretty. And these people are going to be forced into reality.
Well, the thing is you stop and think now you've got all these people that I'm sorry, when I was a kid, there were girls that were more tomboyish. Okay? We played softball, climbed a jungle gym, did the little spinneroonies and all that bullshit. And then you had guys that would rather play in a band or take dance lessons. That doesn't mean that they're gender confused.
Right.
That just means that's what they like to do. Whether it's play the guitar, do dancing, play softball, baseball, those kind of things do not define you as a gender. Now they're sitting there, we're wanting to do, this one doctor was bragging that she did a gender transition on a 2-year-old.
Ugh.
Well, I'm going to say this. That kind of shit, there's going to be a reckoning It may be a year, a few years from now, but there's going to be a great reckoning for the sin that these parents have done to these children, and it's not going to. It's going to be horrible, and
Well,
it's terrible that this is going on, and they don't know what the outcome of this is going to be, but I don't think it's going to be good.
Nothing good will come.
Well, stop and think now. Lately, I'm sure you all follow different YouTube channels and watch different news, Newsmax or Fox, whichever one. The others, I don't know. Somebody says CNN. I think somebody's cussing me out. But there are some young people that are early 20s, some of them as young as 18, that when they were younger, we all go through that hormonal, what really am I kind of thing going on. You know, we all do it, you know, and there's a lot of these. There was one woman, a matter of fact, that's the second time I've seen two different people that transitioned. The one I saw recently was a real attractive young lady. And when she was 15, I don't know if somebody said something to her and she got a little confused, but she had, and it actually, I didn't realize it was actually a thing, gender dysphoria, which I imagine it is because that's what anorexia really is. You look in the mirror, you keep thinking you're fat, you stop eating, and you wind up dying from it. Well, she was discussing it with her parents or something. She got referred to a therapist. I don't know, it was a psychiatrist or psychologist or whatever. The next thing they know, she knows they say that she should have these surgeries. So they put her on hormone blockers at 15. By 16, they'd given her a double mastectomy.
Lord.
Now and then they asked her, I think she was talking to Sean Hannity last time I saw her on a show. And he asked her, when did she realize that she'd made a mistake, that it was all a mistake? A year after she'd had the mastectomy, she realized it had been a mistake, that she really didn't want to or was a boy. So now these people are maiming young people at very young ages, removing perfectly good tissues for no apparent reason. Now, if you want to do that and you're 30 years old, God love you, do it. But when you are a child.
Yeah. When people had mental issues or challenges, we used to give them counseling. We used to have them go see a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
She claimed they did, and this is the result. She is now suing the hospital, the surgeon, and the therapist. Her parents were told if she didn't have this surgery and begin transitioning, that she would commit suicide.
It just seems like some bad advice there.
Well, here's the thing. The parents believe this bullshit. The people who are pushing this are all going to hell because you're taking a human individual whose brain hasn't even fully developed. And you're doing this to them. Yeah, you're doing this to them in their formative years. And you're blocking their hormones so they can't fully develop. And no, it's not irreversible. Anybody will tell you that when you block that stuff and you start monkeying with the way biology is supposed to work, that it causes irreparable harm. And
well,
then,
now the gal, she said that she, how was it she worded it? About 3 months after she went off the hormone blockers, she actually started having a period again. However, she is having a few health issues, which probably is the hormone blockers.
Yeah, you can't monkey around with your biology and not expect there to be a consequence to it.
It's not nice to fool with Mother Nature.
Exactly.
But no, I had actually wanted to start a channel. I even thought of a name for it, which is kind of an ironic name. Has nothing to do with my handle that I'm using right now. And my handle has absolutely nothing to do with my name either.
Phil Collins fan or something else?
Yeah. My
Okay.
CB handle used to be Captain Fantastic.
I got that reference.
Oh, you think?
CB days.
Oh, come on now.
Oh,
Elton John's the shit. You know?
hang on for just a second. Hang on for just a second. Hold your thought for just a second. I'm going to talk to Ruski for a minute. I'm going to bring Ruski up. I want to talk directly to him without interruptions. Hey, Ruski.
I know what you were going to talk
I was
about.
looking at I was looking in the private chat, and Ruski, of course, he's live streaming and kind of crossing the streams, and he's got me on his channel. But a sex bot came in the channel, and that nobody put that sex bot in there because of the topic. Those things are attracted depending upon how many listeners or some kind of an algorithm. But the thinking here on YouTube is that when you get the sex bots in your chat, you've hit the big time, Jack. So congratulations to Ruski, who's now hit the big time on YouTube with a sex bot in the channel. John Paul gets them. I've had them. Even poor Adam over there at Radical Toys has had them. And that's one of the reasons why you need a wrench in your channel at all times. And I know you've wrenched me, but I'm not over there. I'm here. But if you can ever find someone that you trust and trust deeply, that you wrench, that's able to be in your streams and monitor your chat just to kill those damn things if they show up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you kill it one time, but it'll come right back and for a little bit. So but anyway, congratulations, Ruski. You've hit the big time, man. You got the sex bots in your channel.
Well, I can put Jim and Steve and Sasudio as my mods if they want to come in my chat real quick, and I'll mod them up. I just found it kind of funny, and I honestly, it was like kind of coincidental because we're talking about mostly conservative views, and I thought it was because of that. So
Thank you.
That's what I thought happened. But
well, now I'm a wrench on another channel.
Okay.
I'm a wrench on a different channel. I don't know if you guys follow wrestling at all.
I do.
A little bit.
Love wrestling.
I'm actually playing WWE 2K right now.
I'm a Randy Savage fan, so it's a little.
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah! The big boys.
But I wrench on a channel that talks wrestling, which is interesting because he used to have StreamYard off and on. His subscribers have gone down quite a bit because he was off because of health reasons, and he's back on. Yeah. Sean's View Entertainment is the name of his. And he can get a little spicy, but he does not talk politics. All he talks is wrestling. And
Bill and I have a friend who is over in Australia, and he's a huge Sergeant Slaughter fan. And he does. Yeah, he shows a lot of classic clips. Yep.
All right, you maggots.
Well, yep. So, do you follow today's wrestling? Like, do you watch WWE
yes,
now?
I know.
I do off and on, but it was starting to get a bit stale.
Yeah.
It's starting to spice up a little bit. It helped that Vinnie Mac and his crotchety old ass got out of there.
Yeah, they he had to retire because of he was alleged.
Well, I know that, but Triple H knows the game.
Triple H.
Yeah.
He's the one that's running it now.
What about Austin?
Well, I'm just saying though, Triple H is the one that's running the program.
Yeah, Triple H is actually he took Vince McMahon's spot. Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
Well, what about Austin?
They took him out. He's completely out.
Well, I had certain wrestlers I followed for years. Now,
Undertaker's my favorite.
I go all the way back to when WWF had a show on that was like a talk show hosted by Vince McMahon and Lord Alfred Hayes.
How do you feel about Undertaker, though?
He's one of my favorites.
He was always my favorite. The gravestone.
Undertaker and the Kane. Oh yeah.
I remember when
the Big Show.
Roddy Piper had a little talk show for a minute too. That was pretty fun.
Piper's Pit.
The Hardy Boys.
So, Sudi, who's your favorite current wrestler right now?
Hang on, guys. I got a question for Susudio. How much of this, the Vinnie Mac retirement deal and all that, how much of that is kayfabe and how much of that is shoot?
Oh no, it's not true.
No, it's not a shoot and it's not kayfabe.
It's not at all. It's 100%.
It's real because stop and think. Linda McMahon has been very active in politics for some time.
He has.
Yeah.
She really has. She's a big Trump supporter.
Yeah.
She's been very active.
You're on my page.
And I know that when you didn't see Vince for a long time on television and you stopped, Linda would appear once in a while till she got involved in politics.
Vince
and
then
then,
John.
and then for a long time you didn't see Vince at all
because he got canceled.
He got 100% canceled. Like no, that's not
anyone who supports Trump gets canceled, and I might be one of them. Can I ask Risky a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna subscribe to your channel. I would not mind being a wrench. I am low on money, but I think you got good content. I actually checked it out like an hour ago.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Money is a thing for
you. Got a lot of like positive workout videos.
I'm trying to. I actually have one reserved right now. I'm about to put on soon. I'm gonna drop it. I haven't dropped. I don't know why. I got lazy.
You're pumped. You help people out and you help yourself out, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
I try to be 100% positive.
I have a question. For those of you who thought I was shucking and jiving and that I was a dude, has all that been put to rest now?
No,
yes,
you're
ma'am.
100% female.
Hey, you gotta show your face one more time.
Oh, don't make me do this again.
There she is.
And she's kissing the camera.
No, that's not a kiss. That's a fish face.
Me.
God, you got an imagination.
Her quite a bit. I'm sorry.
All right.
Love to hate me. Oh, showing some tongue now.
Wow.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
It's been a wild ride. We've got some new viewers on the channel, and we got some of my regulars who have popped in this early morning at 4:25 a.m. and they're wondering what the hell is going on over here at Weird Fantastic Toys. We've been up all night
talking about toys and comic books, and we've gone off and taken a left turn into Albuquerque.
We've gone way off the rails because when we go up all night, things after midnight it gets kind of political and religion and just across the gamut. So remember now, we've been up all night. I'm high on caffeine. I've had too much coffee. and I've got some wonderful
I drink
guests with
energy
me.
drinks.
So just bear with us here. We've been
Sit
talking a
back
lot of
and
things.
enjoy the
We're on
ride.
wrestling right now. Now, Boa Hicks says that it's not kayfabe and the stock prices don't lie. So,
No,
WWE
not.
has put Vince McMahon in mothballs, apparently.
I mean, that happened a while ago, actually. Triple H has been running it for a while. He turned it. Triple H turned it from PG to PG-14, and then
he hasn't done that yet. He hasn't done it yet.
Yeah, well, he's trying to. Sorry, I'm really nerdy with the wrestling. I follow it.
Nothing wrong with that.
My best friend actually follows wrestling a lot. I personally don't. But
I don't. I do not watch AEW.
Yes.
No,
I watch it because the ladies.
That dude's still around.
Huh?
The guy who goes yes.
Daniel Bryan goes by Bryan Danielson now, but his real name is Bryan Danielson, and he's on a competing company called AEW.
I don't like AEW. I tried to watch it, and it just.
I'm sure wrestling took a turn more towards like the hotter women.
Yeah,
it's more of a guy thing, so I can kind of consider that. But like, man, Tombstone.
I like the old school stuff when I'm like with Susudio.
Mr. Rooski, because he's a wrestling nerd here in the channel. Rooski,
Undertaker, what's your opinion on Undertaker? Because he's my favorite wrestler.
Do what?
What was that question?
Hold on, Steve.
Okay.
Do you think the Attitude Era is going to return now that Triple H is in charge?
No.
Really?
It won't, but it's going to. He's going to make it less PG. It will be PG-14. It won't be it won't be mature.
That's excellent.
I like
it trying to make a successful business out of it.
Yeah, he's not trying to be edgy. The reason why he won't be that edgy, because society was different in those days. In the late 90s, when WWF changed to WWE, they were like, "Get the F out." That was their slogan.
You could show more kids stuff.
Yeah, they're gonna try to do a combination of both because, like we were talking about earlier, society is more. I don't want to use the word soft.
Snowflake.
Pussification.
It's so Triple H.
We got the studio to tell it like it is.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The pussification of America.
Take it from a woman.
I mean, your words not mine, but agreed.
Yeah, I agree with Boba Hicks here. The Attitude Era is not going to come back.
I'm an up north hick.
It'll never be what it was.
It's the same thing, right? Better. There's Hicks down south and there's Hicks up north. I'm one of the up north Hicks.
Hey, what does your hat say, Steve?
Me?
Yeah.
Where's my what?
Your hat?
He won't know what your hat says.
I was
It's a Trump hat. Make America.
Oh my God, he's a deplorable.
Oh my God. That's sus.
He's one of those ultra magas.
Yes, I am. Color me that.
Has anybody seen the uncut version of the video that Trump showed at his rally?
Dude, I fucking love every Trump rally. I'll watch every one of them.
No, I'm saying though, has anybody seen the actual video uncut?
Oh, January 6th.
No. Where he says, "Let's get ready to bumble."
Yeah, and he shows like a bunch of Joe Biden clips.
You have got to see. You need to see the actual video.
If you don't like Trump, you have to be anti-American because Trump is so fucking American.
There's a site called
CP. I don't want to get political because Bill doesn't want me to get political, but oh my God, Trump is awesome.
I'm trying to give you the. I'm trying to give you guys the site where you can see the uncut video that he showed at the rally, where you can see it in its entirety.
Do it.
It's on it's on a site called C3P Meme. When you pull it up, you'll see a little character of C3PO. And scroll down till it says, let's get ready. Scroll down till it says, let's get ready to bumble. Click play, you will bust a gut.
That's all up to Bill.
He's got a bunch of other memes on there.
This is his chat. He can kick me off anytime he wants.
I'm surprised you didn't recognize that. I recognize the hat right off the bat. I put you on full screen so folks could see it earlier.
Brewski, the reason why it's got the gold brims on it, because I actually
I'm back.
Gold brims on it. I'm not a military guy, but like I actually bought it from people who ex-military people who served in the army.
All right.
They made these hats and they put the gold brims on them, and I bought it from them because I'd rather buy from veterans than anyone else.
How much was it?
I support my veterans because I care about veterans.
Oh. Yeah, the military term for
gentlemen
wings called scrambled eggs. But yeah, I'm gonna mute everybody for a minute. I want Studio to have the table here for just a second. So she
Largo's taking over.
There you go, Studio. Whoop. Did I make her go? I didn't mean to do that. Studio, if you're still in the chat, please come back. I think I accidentally kicked you off, or you might have kicked yourself. You might have left on your own. But here you go. I didn't mean for that to happen. If she left on her own, that's okay. But
I'm sure she's still watching, man.
Yeah, I'll put the link back in the stream. We got about 7 people watching right now, which is amazing. I'm surprised that we've lasted as long as we have. But Studio, if you're still out there, come on back. We didn't mean to run you off if you left on your own, and if I kicked you, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to. There she goes. There she goes.
Hey,
sorry about that. Welcome back.
Ocean
we're gonna.
Salty Luck. Did you ever get her picture, mate?
I got cut off, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think it might be your internet connection. I'm going to mute everybody's mic and let.
I just wanted to say one thing, and that is I'm signing off. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. I will check in with you at another time. By the way, wave if you could hear any of that.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Studio. We appreciate your views and your thoughts that you gave us tonight. And you're welcome back at any time, hon. And we'll see you next time on Ancient Order of Men.
Well, I might not be back there. But probably I will, because I'm a glutton for punishment. You take care, gentlemen.
All right.
Good night.
Night. All right. Now I'm gonna bring everybody back in. And
Ocean left, didn't she?
Let me get you back on here, Largo. There we go. All right, everybody's mics are now live. Yeah, I think she had to go on and hit the hay.
You're quite the gentleman wanting to raise funds to pay for her water heater.
OBS.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a water heater problem myself, but like, man, you're quite a guy for trying to do that.
Yeah, nobody ever actually gave any money for that. I think everybody's about tapped out, and it's getting close to Christmas.
I'm sorry
time,
about that.
But,
like, Man, I would have. If I could have paid money to be a wrench on a JPR's stream, I would have. I
don't charge to be a wrench, by the way. Like
man, money.
Nobody's charged to be a wrench. Wrenching is a tough
money,
job,
man.
but it's a volunteer job, in my opinion. And
I didn't know you had to charge for that.
Yeah,
I know Adam. Bad Adam 12 caught it up on JPR stream. I'm not sure if Bill did.
No, my wrenches are.
I had a love interest at work, and it went wrong. I fell in love with a redhead.
Oh.
And it went wrong. My heart's a little bit broken.
Was that recent?
I'll move on. I need to find a different job, though.
You and me both, bud. UPS is hiring. That's where I work.
I've been told that before.
What kind of work are you doing there, Ruski? Are you still in security?
No. That was my security position, armed security. That was in a different city. I'm in Charlotte now. That was DC during the pandemic.
Right.
By the way, they lied to you. I'm not trying to be conservative Republican or whatever, but it was not a peaceful protest. I was there in DC in 2020 doing
who was
security, and it was my best friend was a vendor. We worked for another guy. I was the only Caucasian I'm Vietnamese and Caucasian, by the way.
Hey man, don't be racist.
I was the only one that looked like me in my company. There were 7 of us, and to be a part of that group, you had to be referred. And
you're a redhead, right?
I'm sorry?
You're like Irish or Scandinavian, correct?
No.
Really?
No,
I thought you were a redhead, man.
No.
I'm obsessed with a girl that was a redhead that just dumped me the other day. So
I'm Welsh and Vietnamese.
What's curiosity? Was your dad in Vietnam and met someone there? Or?
My dad was a soldier, obviously, and during the war. So if without war, I wouldn't have been born. I'm just going to put that
war?
Out.
Yeah, there were quite
a
few.
War? There's been a lot of them.
So during the 2020 pandemic, I had to make money. My mom. I started that job in March. My mom passed away, and I lost my job in January due to COVID. Well, not me. My mom passed away due to COVID. And so my job went bankrupt. I wasn't fired or anything. My job went bankrupt. And I was working in a candy store. And a buddy of mine, my best friend for a very long time, he was like, you know what? Look, it's not the most honest work. He's like, I can get you a job. He's like, you know how to shoot? He's like, I can get you a job in security. And I was like, what am I securing? He was like, people. And I was like, what's and? He's like, marijuana. I was like, let's do it. So I did that for March through September. And that was, it was nothing peaceful. Let's just put it that way. 2 of my guys got shot. They're fine, but it was a crazy ordeal. You know, I already told you.
Dealers do not like when the government wants to regulate marijuana.
I'm sorry.
I imagine that's a high stress job.
No, because I was high all the time. No, that's a joke. No, it's not.
Let me ask you this, Ruski, and you guys kind of hold off just a second because I want him to finish his thought when I ask this question. All right, so you were there during the, I word, January the 6th, and it was not peaceful.
The mostly peaceful protest.
Yeah. Now, what I want to know is, do you think that perhaps there were people there who were not necessarily supporting what was going on, who were there to instigate problems for a reason? Let's just say.
Everyone has different agendas, so it could be mixed. If I want to give like a true analysis of what's going on, it could be 30, 40, 50, 50, whatever. Everyone has their own plot on what to do in DC, because I've heard people were hired there. I've heard people have strong beliefs and go there. DC / Northern Virginia is a melting pot. Different ideas, different opinions, different agendas. And yeah, you could say that it was planned to somewhat agree. You could say that people were just devout or in their beliefs. I truly don't know. I'm just one person.
Yeah. Well, the reason I bring that up is JPR brought up a very interesting thing over on Ancient Order of Men not too long ago. That he was talking about. There's going to be something that's going to happen, and don't go there because it's all going to be blamed on the conservatives.
It's a trap.
Don't go there if you want to get murdered. Don't like
the old Star Wars meme. It's a trap.
Yeah, it's a trap, as Admiral Akbar said. It's a trap.
I think Bill is on the same page as me on that.
Honestly,
you study the January 16th. I'm sorry if I'm saying trigger words.
No, that's okay.
But
Steve.
If you actually
hang tight, because Ruski's trying to talk here. Let's let.
Okay, I'll let him go.
No, I was just making a comment. DC and like certain areas get a bad reputation. DC is a beautiful city. If you ever want to travel, it's our nation's capital, so obviously it's going to be great.
Oh, the people
during the daytime
makes the city though.
But you do have to I was at one point doing my thing, and I was wearing a Gucci watch, and I got a lot of looks from people that looked like they wanted that certain watch, and I had to. You just got to be aware of your surroundings. It's a very nice place. If you want to take your family, just do it. Do it in the AM. When the sun sets, it's time to move to a nicer area.
Sounds like Memphis, Tennessee to me.
May I say something?
Yeah, go ahead,
There's
Steve.
no place safer than Wisconsin. I live in Wisconsin, and it really is a safe place. I've lived here my whole life.
Okay.
In the same city.
What city is that?
You want to know what happened about a week ago? You wonder why I have this on my face? You can tell, right? I have a scar on my face.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What happened?
I walked to the gas station at midnight before I had to go to work. I had to work at like 1:30 p.m. and I decided to go to the gas station at 12 o'clock. I was catching JPR's live stream. I had to work on Sunday, and I went to the gas station. And I was like, I'm going to listen to JPR while I go to the gas station. You know what happened to me?
What happened?
I got jumped.
Oh, shit.
You know what happened? One dude ran up behind me and smacked me in the freaking head. And another dude kicked me onto the ground, and I got kicked in the torso a couple times. Got a couple scars on my face. All that jazz.
Did they rob you? Why did they assault
you? No, they didn't rob me at all. That's the ironic part. They didn't rob me at all. All they did was kick the crap out of me.
I've actually been there. A similar situation happened to me about 11 years ago.
And I don't know because I don't want to say anything, but they were tall. One was I'm 6'3".
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm a pretty tall guy.
Yeah.
One was as tall as me. The other one was a little bit shorter, and they were both of darker nature.
Mm-hmm. I think what you experienced was called the knockout game. I don't know if you guys remember that the knockout game.
Yeah, where you just run up on a random person like, oh, let's just fuck this person up.
Yeah,
pretty much. And World Star Hip Hop got very, very popular because that's all they showed was a damn knockout game on there.
Because that was big like 5 years ago. Why is it such a big thing now then?
Because some people just can't give it up. They live in the past. Can
I explain something though? You don't live in my region. Can I explain something?
Sure.
This has not happened in my town for quite a while. I've lived in my town my entire life. They just created a bus route from Milwaukee through Kenosha. Yes, I'm a Wisconsinite. They created a route from Milwaukee to Kenosha, and anyone can jump that line.
That's what they kind of did with where I was living in near Tyson's Corner, and
That's Obama.
So they made a subway through DC to Tyson's, and Tyson's Corner Mall used to be very prestigious. Where
I'm okay because you know what's weird is because my neighbor is black and he's a good guy and he has 3 kids and I know them well and I get along with them. It's nothing racial. It's just when you create a bus line and yeah, you want to get people coming from Milwaukee to come to Amazon, right? To get jobs, I'm okay with that. If you're trying to better yourself. But at the same time, you're also inviting criminals.
I know what you're talking about. It happened with the area that I lived in. I experienced something similar to what you did about 11 years ago. I was house sitting for a friend of mine, and it was like 10 o'clock, and I didn't have any beer, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to go to the store get some beer. So I left the place, and I was walking, and 2 gentlemen saw me, and they just one
fuck this guy.
I'm sorry.
Fuck this guy.
Yeah, they were. He punched me like I weigh about 175.
They sucker punched you, right?
Yeah, but he weighed about 120. Like he was a skinny dude, and
I'm a skinny dude, but I'm also tall.
He was
a little bit intimidating, and I do whack a Pollock. So
well, when he punched me in the face, and he hit my teeth. Nothing happened except a little bit of blood. I wiped my mouth off, and I looked at him. I was like, he's like, "Let's go." I was like, "For what, dude? I don't know you." I was like, "No, this ain't gonna happen." And I gave the greatest insult to a male. I turned my back on him, and I walked away. He was like, and he tried to follow up. I was like, "Bro, you don't want to do this."
You're a fucking badass.
I told him, I was like, "You don't want to do this." Little did he know I was armed.
I don't carry a weapon, dude.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All I carry is myself.
You gotta when you carry a firearm, and Jim,
I can't.
I believe you can attest to this.
I can carry a knife. I can't carry a firearm.
When you carry a firearm, you have to walk away. You have to.
Yeah.
You
don't want to escalate it
again.
Because dude, I'm not going to jail for anybody. So
you don't have to go to jail. Do you not know your rights?
Well, no, I do. Well,
here's the thing. Hold on. Here's the thing. I know where Ruski's going with this, and yes, in some places there is the law that you have to retreat first, and
but when they engage you again.
Well, when you carry a firearm, you have to understand. You pull that thing. Your intention is to end another human being. Okay, they're going to be unalived when you finish what you're doing, because there is no such thing as warning shots. There is no such thing as a leg shot, if you will. It's all or none, and even if you can win that and get a self-defense, you're still going to jail. You're going to have to hire a lawyer.
No, you're not, Bill.
You're
You're wrong on that, actually. Look up the rights. If they engage you more than once and you fire a shot, there's no reason for you to go to jail. And if the cops arrest you, anyway, that's wrong.
No, I just didn't want to do it.
The reason I'm muting you is because nobody can finish a thought and keep getting interrupted. So I'm going to mute you for just a second, Steve. No offense. All right, here's the thing. All right, and Ruski can probably back me up, and so can Largo. All right, yes, we know what the law is. That doesn't matter, okay? The police are going to arrest you. You're going to go to jail. You're going to have to bond yourself out of jail. You're going to have to hire a lawyer. You're going to have to go to court to defend what you did, and you're going to have to and yes, there's a very good chance that if the circumstances were correct, you will get a self-defense ruling. But the thing is, you're going to go through all of that. You're going to spend a lot of money to defend yourself on that, and it's probably going to break you if you don't have enough money to afford to do that, because in America we have to buy justice, and that's just the way it is. And Largo, you know exactly what I mean. Back me up on that, man.
Well, and there's a process. Even when a peace officer pulls a firearm, there is a process, and that has to be investigated every single time. And there's a great responsibility when you carry a force multiplier, because it should be a last resort. And as Bill has pointed out, if it gets to the point where that has to be used, you're going to be looking at ending somebody. I mean, it's a very final solution, so it's not something you take lightly.
Yeah,
to add on to that,
I'll give you a perfect example of that. My brother Anthony had a good friend of his, and he had to go to the penal farm here in Mississippi called Parchman. And the reason that he went to Parchman was because there was a guy who basically was attacking him, and he shot the guy. And he thought, well, I don't want to kill him. I'm just going to shoot him in the leg. And he shot the guy in the leg, and he hit his artery, and the guy bled out and died. And he went to prison for murder.
Oh, shit.
Okay. And this guy's a good guy. I know him quite well. He's gone to Parchman. He did his time. Now he's a family man. All that's behind him. But he could not afford justice, and he did not get justice. He went to Parchman. And the reality is what it is. I mean, I live in the motorcycle club world, and we have a lawyer in the COC, and he talks to us quite frequently about such things. Just because the law says one thing or you're in the right doesn't mean that you're going to get justice. And a lot of times the police, the police in America are a gang in and of themselves. We call them the blue gang. And they operate basically as law enforcement being the big thing. And yes, no matter what the law states, if you shoot someone, you're going to go to jail. Your gun, your pew is going to get confiscated, and you're going to spend a lot of money to get yourself out of that situation. And that's just the way it is. Now, so what you have to do in your mind, and Largo, you know, I've said this a lot of times, the castle doctrine is in effect in Mississippi. Yes, I have the right to do that. If someone comes on my property, I can kill them if they're up to no good. But I also know that if I do that, I'm going to go to jail. I'm going to have to get bonded out of jail. I'm going to have to hire a high-dollar lawyer to defend me, and I'm going to have to go through all of that shit. So in my mind, I have to ask myself, is it worth it? Sometimes it's not. Most of the time, it shouldn't be, because unaliving someone is something that you have to live with for the rest of your life. And it doesn't matter what that person was doing. You're always going to second guess yourself. Was there any way I could have gotten out of that without unaliving this individual? And that's what I have to say about that. It's not real cut and dried. And no matter how much here in America that we think that we have the Constitution on our side, that we have the laws on our side, it just isn't like that. And that's it. Go ahead, Ruski.
All right, yeah. To actually conclude the story, so I went back to I didn't have a cell phone at the time. This was 2011. And I went to I went to the house that I was house sitting, and I called law enforcement. I called the police like right after that happened, because that's the right thing to do. And they came in no time. Well, they didn't come. I described the situation to law enforcement, and that was like a minute or two later. And then a minute or two later after that, they were picked up real quick. The police came, and he was like, do you need a hospital? I was like, nah, dude, he only punched me once because he saw a little bit of blood. And do you want to press charges? I was like, yes, I want to press charges. And you're like, all right, fine. You have to confirm the people that did it. So they put me in the back of the squad car. No handcuffs. Like, it was just a ride, And so he drove me over there, and he was like, are those gentlemen? Like, and I was like, yeah, those are the guys. So I had to go to court for that. And I went to court. They got punished, but I wasn't happy with the result. It was 2 months in jail. And I don't know. I just didn't feel like, because he looked at me. He was like, you could have handled it yourself. Like, because I look like I work out. I was like, yeah, but I wanted to do the right thing. He didn't say anything like that, but he looked at me. He was like, you're a tough guy. And I was like, yeah, I just expected a little bit more than 2 months, because I thought that was a slap on the wrist, like you indicated. I didn't think it was fair, but justice system is what it is. So yeah,
right. Got 2 months. And even those are the most highly trained, like Jocko Welnick, a former Navy SEAL. He says, situational awareness is very important, but your first option should always be to try to de-escalate, walk away if you can, because you don't want to open up a world of hurt for yourself or anyone else involved if you can avoid it.
Oh, additional. So they were apparently, the reason why they attacked me, they weren't looking for money. Apparently in my small town, they were trying to start a fight club, and it was just attack. Yeah, it was attack random people. And I was one of the people that didn't go down. They attacked 4 other people before me that night. Yeah.
Well, it's good that you did go through the proper channels just to at least make people aware of what was going on.
Yeah. They attacked 4 other people, and I was the only one that went to court. And I guess that's the reason why, because the other people either were too scared, whatever, for whatever reason, they just didn't do it. And yeah, it's sad, but that's how life works. Yeah. So that's my story.
Fascinating story there. Fascinating story. Thank you for sharing that with us, Ruski. And Boba Hicks is in Ireland, if I'm not mistaken, and he says he's learned some valuable lessons. And if he ever visits the state, he'll make his best effort not to pew somebody. But the gun laws over there in the UK are vastly different than America, and I know from watching UK television that they think that everybody in America is armed to the teeth and that we all carry guns, and that's not the truth either. No, it's just the world is a lot more complicated than what TV shows us. And Mr. Home Arcade comes in. He says, that's crazy. Good morning, Mr. Home Arcade. Glad to see you in. I want to make a shout out to Mr. Home Arcade. My wife and I watched some of your channels last night before she went to work, and she was just tickled to death at the way that you've done those Motu commercials with He-Man, and that was just hilarious. And if you guys ever get a chance to visit Mr. Home Arcade's page, please do go over to his YouTube channel and watch those hilarious videos. They're great.
Very, very entertaining. And he also has a wonderful home arcade system set up. I love how he's got his setup there with everything.
Yeah. Now, Steve, I want to bring you back up, and I want you guys to let Steve talk here for a minute. I had Steve muted there because Steve is talking like we would in a normal conversation amongst ourselves, but unfortunately, we're on a channel trying to let other people listen to what we're saying. But I want you to tell this, continue the story that you were telling about how you were attacked, and apparently a bus line had been brought in that were bringing people from Milwaukee over into your area, and but I want to know what the outcome was, not necessarily why what happened, but I want to know what the outcome was. How did you escape this situation? And did you contact law enforcement, the Leos, and you get them
No,
involved in that?
I'm an idiot. I did not contact law enforcement because my entire childhood I did not trust the police.
Uh-huh.
You guys don't know a lot about my childhood. It's an interesting story. I could go on for at least 10 minutes to tell you guys what the hell happened with my childhood. But I do not trust the police.
And I understand
And
that.
it's funny because I'm a white guy, right? I don't trust the police.
Well, let me interrupt you for a minute, just a second, Steve, to say I'm on the same sheet of music that you are, because when you ride on a motorcycle, you find out that the
Cops
police
are
don't like you
assholes.
very much, especially if you wear a patch on your back. Okay, because we are considered criminals just because of that patch on our back. They don't understand anything other than that because that's what they've been led to believe. But
Actually,
yes, I understand. Yeah, I understand not trusting law enforcement, but what I want to know basically is,
I want to.
yeah,
I want
but
to trust
I
them.
want to. How did you get yourself out of that situation, and how
Literally,
and what did you learn?
I thought they were gonna mug me and steal my wallet or take my phone or something like that. All they did was kick the crap out of me.
And did they run off, or did they laugh and run away?
Yeah, they laughed and run away.
Yeah, the knockout game is what you experienced, and yeah, that was an old meme from a long,
Yeah,
long time
I live in
ago.
southern Wisconsin, and that's what the hell happened. And they have a
Yeah,
bus
weird.
line going from Milwaukee to Racine, and that's like I said. I live around JP, not JP. I live around Jeremy. I live a little
Okay. Yeah,
eastward
yeah.
of Jeremy.
Well, Bill,
Near
I'm gonna
where
bow out.
where the
It's a
bordering
little
was.
after 5 here, and I got to feed the
Oh
dogs
yeah,
and start the
it's gotten
day.
to be early morning here. Yeah, it's 5:03 a.m. Largo, I know that you're an insomniac, but eventually you have to go to sleep, and so do I, as a
Eventually.
matter of
You want
fact.
to hear a
And
rough story?
well,
Well, I'm gonna
we're gonna
bow
let
out. I hope
Largo
you
go
guys
for
have
a
a good
minute,
one.
and we'll let you tell your story, Steve, and then I'm gonna have to bow out too. I'm gonna have to end this stream. So
You're
see you
gonna end
later
it?
there, Largo.
A
Glad
rough
to have you
story.
on. But go ahead, Steve. I'll let you have the floor here for the last segment of the show, and then I'm going to have to
You're
end.
gonna be present. Oh, there's risky, high risky. You know what my rough story is? 4 years ago, I lost my sister. You know what she died from? Yeah, it's a rough story.
Go ahead, tell us. Just stream of consciousness. Tell us what happened.
She died face down because she ate too much fatty foods, and she died from a heart attack. And then, not even a month later, my uncle died. And then 10 days after my uncle died from alcoholism because his liver gave out, my brother died from what? An overdose. From fentanyl and heroin. So, you might wonder why I'm so political. let it sit well with you, as it sits well with me. I've lost so many people in my life due to this stupid fucking bullshit, which is called politics. You know how I lost my dad? 2008, I lost my dad. You know how I lost my dad?
Tell us.
He went on to work to Kenosha Chrysler plant to make cars. Guess what happened?
What happened?
Head-on collision with an illegal immigrant who had 4 DWIs. Why the hell does an illegal immigrant have 4 DWIs? Can you answer me?
No, I can't answer that. It's because of the like you said, the politics. And Steve, our heart goes out to you for all the
Don't
things
cut
that you've
me short
experienced.
because I've been too spicy, but like it's the truth.
Well, I know, and like I said, going through that is something that it's hard for even I to fathom, and I've been through a lot in my 52 years, but I can understand a little bit of what you've been through. I've lost most of my immediate family. My father's gone, my mother's gone,
I
from
understand that.
various reasons.
I hope it wasn't from circumstances that I had.
No, but I've been through a lot in my life. But yeah, I can understand your point of view. Uh, I've experienced some of the things that you have in my life over the years, and it's made me into the person that I am. But I'll tell you this, Steve, and it's a cliche, but it's the damn truth. That which does not kill us only makes us stronger. And it sounds
That's my motto.
that you are getting, yeah, you're going to get stronger over all of this. Don't let the world hold you back. Continue to do what is correct in
You do know
life.
I just got dumped yesterday.
Yeah, you was telling us about that you're having a little bit of trouble there
A little cute
with a
redhead.
girlfriend who left you. But look, don't let that get you down either. You will survive that, and eventually, hopefully, you will find the right person in your life that will be a partner to you and not a hindrance.
That's all I've ever seeked out was a compatible person.
Well,
And I'm sorry
there's
if that
somebody out
was a
there
little
for
too much. But you want to know what? It's hard when you see your brother, your older brother, face down in the dirt, dead, as well as your father too, and your sister, all in the same 3 fucking months before COVID. Fuck COVID. That all happened before COVID. All my fucking siblings died.
that's unimaginable, Steve. It really is, and our hearts go out to you, my friend. And unfortunately, it's gotten really, really late here, and I'm going to
I
end the
know you gotta
show.
go.
And I'm
I'm
going to
sorry,
let
you're
you go
speaking.
for right now. But remember this, Steve. Together we shall triumph. And I want you just stay strong. And if you ever need to talk or want to come back on the show, you're certainly welcome. And Ruski, I want you to stay on. I want you to stay on just a second. All right.
That's my problem. I don't go nowhere.
Good deal, man. You stay strong, man. And Ruski, I want you to stay on with me for just a little bit after Steve leaves. Steve, I'm going to take you off for a minute. I want to talk to Ruski, and then I'm going to end the show. So you take care, Steve, and I'm adding you to my prayer list. Like I said, it goes in an order.
I'll be quiet if you want to just keep me on.
But I'll talk with you another time, and I enjoyed having you on my show. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take you out for right now, and me and Ruski are going to talk for a little bit. No problem, man. Love you.
Subscribed and I liked. So
great.
Anything that helps you.
All right, we'll see you later, man. You take care. Hey, Ruski. We've been through a lot, man, and I know that you're apolitical, and that's fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know you don't vote. I do, but I've begun to lose confidence in the electoral system here in America because I think it's rigged.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's just it is what it is, you know. And I'm fixing to end the show, and I want to say goodbye to everyone. I still have 4 viewers. It's kind of gone like this through the night, you know, and everything. But when I do end the broadcast, I don't want you to click off. I want you to stay on so I can talk alone together for just a moment without anybody watching us.
Oh,
so,
okay.
All right. And Steve, I'm going to take you out, man. It was great having you on the show. I see you still down there in the green room. So I'm going to say goodbye to you because Ruski and I are going to chat here for just a second later. And do
you mind if I use I know it's unprofessional. I got to use the restroom real quick.
Go for it, man. Go for it, man.
Sorry about that.
And yeah, that's fine. And while he's going to go do that, I'm going to put him down here, and he's back in the green room. But I want to say good night to everyone. Well, good morning, really, but it's kind of good night for me. Thank you there, Michael Purvis, for enjoying the show. It's been kind of a wild ride tonight. We've gone through a lot, and we're going to end the show. And remember, together we shall triumph. I want everyone to join me later on today. I will be on at 12 noon today, Central Time, with the regular toy show, and there won't be any political discussions in that. But you all have a good morning. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Special thanks to these supporters on Patreon. Without your help, these adventures would not be possible. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed today's adventure, please hit like and subscribe and share the video.